Interview with a Ghost. Restless Spirits Cozy Ghost Mysteries. Book 1. Written by Angela Pepper. Narrated by Marie Hoffman. Chapter 1. Friday, October 28th, 5:29 p.m. 1444 Nanaimo Street, Copeland, Arizona. Childhood home of famous best-selling author George Morrison. The moon rose as a thin sliver behind Piper Chen as she gave the door a bold knock. She smoothed down her designer skirt while she waited for her favorite author to answer. Her black and white Boston Terrier, Teddy, gave her a quizzical look. Would the person behind the door have doggy treats? Teddy smacked his glossy black lips in anticipation. Halloween wasn't for 3 more days, but to a pampered pooch like Teddy, every day was trick-or-treat day. Piper had come to the childhood home of author George Morrison to meet him in person. Over the summer, they'd become friendly online, and now he was in town tidying up his mother's estate. He'd generously extended an invitation, so how could she decline? Piper was a dedicated fan of Morrison's House of Hallows books, and thought meeting the author would be super fun. Piper's best friend, however, suspected her online pal was a silly old fart. Winnie could be judgmental like that, which was why Piper planned to drag George to her house party that night and prove everyone wrong. She knocked again, but the door remained closed. Piper could hear the subtle creaking of movement inside the house. Teddy let out a sharp bark of impatience and pushed at the door with both nose and paw. The door, apparently unlocked, creaked open. Piper called in, "Mr. Morrison?" She and the dog stepped inside uninvited. The house interior was dim, lit only by the street lamps currently flickering on as the sun's last rays disappeared. When no one answered, she puffed up her petite chest and said, "George, if you're hiding in the shadows just so you can jump out and scare me, your butt is going to be on the receiving end of a vicious Boston Terrier bite. My personal bodyguard, Teddy, hasn't been fed for hours, and I swear he's part piranha." Teddy barked once in agreement. Piper was about to elaborate on Teddy's protective abilities when something in the shadows moved. A dank seafood scent wafted to her nostrils. Before she could retreat to the porch step, an assailant struck her on the shoulders from behind, sending her toppling over a low shoe rack. She landed face first and mouth open on what tasted like 50-year-old shag carpet. Teddy leaped into action, literally. He jumped onto his sprawled owner's back and barked at the attacker with the ferocity of 10 Boston Terriers. Piper thought she could hear someone apologizing, but it was difficult to hear anything but her bodyguard's strident barking. The shadows shifted again, and the front door slammed shut. Piper pushed the dog off her back, got to her feet, and ran to the room's window. A silver car pulled out from the curb and raced away. She squinted at the license plate number, catching a few digits. Teddy ceased his barking. The house seemed to hold its breath. Piper's nerves calmed bit by bit as she walked around the room, switching on lamps. Light. She needed light. Each glowing bulb revealed a living room that would suit a time capsule, with sagging furniture and oversized lamps that matched the era of the shag carpet. "George? Mr. Morrison? Are you here? I think someone was trying to break in, or—" She stopped abruptly as her gaze came to rest on a man. He sat in a recliner that she could have sworn was empty seconds earlier. "George," she said. An unexpected surge of bashfulness took over. He was, after all, her favorite author, and here they were, face to face. She gushed. "You look exactly like your author photo." The 50-year-old man blinked and looked down at his clothes, the dark blue button-down shirt that strained over his round belly, the gray trousers held up by his trademark suspenders, and his broad feet, and his beloved New Balance sneakers. Teddy trotted up to George's shoes and gave them a tentative sniff. George jerked in alarm, pulling his feet up to the edge of his seat. Piper smiled, reminded of the classic cartoon of an elephant frightened by a mouse. "Teddy's all bark, no bite," she said. "I was bluffing about him being part piranha." Her adrenaline was wearing off, and now Piper's legs felt shaky. She dropped onto a sofa across from George's chair, sending up a cloud of dust. She sneezed. She expected a "bless you" or a "gesundheit," but George said nothing. "Mr. Morrison, are you okay? Were you hurt? Who was that leaving when I got here?" She glanced around warily and whispered, "Should we call someone?" The author shifted his body noiselessly, removed his tweed fisherman's cap with one hand, and ran his fingers through his gray hair, stopping suddenly when his hand reached the back of his head. His mouth moved wordlessly. With wide eyes, he gave Piper a stunned look. "What's wrong?" she asked. "Did someone hit you?" He shrugged and mutely returned his attention down to the black and white Boston Terrier sniffing his trousers. A chill passed over Piper, giving her goosebumps in places she didn't think possible, including the top of her head. Her shins were aching, with visible red marks from where she'd fallen against the entryway shoe stand. She'd been attacked. Whether George admitted it or not, something was very wrong at the Morrison residence. Piper retrieved her jewel-cased phone from her designer purse and, for the first time in her life, called 911. 10 minutes later, the police arrived. 2 male officers entered the house, making friendly jokes about the guard dog on duty. Teddy correctly identified which officer was carrying dog treats in his pocket. One of the officers took Piper's statement in the living room, while the other did a sweep of the split-level home, declaring the upstairs clear before heading down to the lower floor. Throughout everything, George remained silent, barely moving in his recliner. He was ignored by the police, which made Piper feel sorry for the old man. Here was the greatest writer of his generation, being talked about as though he wasn't even there. Piper chided the officer. "Ask Mr. Morrison questions directly, would you? He's right here, and this is his family home." "No, I didn't see who pushed me down because it was dark when I got here. I already told you that." She waved her hands in frustration. "Listen, I don't know anything about what's happening here. Your guess is as good as mine." She snapped her fingers. "Oh, I smelled something familiar, like what you smell when you walk by a fish market. Whoever pushed me down smelled like seafood." The officer nodded slowly as he jotted notes on a paper pad. "The suspect smells like seafood." Piper bristled at the sarcasm in his tone. "Don't make fun of me." "Calm down, little lady," he said, a wry grin on his lips. "Off the record, what were you charging the old man? Is it by the hour or the full night?" Piper jumped to her feet. "I'm not a call girl. How dare you?" The officer tilted his big dumb head to the side, his grin broadening. "No, of course not. You're just a smoking hot chick who stopped over to visit her much older male friend. Forgive me for jumping to conclusions. I'm just a small-town cop, not a sophisticated young woman such as yourself." He squinted at her face approvingly. "Where are you from? Korea? China? You Asian girls sure are adorable when you're mad." He raked his gaze down her body. "And those little feet of yours look mighty tasty." Piper retorted, "I'm glad you think so, because I'm about to kick you so hard you'll be tasting my nail polish for days." She stood up, not to actually kick him, she wasn't that hot-headed, but to leave. She had a party to host that evening, and given the ugly bruises forming on her shins, a wardrobe change was in order. Piper started toward the front door. The officer who'd gone downstairs a moment earlier came barreling into the room, slack-jawed and waxy-faced. He blurted to his partner a jumble of words. Then both of them were yelling. Teddy was barking, and the room began to spin. A moment later, Piper was face down on the shag carpet again, being handcuffed. She demanded to know why she was being arrested. The officers explained it, but their words made no sense. She spat the carpet out of her mouth. "How can I be a suspect in the murder of George Morrison when he's sitting right there, alive and well?" "Where? Ma'am, do you see Mr. Morrison in this room?" "He's in that brown chair, in the corner," she said indignantly. "You two need to get your eyes checked." One said to the other, "She's in shock." His partner replied, "Let's shock her out of it." "That's not how shock works," the first one said, but it was too late. Piper had been hoisted to her feet and brought over to the stairwell. She looked down the stairs. The world around her went dim, as though she was looking out through a tiny hole in a cardboard box. Lying at the bottom of the stairs leading to the lower floor was the prone body of George Morrison. Lifeless eyes stared up at the ceiling. A pool of blood radiated around his head like a dark halo. How could he be sitting in the chair and also dead at the foot of the stairs? She whipped her head back toward the recliner. The chair was empty now. The idea was shocking, but there was no other explanation. She'd been hanging out with a ghost. "Well?" The police officer grabbed her by the shoulders and turned her away from the stairwell. She was grateful to not be staring at the body, but having to look at this man's big dumb face was almost as bad. He demanded, "What have you got to say for yourself?" "Nothing," she spat, "unless you want to hear more about my foot kicking your rear end." Teddy barked in agreement. Now he thought they were playing a game. He jumped onto the living room sofa, kicking up dust and twirling in an excited circle. Piper looked longingly at the door. The officer followed her gaze. "Don't even think about it," he said. "Just let me go. If I'd done something wrong, I wouldn't have phoned you dummies, now would I?" The big cop made a thoughtful face, shifting his large black mustache from side to side. "Didn't I see you crossing the street by the post office about 3 hours ago, wearing a schoolgirl's uniform with knee-high socks? Ugh, in your gross dreams. But you do look familiar." She rolled her eyes. After a few seconds of heavy breathing, he asked, "So, how'd you take out the old man?" He scanned the room, stopping when he reached the fireplace mantel. He left her side to go pick up a single candlestick holder. "Did you hit the old geezer with this? One whack on the back of the head?" He hefted it a few times in one hand. She was seething with rage, probably to hold back the anguish that was sure to come, but kept herself in check. Calmly, she observed, "Officer, you seem to know an awful lot about what happened here." He scoffed and set the candlestick holder back on the mantel, and then he leaned over and examined the empty space next to it. "Where did you hide the other one? There's a spot here that's missing dust. So, where's the other one? I bet it's the murder weapon." He turned to Teddy and pointed his finger like a gun. "Play dead," he said. Teddy, who was as clever as he was obedient, flopped onto his back, legs stiffly in the air. So much for her vicious attack beast. Piper turned to look for the other police officer, the one who'd had the dog treats in his pockets and had seemed the lesser jerk. He was hunched over, his body shaking as he retched into a plant pot. She was on her own. She turned, lost her footing, and suddenly she was tipping into the darkness. She was going down the stairwell, her hands still cuffed behind her back. The big cop leaped for her, grabbed her shoulders, and yanked her back from the brink just in time. He looked rather happy about the save, like he was the hero in this situation, the man who'd triumphed over the dangerous young girl. that grin on his face, the way he enjoyed seeing her trapped and helpless. Piper saw nothing but red. She whispered something, quiet enough that he leaned in to listen, and then she whipped her head up, butting his nose with a solid crack. He hadn't been expecting that. Chapter 2, 8:15 p.m., Copeland Police Station. Miss Chen, please accept our deepest apologies. The chief of police stood before Piper, shifting his weight from one boot to the other. For what, exactly? Piper rubbed the red marks on her wrists. For being tossed to the ground like a thug? Getting thrown in the back of a car that smells like a vomitorium? Or is the apology for your charming men mistaking me for a prostitute? The chief's face reddened. All of the above. He gulped. Miss Chen, your parents are respected members of this community, and so are you. And yet I was arrested for no good reason. My men were caught off guard because Copeland is a quiet town. We don't deal with this sort of thing very often. And what sort of thing is this, anyway? Was the death suspicious? A targeted attack? A burglary gone wrong? His gaze darted around the interrogation room, avoiding her face. Miss Chen, I do sincerely apologize for the way my officers treated you. They will both be reprimanded. He nodded curtly. Do you think it was an accident? How long was poor Mr. Morrison dead before I got there? The chief backed toward the door. I'm not at liberty to... He stopped and sighed heavily. The truth is, Miss Chen, we don't know yet. The body's on the way to the county medical examiner, and I pray the findings are reassuring. I'd hate to think we have a killer on the loose in Copeland. Piper's forearms prickled with goosebumps. Loose, and coming after the only witness. The chief coughed and muttered another apology as he scurried from the room. 9:40 p.m., Chen residence. A talkative female officer drove Piper home from the police station. The woman insisted on checking the large house for intruders, just in case. It took her 20 minutes to search every room and closet of the mansion. She commented more than once about what a large house it was for just one girl living alone. Piper didn't live there alone, but her parents spent a lot of time overseas, so Piper had moved into the master suite, and her parents' clothes were kept in one of the smaller rooms. Your master bathroom is bigger than my whole apartment, the female officer said, and it's a 2-bedroom. Thanks, Piper said, and I'm sorry. Because she really did feel bad that she had so much and others didn't. Sometimes being wealthy sets you apart from other people. It makes you lonely. It causes you to question motivations and doubt who your true friends are. Not that Piper was complaining about being rich or planning to give it all away, but having money came with problems she was only now learning about at 21. Without the pressing need to start earning a living, her post-college life had been in free fall. Offers hadn't exactly been flooding in, no doubt hampered by the pedigree of her degree, which had been finished through an internet-based school. Piper wished she could find a career she was passionate about that brought hope and joy to others. Easier said than done. After the chatty officer left, Piper changed her clothes and started getting ready for her party. She gave Teddy a bonus second dinner, since he'd been so brave and valiant, then put him in the pool house to keep him out of trouble. Her night was far from over. Back in the main house, she poured herself 3 shots of espresso. It was nearly 10 o'clock, the start time of her pre-Halloween party. Thankfully, nobody had been uncool enough to show up early. She rubbed her temples. 4 hours had passed since she'd knocked on the door at George Morrison's childhood home. Her head was throbbing, her ears buzzing. Grief and sadness hadn't sunk in yet. She was still in shock. The silence of the large house had never felt so oppressive. Had she actually seen a ghost? She rubbed the side of her head, where it was tender. She must have struck it on something when she'd been attacked. Did she have a concussion? Would the injury be bad enough to make her hallucinate? A concussion would explain the ghost. Regardless of whether she'd seen or imagined the ghost, George Morrison would never breathe again or write another book. Her favorite author was dead. She pulled out her phone and read George's last words to her, sent yesterday at 3:00. "I'll be spending Friday evening digging through old junk at my mother's house. Here's the address. You could pop over later if you dare. I must warn you that I'm an old man who loves reliving his glory days. Brace yourself for some moldy old stories about catching fish and winning bowling trophies." He'd included the address of his childhood home, as well as a photo of the exterior, taken years ago, before the chokecherry tree had grown to cover the side of the modest home. Mrs. Edwina Morrison, his mother, had moved into an assisted care facility years ago, and the home had sat empty and untouched while George toured the world promoting his hit fantasy series. She'd died 2 months ago. Now George was gone as well. Gone to join both of his parents. Piper's eyes filled with tears as she recalled her favorite heartbreaking death scenes in George's books. He was such a gifted, emotional writer, with words that magically went right to her heart every time. Her breath caught in her throat. There would be no more House of Hallows books. What would the publisher do? So much of the multi-generational saga was still unfinished. Could another author take over, using George's notes? Had he even made notes, or was it all locked away in his mind? She conjured up an absurd image of the county medical examiner inserting probes into the dead man's brain to extract the valuable stories. If only such a thing were possible. The doorbell chimed 3.5 times. It was her best friend Winnie's signature ring. Piper pushed aside morbid thoughts of science fiction brain probes and ran to the door. Winnie was jiggling the locked handle impatiently and cursing on the other side. When the door swung open, Winnie pushed her way in, frowning. "Piper, you look like hell. You need more blush. Since when do you lock the front door? And where have you been? I've been phoning and texting you like 1,000,000,000 times. Remember how I was chatting online with George Morrison? That pervert? Gross. Don't tell me you're still planning to meet him in person. I swear, Piper, I will phone your father and tell him you pose a threat to yourself. You'll be committed to a mental institution within hours." She grinned to soften her teasing. "For your own good, of course. Don't worry, I'll come visit you at the facility." Piper frowned. "George Morrison is dead." Without missing a beat, Winnie said, "Good," and started mixing a drink at the entertainment lounge's marble-topped bar. "I'm not joking," Piper said. "He passed away." "Good," Winnie repeated. "Now everyone can stop complaining about how long it takes for his stupid books to come out." She waved a hand as though clearing a bad smell from the air. No more of his gross books full of an old fart's pervy fantasies about virgin-filled harems and stupid weak women. "But you like the books." Piper joined Winnie by the bar and looked her up and down. Winnie's silky black hair was intricately braided in the style worn by the earth fairies in the books, and she wore the ombre-hued robes of an earth fairy princess. "Winnie, you're such a hypocrite. You're dressed as Ling, the warrior princess." "So, she's a great character." "Where did you get this costume?" Piper studied the seams on the robes. The costume's construction was incredibly high quality, not the usual costume shop junk. "Did you have this custom made?" Winnie snorted. "This whole thing? Whatever." Piper raised her eyebrows knowingly. "Winnie, you're just as big a Hallows fan as I am. Admit it." Well, the first 3 books were decent, and the series had promise, until he killed Ling, the only character worth caring about. She whipped her hand dismissively. Piper asked, "Aren't you just a little bit shocked about him being dead? George Morrison has been dead to me ever since he killed Ling, so the news that he's dead is not exactly shocking." She used the bar's silver tongs to add more ice to her drink. "Don't tell me you've been holed up in your room reading internet stories about him. You know what? I bet all his critics will be going soft now and talking about what a magnificent man he was." She rolled her eyes. "Winnie, will you shut up and stop being so judgmental for 1 minute?" Winnie made a sour face and tasted her drink, waving one hand for Piper to talk as much as she dared while Winnie's mouth was busy. "I was at his house tonight," Piper said with a thick voice. "I'm the one who found his body." Winnie choked daintily on her beverage. She waved for Piper to continue, and she did, filling in the details, including being attacked by an unseen assailant, as well as her mistreatment by the police. Piper left out the pesky detail of seeing George's ghost. "I knew it," Winnie said. "That man is no good. I mean, he was no good. Who do you think killed him? A psycho stalker? A scorned lover? Impatient publisher? Greedy relatives wanting their juicy inheritance? Bastard son?" "It was probably just an accident," Piper said. "It looked like he fell down the stairs." She nodded, almost convinced by her own words as she talked. "People don't kill each other in Copeland. That's why my parents bought a house here." "Right," Winnie said with a head bob. The doorbell rang. Piper ran to open the door while Winnie set up a music playlist for the stereo. An hour later, the pre-Halloween party was in full swing. News had leaked online about the death of George Morrison, which cast a somber shadow over the party. Many people had come dressed as their favorite House of Hallows characters, which made the news even more surreal. Piper didn't let on to the others that she'd been the Copeland resident who discovered the body. As much as she enjoyed being the center of attention, she didn't want it now. The party-goers would only pry away at what had been a deeply upsetting, personal experience. She bit her tongue and poured herself another drink, while everyone salaciously speculated it had been a call girl who'd alerted the police. On and on they went about the man's alleged predilections. A girl with a half-shaved head said, "It could have been 2 hookers, and they flipped a coin to see who would stay with the body." She laughed. "I bet the medics found him clutching a handful of blue pills." Piper finished her gin and tonic and slammed down the empty glass. "George wouldn't do that," she said. A guy chuckled. "If I had his money, I'd do the same thing." Everyone ignored Piper and carried on. "I heard he had a thing for young girls," the punk girl with the half-shaved head said. "The younger the better. My mother's friend knows someone who worked for an escort agency. He would order them up by the dozen." Everyone laughed. The conversation went on like that for an eternity. Piper poured herself another drink, a double. She slammed it back, all the better to fuzz her hearing. She tried changing the subject, but nobody was interested in anything else. A larger-sized girl said, "I'd totally have sex with him if he wrote me into one of his books." The others volunteered their own price for sleeping with the man. Piper's vision tinted red with rage. These ingrates were in her house, drinking her booze, and most of them didn't even know who she was. They were all posers, pretending to be cool and hip, and know things they didn't. "Shut up!" Piper yelled. "You're all disgusting." The room went quiet. Someone turned down the stereo. 60 people turned their attention to Piper. The only sound was the clinking of ice cubes in glasses and a few nervous coughs. Piper tottered toward the center of the large room. She'd always been a lightweight as a drinker, and she was 3 beverages beyond her comfort zone. She scanned the room until she spotted a friendly face. It wasn't Winnie. It was the ghost of George Morrison. "George!" Piper exclaimed. "I'm so glad you made it to my party." She waved around the room. "George Morrison, these are my friends. Well, maybe not my real friends. More like people who enjoy free booze. Am I right?" She let out a high-pitched laugh. "My so-called friends are just like the Stanza clan in your books. Always at your side during the harvest, but conspicuously absent during the long winter months." A few people laughed tentatively. Winnie ran up to Piper's side, grabbed her arm, and hissed, "What's going on? Have you seriously lost your mind?" Piper yanked her arm away and stumbled drunkenly. "It's okay," she said, slurring her words. "I know George isn't really here. It's just his ghost. I'm friends with his ghost, and he came to my party." She pointed to the portly man in the suspenders and jaunty fisherman's cap. People followed her finger, but they saw nothing but their own reflections in a patio door. "Time for bed," Winnie said gently. "I think you've had enough for tonight. Where's Teddy? Let's go check on him." "Teddy's fine," Piper said. "Don't you see George? He's standing right there." "No, he isn't." Piper cupped her hand around her mouth and said, "George, turn up the wattage. Crank it up so everyone can see you." George tucked his thumbs into his suspenders and shrugged. He was already as visible as he could manage. A young man with blue hair raised his hand and asked Piper, "Are you saying the ghost of George Morrison is right here in this room, and you can see him?" Piper nodded. "He's standing in front of the patio door. This is the second time tonight I've seen him." A red-headed girl said, "I've seen things myself, so I totally believe you. In fact, I can feel a spirit's presence right now." She rubbed her forearms. "He's very troubled. He met with a violent end. He was murdered." The crowd gasped. "It was an accident," Piper said. "Probably." The redhead asked, "If it was truly an accident, why hasn't he moved on? Why is he here? And how did he get here? To this house?" All eyes were on Piper for an answer. "He must have followed me home," Piper said with a half shrug. "I was at his mother's house tonight, and I almost tripped over his body." She waved her hand around her head. "There was blood everywhere, like a dark halo." Piper didn't notice she had a fresh drink in her hand and was splashing booze all over herself. Nobody else seemed to care. They closed in on her with questions. So many questions. Like a gang of reporters. Or a pack of wolf dogs straight from the pages of House of Hallows. "Tell us more," they said. "Tell us everything." Piper started at the beginning. Winnie tried to drag her away, but Piper fought her friend off easily. Piper told the group of her online friendship with the famous author and his invitation to visit him at his childhood home, as friends, or so she truly believed. The group seemed divided about the man's intentions. She told them everything, including how she'd seen his spirit sitting in the corner of the room, present but mute. "And now he's here," she said. "Standing right there." She pointed. "He's wearing his suspenders and his fisherman's cap. And now he's being silly." She laughed. "He's drinking a glass of something. Does anyone see a glass levitating in the air?" "No," the crowd murmured. They didn't see anything. "Then it must be ghostly port," she said. "I read it in an interview. George loves port." Someone asked why a ghost would drink anything at all, let alone port. Piper didn't know. They flooded her with more questions she didn't have answers to. George, still mute, wasn't any help at all. He did, however, look impatient. He kept glancing at his ghostly wristwatch and heaving his chest like he was silently sighing. It seemed to Piper there was something he wanted to show her. Chapter 3. Day 2. Saturday, October 29th, 5:30 p.m. Piper woke to the sound of people talking about the death of George Morrison. Was the party still going? She sat up in bed and listened. The partygoers were long gone. It was just the TV, CNN reporters talking about the author's demise and what it meant for the book franchise. Just like the musician Prince, George Morrison had died unexpectedly and intestate, without a will in place. His parents were both dead. He'd never married and had no offspring, at least none that the reporters had located. If he'd had a son or daughter, the heir to his fortune would be obvious. But it wasn't just his juicy bank accounts currently up for grabs. The unfinished book series itself had a value beyond the monetary. There were clauses in his publishing contracts, and his agent would certainly have ideas, but as with all legal matters, the future of the series was open to some degree of interpretation. The media was all too willing to prop up the grand tents for a three-ring circus of speculation. Piper lay in bed listening to the distant television as the announcer introduced guest Nancy Dowd, a journalist who'd become a celebrity herself in recent years for in-depth coverage of famous scandals. Nancy was saying, "Sources close to the family say that Mr. Morrison wasn't as reclusive and secretive as he wanted the world to believe. There are quite possibly other people who were involved with the books." The reporter asked, "You mean his longtime editor, Robert Jones?" Nancy replied, "Yes, that's an obvious one. Editors are very important, but I'm talking about someone involved on the creative side. Ms. Dowd, are you telling us House of Hallows was being written by a secret ghostwriter?" Nancy let out a theatrical laugh, sounding like a politician pleased to be fed the perfect question. "It's too soon to say, but I do hope to have more for you shortly. Nancy, you're speaking to us today by phone. Does that mean you're on the road? Could you be on your way to Copeland, Arizona?" Cryptically, Nancy said, "I could be anywhere. That's the beauty of my job." "You couldn't keep your presence a secret for long," the reporter said, chuckling. "Not with your lovely red hair and your impeccable style." "Oh, flattery will get you everywhere. Don't stop." This went on for a few minutes, with Nancy dropping hints about George Morrison's private affairs, fanning the flames without giving away anything concrete. Finally, the reporter thanked her. Nancy plugged her latest true crime book, and the show broke for commercials. Piper rolled out of bed, stretched, and looked out the window at an orange sky. Sunrise? She frowned at the little dot on her alarm clock. It was already 5:30 at night. She'd lost the whole day. Evening always came so darned early in October, due to the state of Arizona not observing daylight savings time. The shock pushed away the remainder of her grogginess, and the events of the previous night hit her in waves. She remembered knocking on the door of the Morrison home, walking inside and being shoved to the ground. George's lifeless eyes staring vacantly up from a pool of blood. The images in her mind were relentless, vulgar, and looming. It was all too much. Piper dashed to the bathroom and hunched over the toilet. Teddy came trotting in, his nails clicking like drumsticks on the marble floors. His big black ears were on high alert, and the eyebrow spots above his eyes darted up, extra concerned. Piper groaned. "Are you worried about me? Or about your overdue breakfast?" His eyebrow spots shifted as he glanced at the door, then back at her. Both. He was worried about both. "Hang on," she gasped and finished. While she heaved, Teddy oh so helpfully licked the soles of her bare feet and made chatty noises to let her know he felt ignored. 10 minutes later, dressed in a silky robe, Piper walked out to the kitchen, fed Teddy his overdue breakfast, and nibbled some dry toast while she made coffee. Hot coffee in hand, she walked toward the den, where the CNN voices were echoing. She hadn't switched on the entertainment center the previous night, so she guessed it must have been someone at the party who'd wandered into that part of the house. The flickering TV bathed the den in blue light. As she reached for the remote control, she suddenly realized she wasn't alone. Her skin prickled. Someone sat in the room's recliner, the Italian leather chair her father used when he was in town. She spilled a third of her coffee on her bare feet. "George!" The ghostly version of her favorite author gave Piper a friendly wave before turning his attention back to the television, where a professor was discussing the significance of Morrison's contributions to modern literature. George stared at the screen, seemingly oblivious to his host's presence. She tentatively asked, "Is everything okay? You're not mad at me for blabbing about you last night?" His attention stayed on the television and the professor who was singing his praises. Piper switched on 2 lamps to brighten the room and took a seat on the tightly upholstered settee that was her mother's seating choice on the rare occasion that she was in town. What would the elder Chens think of the ghost that had moved into their Arizona home? They were both superstitious, refusing to stay in hotels that were near cemeteries or hospitals. Piper had barely asked herself the question when the answer came to her. The Chens would immediately sell the house and buy another. Immediately. She laughed out loud at the absurdity. George gave her a curious look, turning his head so his eyes could flip back and forth between her and the TV screen. She explained what she'd laughed about. If my parents knew a ghost had been in that chair, they'd burn the chair and sell the house. He frowned and shook his head. "It's nothing personal," she said, "but most people are afraid of ghosts." His chest heaved with a silent sigh. He understood. She grabbed some tissues from the box on the coffee table and mopped the spilled coffee off her bare feet before tucking them up, cross-legged. George tilted his head so the brim of his fisherman's cap shrouded his eyes. Piper sensed the old man was watching for a glimpse of her underwear under the short robe. She grabbed a pillow for her lap and ignored him, sipping her coffee. They both watched CNN until the coverage changed from the author to national politics. George shifted noiselessly in his chair and gave her a bored look. "If you're that bored, maybe it's time for you to move on to wherever it is you're headed." He gave her a hurt look. "Or stick around," she added quickly. "As you may have noticed, it's a pretty big house for just one person." He rested his chin on his fist and gave her a look that reminded her of being in therapy. He waved for her to continue speaking, though she detected a hint of condescension in his eyes. "Let's not talk about me," she said icily. "I'm only 21. I've got the rest of my life to sort out my problems. But you're dead and done." She swallowed, surprised by the brusqueness of her words. "Sorry." He blinked slowly, wordlessly acknowledging her apology. "So, why are you here?" she asked. "Unfinished business?" He shrugged, as if to say her guess was as good as his. "What happened yesterday, before you became a ghost? Did you fall down the stairs by yourself, or did someone push you?" He looked thoughtful for a full minute. Slowly, he removed his cap and mimed being struck on the back of the head. "Someone hit you from behind?" He nodded. "And you didn't see them?" He shook his head. "No." "That was before you fell down the stairs?" He nodded vehemently. "I suppose the medical examiner will figure that out, and there'll be an investigation. Do you have any idea who it was? So I can call in a tip to the police. Did you have any enemies?" He gave her a grin that looked downright mischievous. He probably did have enemies, and he was proud of it. The TV screen flickered red, and the coverage switched back to George Morrison and the House of Hallows franchise. George lost all interest in communicating with Piper. She asked, "What should I know about your enemies? Are they business or personal?" He ignored her. She sighed and settled into the tightly upholstered seat. They both watched coverage that constantly seemed to be on the verge of a breakthrough, yet only rehashed the existing coverage, adding nothing new. Eventually, the face of a local Copeland real estate agent popped on the screen. George fidgeted and leaned forward in his chair, scowling at the TV. The real estate agent, a man named Carl Plummer, said, "Thank you for having me. I only wish it could be under better circumstances." He had an aura of refinement and an elevated, ever so slightly British accent. "I've been a close friend of the Morrison family for numerous years, which is why I've been trusted with the sale of the family home." He sniffed theatrically. "In fact, the lovely split-level Copeland home will be back on the market at a fair price once the cleanup has been completed. It's a generous-sized lot with mature trees, close to excellent schools." He beamed an effortless, practiced grin. "Bring your decorating ideas." Piper turned to George and mouthed a wow. A cleaning crew was probably still scrubbing George's blood out of the floor, and this so-called close family friend was trying to speed up his commission. George stood abruptly, turned to the left, took 3 steps, and disappeared into a wall. Piper wanted to follow him, but she had no ability to walk through walls. She sipped her coffee and kept watching the aggressive real estate agent on TV. He kept stressing how long it had been since he'd been to the home. He mentioned it had been a week, and he dropped that fact into the interview 3 times. Piper looked at the wall George had disappeared through. He'd clearly been upset by Carl Plummer, which had to mean something. She got up and went to her bedroom for her phone, as well as the business card the chief of police had given her the night before. The chief wouldn't be investigating the case personally, but he could put her in touch with a detective. She called the number and got voicemail. She left her details, closing with, "You should run the partial plate number I saw against vehicles registered to Mr. Carl Plummer. He's a realtor with one of those big agencies. His billboard is on every route into town, so I'm sure you've heard of him." She paused, unsure of how to let the chief know it was worth pursuing. "My, memory is coming back. It's just flashes, but I think I remember seeing Mr. Plummer inside the house when I got there." She yanked the phone away from her mouth guiltily and ended the call. What was she doing? What if Carl Plummer was an innocent man? She could be destroying his career. Then again, if his car's plates didn't match, or he had an alibi for the previous evening, he would be fine. The matter was in the hands of the Copeland Police Department now. She set her phone on the charger and checked the time on the bedside clock. It was nearly 9 o'clock at night. Time had flown by while she'd been watching television with her ghostly houseguest. A wave of exhaustion washed over her. It happened sometimes when she was near her comfortable bed. She fluffed her pillow and lay down to rest for a while. The coffee would kick in soon, so she'd nap until it did. Teddy had been fed, and he had access to the backyard through his doggy door. As she drifted off, she pondered how hanging out with a ghost was surprisingly draining. Sunday, October 30th. Piper slept straight through the night, waking at dawn shortly before 7 a.m. She rolled stiffly out of bed and immediately showered, wincing as she shaved her legs. The 2-day-old bruises on her shins were fading from a hideous purple to a ghastly green. The bruises looked worse than they felt, but they were definitely tender. She dressed in her oldest, most comfortable jeans and a designer sweatshirt. She fed Teddy, then padded around the house barefoot, calling George's name. There was no sign of him in any of the sunny rooms. Had her house guest checked out? Had he found a new home with a bigger flat screen? She flicked the television on to CNN and waited expectantly for several minutes. He didn't appear. Morning sunshine filled the rooms. It was a beautiful fall day in Arizona, a day perfect for being outdoors. George could be outside, or perhaps he simply disappeared during daytime hours. So far, she'd only seen him at night. She considered what little she knew about ghosts. She decided the bright sunshine had to be the reason for his absence. He'd be back after sunset. She had the whole day to herself. Suddenly, she craved the company of other humans, living ones. She called Teddy, snapped on his leash, pulled on flat walking shoes and a leather jacket, and stepped out into the crisp autumn air. She stretched her stride as she traversed the large, immaculate front yard and headed toward the main road in search of breakfast and human companionship. Her feet took her to a vintage-style diner she'd walked past hundreds of times but never stepped inside. She parked Teddy under an ash tree draped in red fall foliage and headed toward the restaurant. She pulled open the glass door and stepped into the welcoming scent of bacon and pancakes. A hush fell over the half-full diner. Every head in the place turned to stare in her direction. A fork clattered. She glanced over her shoulder to see who everyone was staring at. She was alone. They were looking at her, for reasons unknown. A red-haired woman at a nearby booth stood and said, "Piper Chen?" She looked sweaty and disheveled, like she'd just come in for breakfast after a run. "You're her," the woman said excitedly. "You're Piper Chen." Piper blinked. Her intuition told her to get out of this situation. The woman was the same age as Piper's mother. She was dressed in a dark gray Nike jogging suit that made her bright red hair stand out like a flame in the dark. She looked familiar, but none of Mrs. Chen's friends would be caught dead out in public in leisure wear, let alone a Nike jogging suit. "Come sit at my table," the woman said. Piper's traveling alone reflexes kicked in. She spoke for the first time, saying, "I don't speak English." It was a phrase that had gotten her out of many awkward situations in the past. There were some advantages to being Asian in a town that wasn't. She put her head down and rushed over to an empty booth at the far corner of the restaurant. She hid her face behind a menu and held still, heart pounding. Gradually, the diners around her eased back into their normal conversations. Her pulse returned to normal. Had everyone been staring at her? Yes, they had, from the minute she'd walked in. She wasn't being paranoid. Piper didn't know it yet, but ever since the death of George Morrison, news of her involvement had been spreading. It hadn't reached CNN yet, but it had spread throughout the small town of Copeland. There were only a handful of Asian 20-something women in town. Piper Chen had gone from being somewhat anonymous to instantly recognizable. The woman who'd called out her name kept looking her way. She got to her feet. This nosy redhead didn't take "I don't speak English" as an answer. She was walking toward Piper's booth. Chapter 4. "Young lady, you shouldn't ignore me," the red-haired woman said, "if you know what's good for you and your career." She reached Piper's table and thrust a gleaming silver business card in front of Piper. "I'm only trying to help." "No English," Piper said, refusing to take the card. "I have a good eye for faces," the woman said. "I know who you are." Piper blinked. "I no speak." She was interrupted by the arrival of a young man with an apron tied around his slim hips. "Ma'am?" He addressed the woman with a firm tone. "You must be lost, because this isn't your table." "But I was just giving her my card," she whined. He shoved the card back at her. "No soliciting inside the restaurant." He shifted his body to block the woman's view of Piper. The red-haired woman let out a haughty snort, turned on her heel, and walked away. Piper smiled her appreciation at the waiter, and there was so much to appreciate upon closer inspection. Under his white apron, he wore a black T-shirt, tight over a slim, muscular frame. His lightly tanned jaw was clean-shaven and had a charming pointiness to the chin. His lips were pleasantly full, his eyes bright and blue. A hank of light brown hair fell across his slightly shiny brow. He was both cute and handsome, like the perfectly adorable lead singer in a boy band. She crushed on him instantly. Piper's breath caught in her throat. She'd been claiming she didn't speak English. For the present moment, anyway, she wasn't a liar. Basking in the attention of this crush-worthy young man, she found herself unable to speak English. She couldn't remember a single word of it, or any other language. "Hello," he said, his bright blue eyes darting around the restaurant with the watchfulness of a manager. "No English?" Piper squeaked and shook her head. He smiled warmly. "The menu has pictures of most things, so you can point to whatever you'd like." He used one hand to illustrate. "Pictures. Food. Just point." Piper's jaw dropped open. The nosy woman had left the table, so why couldn't Piper tell this adorable waiter the truth? They could talk about anything he wanted. But her voice box was on strike. No sound would come out of her mouth. He dropped down to sit on the booth's bench next to her. His proximity made her knowledge of English recede even further. Oh well, so this was what it felt like to die of embarrassment. He asked, "How about pancakes? This is the most popular." He held the laminated menu in front of her and pointed to an image of pancakes, bacon, and eggs. "Everybody loves pancakes," he said, "especially on a lazy Sunday." She nodded briskly. "Pancakes it is," he said. "And coffee?" He reached for the upside-down cup in front of her, turned it over on the saucer, and mimed pouring coffee. She nodded. He flagged down the waitress, who came and filled Piper's cup. As he moved, the pleasant tang of either his body or his deodorant, or both, reached Piper's nose. He smelled as good as pancakes. After the waitress left, he stayed seated, muttering about needing a break. He kept smiling at Piper. His teeth were crooked, but in an adorable way. She wanted to put her fingers in his mouth, touch the jagged point of his crooked dog tooth. The muscles around his eyes shifted, and he seemed to be on the verge of saying something, but didn't. A comfortable silence settled between them. She broke eye contact and glanced down demurely. He wore a name tag on his black T-shirt. Otis. What an unusual name. She liked it. Did he usually sit next to customers to help them order? Or was she special? She certainly felt special. A bell rang. Someone in the kitchen shouted, "Order up!" Otis pulled away slowly, reluctantly, like he was moving through sand, and then he was gone, delivering plates of food and refilling cups of coffee. By the time he returned with her order of pancakes, eggs, and bacon, Piper's knowledge of English had returned, but she kept it to herself. She smiled, enjoying the way the young man spoke to her as if she were a visiting foreigner. He said, "I don't know why I keep talking like an idiot, since you can't understand me. Silly American boy." She smiled sweetly, and it was all the encouragement he needed to keep going, talking slowly and expressively about the food, the coffee, the weather. He used simple words and repeated himself, his face ever hopeful that some meaning was coming through. She smiled and nodded while her steaming pancakes sat untouched. He made her too nervous to eat, which he eventually noticed. Otis vacated the table with an apology. Alone, she dug into the food with gusto. Because she'd slept straight through most of Saturday, she'd missed a day of eating and was famished. When she'd finished eating, Otis came to pick up her empty plate and saw her watching Teddy through the window. "Cute little guy you've got out there," he said. "Your dog," he clarified. "Some people don't like small dogs, but I love them. He's a Chihuahua, isn't he?" Piper pressed her lips together to stop herself from correcting him. Teddy was small for a Boston Terrier, but he was no Chihuahua. "Does he bark much?" Otis gave her another charming grin worthy of the cover of a teen magazine. His chin was so deliciously pointy. She wanted to bite it. She'd never experienced these crush-like feelings toward a real person and was confused by her impulses. "You look troubled," Otis said. "I guess you still don't know what I'm saying. Here, I'll improvise." He pointed at the dog, set down her empty breakfast plate, held both hands up to his chin like paws, and barked. Piper covered her mouth with one hand and giggled. She felt like a stereotype, like a disgrace, but she couldn't help it. This was what it felt like to want to giggle shyly behind one hand. He barked some more, then pretended to pant, his pink tongue lolling to one side. He cocked his head in what was a surprisingly good impression of Teddy. The flat-screen television on a nearby wall flickered to life, and a news station came on the screen. They both turned to look. The channel was broadcasting more footage of George Morrison's realtor, Carl Plummer, talking about what a fine family the Morrisons were. "Everyone knew George was destined for greatness," Carl said. "He put Copeland on the map. The town should build a statue of him." The female reporter interviewing him let out a fake laugh. "They don't build statues of authors." Carl quickly replied, "I can't see why not. The man has brought so much happiness to the world. They should build a statue here, in Copeland." "He's brought happiness to the world, along with anguish," the reporter said with another fake laugh. "Let's not forget how devastated the fans were when their favorite characters got murdered senselessly by Mr. Morrison. Maybe it's for the best that he's gone. He would have killed all the favorites eventually." Carl tented his hands like a villain in a cartoon. "Interesting you should mention that. What do you think of these rumors circulating about how his biggest fans conspired to get him out of the picture?" The reporter's nostrils flared. "Mr. Plummer, that's quite a shocking allegation. You know, we can't just say anything we want on the air. There are issues of libel and slander." The text at the bottom of the screen changed to flash live. "Well, you saw the movie Misery, right?" Carl asked, taking charge of the interview. "Sometimes fans can kill a creation with their love." "Misery was a wonderful movie, Mr. Plummer, but it was fiction." Carl looked directly at the camera and raised one eyebrow. "Was it?" The screen flashed with a test pattern. The feed abruptly switched back to a news desk and an unaware male anchor gazing dreamily at something off camera. He tilted his head, and began to scratch the tip of his nose. Meanwhile, in the diner, everyone had gone silent, waiting to hear what was said next. The town of Copeland was having its 15 minutes of fame, and nobody wanted to miss a second of it. Suddenly, the large flat-screen TV went dark. Otis was standing below the TV on a chair, having yanked the power cord out of a ceiling socket. "Nothing to see here, folks," Otis said to the diners. He looked deeply uncomfortable, agitated about the television while forcing himself to smile and be professional. "Please continue your meals in peace. The coffee's on me today, so drink up and enjoy a refill or two." A mixed murmur of irritation about the TV and appreciation for free coffee rose from the crowd. Otis stepped down, returned the chair to its table, and disappeared into the kitchen. He hadn't said goodbye to Piper, or even made eye contact after abruptly walking away from their conversation, which made her feel confused and shut out in the cold. What had changed his mood so drastically? A waitress came by the booth and refilled Piper's coffee cup without asking. Piper pointed at the black TV screen and gave the woman a questioning look. "Don't mind the boss man," the waitress said. "Otis gets a bit testy when his father Carl stirs up trouble." Carl Plummer, the smarmy realtor, was Otis's father? Ah, the perils of a small town where everyone was connected. The waitress sighed and rested her hand on her hip. "It's all my fault for turning on the darn TV, especially when it seemed like you two were getting along so well." Piper nodded, her smile carefully enigmatic. "What Otis needs is a girlfriend," the waitress said. "His mother and I agree on that point, at least." Piper raised her eyebrows. The waitress needed little prompting. "A nice girlfriend would keep our Otis away from other sorts of shenanigans." She shook her head. "I saw him the other day digging around and making such a mess." She shook her head, dropped Piper's bill on the table, and walked away without further explanation. Piper grabbed her purse and counted out the amount plus a tip. Unlike most of the other guys she'd met, she had been attracted to Otis instantly. There was something about him that made her feel comfortable, like she could tell him all her secrets and not be judged. Plus, he loved small dogs. She'd fallen for him hard, which made it devastating to learn he was the son of the man she suspected of fleeing the Morrison residence on Friday. Now what? She ought to get out of the diner. People were staring again, murmuring about whether or not she was the same girl who'd found the body. Someone mentioned a viral video. A moment later, Piper heard her own voice playing from a video on someone's phone. It all clicked together. At her party, she'd started talking about the ghost. Naturally, some jerk at the party had been filming. There was always someone filming. That explained why the nosy woman had known her by name and face. Piper slipped out of the booth and left as quickly as she could without running. She was outside untying Teddy's leash from the tree when a hand grasped her forearm. She could sense, even through her leather jacket sleeve, that the hand was ice cold. Piper turned to face the woman. She was not just any redhead in a gray Nike jogging suit. She was Nancy Dowd, the nation's leading celebrity crime reporter. Piper had heard her on CNN yesterday, hinting about visiting Copeland, and now here she was, in the flesh. The 40-something woman had coppery red hair that fell in a swingy, chin-length, asymmetrical bob. The jogging suit acted as a disguise, because the woman usually dressed in a flamboyant mix of stripes and patterns, looking more like an eccentric fashion designer than a journalist. "Young lady, I was once like you," Nancy Dowd said. "I was in free fall, with no parachute." Piper yanked her arm from the woman's grasp. Teddy, her black and white bodyguard, positioned his body between them and let out a warning bark. Nancy took a step back. her asymmetrical haircut swinging like disturbed curtains. Her hair was the artificial red of candy apples, but she did have the pale complexion of a natural redhead, combined with breathtakingly lovely orange-brown eyes. Between the orange eyes and the red hair, she was the human embodiment of the fire element. Nancy's orange-brown eyes dared Piper to try to look away. She said, "Young lady, I was once like you." Piper doubted that very much, because Nancy seemed like the embodiment of determination. Nancy had never slept through an entire Saturday. She might not sleep at all. The woman continued, "In my 20s, I just sort of bobbed around in the wind." She used both hands to make floating gestures. The ash tree above them let down some red leaves as if on cue. "I thought I was going with the flow, but the truth is, I was lacking any sort of passion." Piper exhaled sharply, as though struck. Nancy's words felt like a punch in the gut. Lacking any sort of passion. How had the woman known? "No English," Piper said through gritted teeth. Teddy snorted by her feet. "You're wasting our precious time," Nancy Dowd said, her copper eyebrows arching together in a warning look. "You can pretend you don't understand me, but this video says otherwise." She held up her phone and clicked the command to play a video. It was Piper at her Friday night party, and the hit counter was already in the low 10,000s. It hadn't gone hugely viral yet, but the views exceeded the population of Copeland. In the video, a red-faced Piper was telling the crowd about discovering George's body and having his ghost follow her home. She was speaking English, albeit not perfectly, due to being inebriated. Nancy gave her a self-satisfied look. Piper picked up Teddy and held him in her arms as protection, part shield, part sword. She looked the older woman straight in her orange-brown eyes and demanded, "What do you want from me?" "An interview." Piper eyed the video still playing on the woman's phone and frowned. "No interviews. I've already said more than enough." "That's not the kind of interview I want." Nancy gave her the kind of a smile a snake might make to widen its mouth for a particularly juicy mouse. "You are going to be the reporter. You are going to conduct the interview." "With whom?" As soon as Piper asked the question, she guessed the answer. George Morrison. This woman wanted her to interview a ghost. A mute ghost. To Piper's surprise, however, Nancy Dowd responded with a shrug and no mention of the ghost. "Anyone close to the story. There's George Morrison's longtime best friend and editor, Robert Jones, or members of his family, or the president of the House of Hallows fan club. It doesn't matter who you talk to, just that it's exclusive." "Why me?" Nancy's orange-brown eyes twinkled like dangerous fire. "Why not you? I read some of the pieces you did for your school papers, both of your schools. You're a talented writer." "Are you offering me a job?" "Freelance for now," Nancy said, "and then we'll see." Piper looked down at Teddy, who was still in her arms. He was being more patient than usual. She looked into his big brown eyes and considered Nancy's offer. It probably wouldn't pay much, but that didn't matter if it was interesting. Nancy let out an impatient sigh. "Don't your parents expect you to find your own path to success? Is your big life plan to hide away in your family's nouveau riche mansion, posting on a pop culture blog that gets traffic of approximately 4.5 people a day?" Piper frowned. She'd all but abandoned her blog weeks ago. Most of her efforts lately had been reading about other people's exploits. Nancy went in for the kill. "Instead of cashing your allowance checks, Wouldn't you like to see a paycheck with your name on it? Like a real grown-up?" Ouch. Like a real grown-up? Teddy wriggled in Piper's arms and then, since he was so close to her mouth, investigated the pancake smell on her lips. He quickly covered her lower face in dog spit. She set down the dog and glared at the pushy woman. It was hard to work up serious indignation with slobbery cheeks. "You don't know anything about me," Piper said icily, wiping her cheeks with the back of her hand. "And if I do interview anyone, it will be for my own blog, not for someone else." Piper turned, unfastened Teddy's leash from the tree, and started walking toward her home. She was 10 feet away when her manners kicked in with a vengeance. She didn't want to shame her family, so she glanced over her shoulder and called back, "It was very nice to meet you, Miss Dowd." Nancy Dowd stood under the tree with her arms crossed. By the look on her face, she was surprised by Piper's rejection, perplexed even. Piper walked as quickly as her short legs would take her. A short trek outside of the house for breakfast had taken some surprising twists. She had shaken the unshakable Nancy Dowd. The truth was, she admired the woman. The freelance job offer was in many ways a dream come true. So why had she rejected it? An answer came to her as she walked. Fear. The main reason she'd rejected Nancy's offer was her fear of disappointing another person she admired. She'd already been a letdown to one of them. While George Morrison hadn't come right out and said he was disappointed in her, he wasn't exactly impressed. So far, he'd been more interested in watching CNN than in communicating with her. Piper Chen was a nobody, but Nancy Dowd was a power player in the news media. Her career had gone supernova 4 years earlier, when one of her spin-off podcasts had captured the imagination of the nation. Over the course of 3 months, the audience grew rapidly as the show covered the week-by-week process of solving the cold case of a celebrity death. The whole country practically came to a standstill for the final episode, the arrest of a star witness who was startlingly uncovered as the killer. Any aspiring journalist would be lucky to meet Nancy Dowd, let alone work for her. As Piper walked and recovered from the surprise of it all, she wondered if she hadn't made a terrible decision. Winnie would shake her head when she found out. It was just like Piper to be suspicious of anything that looked like an opportunity. She'd been burned badly in real life and gotten wary, maybe too wary. She thought of an old Chinese proverb. 4 things come not back: the spoken word, the spent arrow, the past life, and the neglected opportunity. Had she foolishly cast aside the opportunity of a lifetime? Teddy tugged at the leash and glanced back at her, black ears pivoting for clues to explain her slowing pace. "Sorry," she said, speeding up. "Just thinking, Teddy. Life isn't easy for us humans. Sure, we can open the fridge and eat dinner whenever we want, but life is lonely and full of uncertainty and—" She trailed off, lost in self-pity. The weather was mild, a perfect fall day in Arizona. She detoured into the dog-walking park automatically. They walked briskly, with Teddy chasing after falling leaves and Piper stewing over her life choices. When they returned to the house, Piper found an envelope taped to her front door. She glanced around self-consciously. Some neighbors were out pushing their grandchild on a squeaky swing set, but nobody seemed to be watching her. She used her thumb to rip open the envelope as she let herself and Teddy into the cool, air-conditioned house. Inside the envelope were papers of various sizes, including a silver business card from Nancy Dowd. Piper was anything but surprised that the woman knew where she lived. She must have driven by while Piper and Teddy were circling the dog park, leaving a note so she could get in the last word. There was a handwritten note which read, "Dearest Piper, I apologize for being so direct. My passion and determination can be overwhelming, I'm told. Forgive me, but I strongly feel we can be of service to each other. Enclosed is payment in advance for your first interview, as well as the location and time. I would attend myself, but my face is too well known, and to be completely honest, I'm tired of getting thrown out of funerals. You'll do a great job of this, I just know it. Sincerely, Nancy Dowd." Piper unfolded the check and sighed. Nancy was right. It wasn't much cash, but then again, it did feel good to see her name on a check that wasn't from her parents. She opened a stiff white card, which was an invitation containing the details and location of George Morrison's top-secret memorial. She held the check in one hand and the invitation in the other. The house around her was very still, as though the walls were watching, waiting to see what she'd do. The dog door leading to the backyard creaked and swung on its hinges. She glanced out the window at Teddy, who was back to merrily excavating the corner of the yard, dirt and freshly laid turf spraying up between his hind legs. She looked back at the papers in her hand. Sure, working for Nancy Dowd might be a great career opportunity, but it might also be digging her own deep grave. She ripped the papers into confetti and tossed everything into the kitchen trash. She dusted off her hands and enjoyed the satisfaction that came from a decision made, right or wrong. Piper couldn't know it yet, but she would come to deeply regret ripping up the invitation. Chapter 5. Day 4. Halloween. Monday, October 31st, 5:40 p.m. Chen residence. Piper was in the kitchen, filling silver bowls with treat-sized chocolate bars, when the ghost of George Morrison showed up, right on schedule, at sunset. It was the same time as he'd manifested the previous evening. There he was, standing in front of the glass doors that framed the backyard. Behind him, the sky glowed orange as the yard's landscaping lights flickered on. Tonight was the second night in a row that Piper had observed his entry. Once again, he appeared hazy at first, the way everything outdoors appears, not quite real during the crepuscular moments between day and night. As the sun's last rays disappeared, the apparition became more solid, but if she stared at the ghost directly, his features became indistinct, like the fleeting boundary of a cloud of flying insects. "Happy Halloween," she said cheerily. "Are the rules different tonight, on account of it being All Hallows' Eve?" George scrunched his face and slumped on a kitchen bar stool, looking bored. He didn't seem at all excited about tonight. She said, "In your books, this is the one night of the year your ghosts get to talk to the living." George continued with the grumpy face scrunch and added an eye roll. "So you just made that up?" He gave her a look that could only be described as, duh. Of course he'd made up the ghosts talking on Halloween rule, the same as he'd made up everything else in the epic fantasy series. Piper had noticed there were other differences between George's fictional ghosts and reality. His ghosts only appeared when summoned by witches or sorcerers, and they were able to affect their surroundings. The male ghosts in particular enjoyed making love to their surprised widows, or anyone else who'd let them. Piper had started rereading the series the previous night, freezing and sweating in horror when she came across the first such instance. She had forgotten about that romantic aspect, which seemed all too upsetting now that she had a ghost of her own. But, to her relief, George's ghost was incorporeal. When she poked at him, her hand passed right through, detecting only a chill in the air. Plus, they were just friends. He didn't think of her like that. The doorbell rang, and George's dour expression brightened by a couple of degrees. He glanced at the bowls of candy and raised his eyebrows so that they disappeared in the shadow cast by his jaunty fisherman's cap. "Come on," Piper said, grabbing 2 big bowls of candy. "You can help me hand out candy to the kids. You could even try scaring a few." He shrugged, slid off the bar stool noiselessly, and followed her. When Piper glanced back over her shoulder at George, his appearance had changed. Gone were the suspenders, trousers, and cap. He wore a furry orange-brown costume with animal ears and big paws over his hands. Piper looked him over and laughed until she thought she might cry. "What are you supposed to be? A teddy bear?" He reached behind his padded bottom and swung a tufted tail with one paw. "Oh, I see it now. You're the Cowardly Lion from The Wizard of Oz." With his free paw, he gave her a clumsy thumbs up. Piper fluffed the hair of her bright red wig. "I'm dressed as a riddle witch, but I can ditch the red wig and go as the Wicked Witch of the West, so we match, if you want." George reached up and pawed her hand. He shook his head and twitched the lion whiskers drawn on his cheeks, as if to tell her not to change anything. She fluffed the wig hair once more and checked her face in the mirror. She hoped people would see her as a witch, and not as an Asian version of Nancy Dowd, which she very well could have been. Thinking about Nancy and the tossed-away job offer made her heart feel heavy. She sighed and opened the front door. A crowd of 6 pint-sized trick-or-treaters had assembled, treat bags held up expectantly. Piper cooed, "Where did all these princesses and fairies come from? Don't you know it's Halloween? There are ghosts and werewolves and all sorts of spooky things on the loose tonight." She pointed at the one werewolf boy in the midst and squealed, "One of them's sneaking up on you right now." The little girls shrieked and giggled. The parents accompanying the kids gave Piper encouraging smiles, grateful for her theatrical efforts. Piper tossed 2 wrapped chocolate bars into each trembling bag before waving goodbye and wishing them all a wonderful, safe night. Over the next 2 hours, the visits continued steadily. The Chen house had a reputation for being a source of generous treats. The average height of the trick-or-treaters gradually increased over time, until all that remained were teenagers, too cool to make much effort at dressing in real costumes. A pale-cheeked teenaged boy, with nothing otherworldly about his appearance beyond black eyeliner, held open a wrinkled grocery bag, while his 2 friends guffawed behind him. Piper asked, "What are you supposed to be?" The boy replied sullenly, "Edward Scissorhands." "But your hands are normal. I don't see any scissors." His friends laughed louder as he replied, "Lady, do you really want teenagers with sharp knives on their hands banging on the door of your mansion?" "Good point." Piper tossed 2 chocolate bars into his bag, then chucked a handful of treats over the kids' shoulders to his friends, who whooped with glee. As the 3 of them scurried off to the next house, Edward Normal Hands called back over his shoulder, "Thank you, Wicked Witch and Cowardly Lion." Piper turned to George as she closed the door. "He could see you." George didn't seem as impressed. He stared longingly at the bowl of chocolates he couldn't touch. The parade of princesses and monsters slowed, and Piper's doorbell didn't ring again until 30 minutes later. Piper jumped up from the sofa in the den and ran for the door, leaving George to watch Halloween-themed cartoons he pretended not to enjoy. She opened the front door to find the familiar face of her former therapist, Vicki Walsh. The woman was over 50, but if she hadn't mentioned her birthday during one of their sessions, Piper would have thought her a dozen years younger. Petite and as slim-hipped as a teen boy, Vicki Walsh had curly brown hair with toffee streaks covering the grays. Her bright hazel eyes appeared bright green at times. The voluminous curls of her hair accented her pointy chin and small, pointy nose. Dr. Walsh's hazel eyes had not flashed with recognition yet, perhaps because she was busy adjusting the turtle shells of the two boys standing on the step with her, but the memories of their sessions jumped to the forefront of Piper's mind. Piper's parents had insisted she talk to Dr. Walsh 3 times a week, starting when they'd moved their American residence from San Francisco to the small town of Copeland, Arizona. Her father especially had been concerned about her energy levels, which was code for everything. Piper hadn't seen Dr. Walsh in a professional capacity in over a year, though they had occasionally seen and nodded at each other around town. Piper didn't miss therapy, but she did miss Dr. Walsh. Without looking up at Piper, Dr. Vicky Walsh said, "Sorry we're so late, but my nephews lost one of their actual turtles, and we had to do a house-wide search. Turtles may be slow, but they're sneaky." The two boys, dressed as teenage mutant ninja turtles, held up loot bags and cried, "Trick or treat!" Dr. Walsh looked up and blinked, finally recognizing Piper in spite of the witch hat and red wig. "Piper Chen? Is that you?" Piper lifted the front of the wig to show her real black hair. "In disguise, but yes. How are you?" "How are you?" It was a phrase Piper had heard Dr. Walsh say dozens of times, a trigger that fit like a key sliding into a disused lock, a little crunchy and stiff. But then there it was, turning, opening the compartments where Piper kept her feelings and other treasures. "I'm doing great, I swear I am." The words gushed out at high velocity. "I've been spending a lot of time with a new guy in my life." She beamed proudly. Dr. Walsh had always been concerned about Piper's shyness around boys. Dr. Walsh feared she might never go on dates, let alone form a friendship with anyone other than Winnie. But look at her now. She had a new companion, and though the ghost didn't say much, he was always around. George was her very good friend. "A new guy?" Dr. Walsh cooed. "How wonderful for you." "We're practically living together," Piper gushed. She turned her head, expecting to see George in his cowardly lion costume at her side. He tended to pop up when he was being talked about, but he wasn't there now. The TV in the den was still playing a Halloween-themed cartoon marathon, and it must have been good if George was choosing that over listening to a conversation about his favorite subject. Dr. Walsh leaned to the side and followed Piper's gaze into the empty home. Her expression shifted toward concern. "Living together?" She took a step back and glanced up at the exterior of the large, stately home. "Here? With your family?" "Mom and Dad are in Taiwan, on business." Dr. Walsh frowned. Her two nephews shifted from side to side impatiently, bored of the grown-ups' conversation. Dr. Walsh questioned Piper with a neutral, professional tone. "Do your parents know about this guy who's moved himself in?" Piper rolled her eyes. "I'm 21, Dr. Walsh." The older woman tucked her curly brown hair behind her ear as she leaned down and told her Ninja Turtle nephews to go ahead to the next house. She instructed them to hold hands and stick to the sidewalk. Once the boys were off and running, she turned her attention back to her former patient. "Piper, do you have some time this week to come in and see me at the office?" "Why?" Dr. Walsh glanced down at the step while holding up one hand, fingers up like she was swearing an oath. "I must make a confession, Piper. I happened to come across a video of you talking about seeing ghosts, and then I read in the paper that you were the one who found the body of that overweight author everyone loves, after he had a heart attack or whatever it was, and fell down his stairs." She glanced up and looked directly at Piper, her green eyes burning with inquisitive fire. Seeing something like that can be traumatic. Talking to someone about your experience can be very helpful. Piper waved a hand dismissively. Dr. Walsh, I'm fine. I was just joking about ghosts that night. It was a house party. Didn't you notice how drunk I was? She turned her attention to her candy bowl and began sorting the chocolate bars by type. She wanted to take a step back and slam the door shut, but she also wanted Dr. Walsh to keep turning keys in locks, keep drawing out the feelings so they could work together to make sense of the situation. A silent moment passed before Dr. Walsh asked, "How often have you been drinking? How many drinks, usually?" Piper continued sorting the candies in the bowl, avoiding eye contact. She pushed all the white wrappers to the center, like an iceberg in a rainbow sea. Coolly, she replied, "Not much. I'm allergic, so even a couple of drinks make me spacey. I had a few too many at my house party, but I swear I'm not binge drinking now or becoming an alcoholic. So it's just one or two drinks at parties. Do you find it easier to talk to people when you're inebriated?" Piper wished the Ninja Turtles were still there, or that more trick-or-treaters would show up and cut this unscheduled session short. "Sure," Piper said, practically whispering. "But I think I've grown out of my social anxieties. I've been doing lots of new things lately. For example, there was the time I headbutted a cop and got myself arrested." Dr. Walsh pulled her phone from her purse and viewed the screen, her face momentarily blue from the light. "I have plenty of appointments available in the afternoons. It sounds to me like you need someone to talk to about all these new changes in your life. How about Wednesday?" Wednesday? Inside Piper's mind, a door slammed shut. Nope. She didn't want to go in on Wednesday, and nobody was going to make her. "Don't worry about me," Piper said with a weary sigh that she associated with being resigned and mature. "I already have someone to talk to. My new boyfriend. We actually talk all the time, and he's an amazing listener." Dr. Walsh tucked her phone away. "Then I'm very happy for you. What's the lucky young man's name?" Piper drew a blank. His name? She couldn't say George Morrison, but who? All she needed was a first name. Her eyes went to Dr. Walsh's chin, and the image of a friendly, pointy-chinned young man with a name tag came to mind. "Otis," she said. Dr. Walsh tilted her head to the side. "That's odd. My son's name is Otis." Realization washed over her like an unexpected tsunami coming from behind. Both of them had the same chin because they were mother and son. Now her web of lies was about to unravel unless she did something. Hurriedly, Piper said, "It's a different Otis, not your son." "Not Otis Plummer, who runs the Roadrunner Cafe?" "My son has my ex-husband's last name. Actually, he has his entire name, just rearranged. My ex is Carl Otis Plummer, and my son is Otis Carl Plummer." She rolled her eyes. "This is why I'm now a supporter of natural childbirth. I was still so high from all those labor drugs that I thought naming my sweet boy after his crooked father was a good idea." "That's certainly interesting, but I'm not seeing him. It's a totally different Otis." "Right," Dr. Walsh said, nodding slowly. In the distance, a dog barked, setting off all the dogs in the neighborhood, including Teddy. Dr. Walsh backed away and turned in the direction her nephews had gone. "Piper, I've got to run, but promise you'll call me if you need anything at all." "I promise." Piper gave her a cheery wave and waited until she was out of sight before she closed the door. She went straight to her computer and did a search on the name Otis. According to baby name websites, the name Otis, German in origin, had become more popular for newborns in recent years, but would be uncommon for 20-somethings. The odds were slim there'd be 2 young men named Otis in a town the size of Copeland, and Dr. Walsh knew it. So the cute guy at the diner was her therapist's son. Could that explain her instant connection with the young man? She'd read about transference, but could it happen based on family resemblance? She cringed as she imagined a future conversation between Dr. Walsh and her son, with Dr. Walsh demanding to know the details of his and Piper's non-existent relationship, or worse, warning Otis about Piper and her maladaptive behavior traits. Then he would laugh and laugh as he told his mother about Piper being so awkward she'd pretended to not even speak English. They'd both laugh at her. The cringe worsened to a full-body tremble. She pulled her feet up onto the chair and hugged her knees to her chest, where she rocked as she checked her email. There was a new message from Nancy Dowd, asking if Piper was going to take the assignment and attend the funeral to get an interview. Piper continued to rock, hugging her knees. The memorial was in 4 days. If she didn't go, Dr. Walsh would call that yet another instance of Piper avoiding adult responsibilities, a maladaptive behavior trait that kept her from achieving her goal of being independent from her parents. With heavy arms and heavy fingers, Piper began typing a response to the reporter's email. With each letter pressed, her arms felt lighter. Y, E, S. Yes. Yes, she would go to George Morrison's memorial, and she would try to get an interview with either his editor or the president of his fan club, or maybe both. Later, when she climbed into bed, a troubling thought stirred up. Otis wasn't just the offspring of Piper's therapist. He was also the son of Carl Plummer, the real estate agent whom Piper had suggested the police look into as a suspect. Had anything come of that? The chief hadn't returned her call. She really ought to follow up with him. She also ought to do about 1,000,000 things she wasn't already doing. Life as a grown-up was overrated. Too many responsibilities. She tried to sleep, but was distracted by the television droning in the den. George was in there, and since Teddy wasn't curled up on his usual spot at the foot of her bed, he was likely hanging out with the ghost. After an hour of restlessness, Piper climbed out of bed, grabbed her blanket, and went to curl up on the sofa in the den. George barely gave her a glance. Teddy dutifully moved over to share the sofa with his mistress. On the television screen, an esteemed professor of literature was droning on about Morrison's contributions. His work doesn't compare to Franzen or the other great American writers, but it is rather decent for genre fiction. Another literary expert cut in. On the contrary, I dare say the work does hold up against the masters. Morrison was the master of suspense, of microtension, and the depth of his characterization is remarkable. Take away the fantasy setting, and you have an astounding multi-generational saga with themes examining all the complexities of modern life. At heart, the books are about finding purpose, creating a life worth living. The professor nodded at the camera lens and blinked slowly. My good sir, you have convinced me. Why are we wasting time on this interview? I should be cozied up in a wingback chair somewhere, revisiting the entire series. Such a shame it will never be finished. The other expert groaned in agreement. Piper turned to see George's reaction. He rolled his eyes and then made a gagging gesture. You love it, she teased. He shrugged. The show continued with the addition of new guests, including a comedian and a talk show host. The adoration and praise continued. Piper was anything but surprised. It was a common trend in the world, the elevation of a dead celebrity to new, dizzying heights. Sins of the past were swept away. Critics admitted they'd been admirers all along. George Morrison had always attracted devotees, But now that he wasn't around to mess up his reputation by actually living and sweating and attending conventions while publication deadlines whizzed by, he was well on his way to the modern equivalent of sainthood. St. George Morrison. "By the way, I'm going to your funeral," Piper told George casually, "in 4 days." He raised his feathery gray eyebrows. "You're welcome to come, but it's during the day, so I'm guessing you can't go." He frowned, then made a puppet gesture with one hand. "Yes, of course I'll tell you all about it when I get home. Everything that everyone said about you." He smiled. George Morrison's favorite topic of conversation was George Morrison. Chapter 6. Day 8. Friday, November 4th, 10:01 a.m. Copeland Funeral Home. Piper arrived at the Copeland Funeral Home by taxi. She had a valid driver's license and a car, but disliked driving and the stress of finding parking in the shade during the scorching Arizona summer. During the cooler months, she enjoyed walking with Teddy or riding her bicycle with the Boston Terrier in the basket. The funeral home, however, was on the opposite side of Copeland from her house, so she'd called a taxi. The driver had been speedy, making her only a minute late, rather than the 10 minutes she'd planned for so she could slip in unnoticed. She took her time paying the driver, stepped out, and headed toward the building determinedly. The back of her neck tickled as though she was being watched. Nancy Dowd had sworn she would be nowhere near the funeral home that day, but Piper couldn't shake the sensation that her new mentor was observing her every move. The funeral home's architecture matched many of the newer buildings in town, stucco walls and a red tile roof. 2 large planter beds with thirsty succulents stood on either side of the entrance. The parking lot was half full, and not a single vehicle displayed logos of news agencies. The Morrison family had been successful in keeping the media away. The fact that Nancy Dowd had gotten the location and an invitation spoke to her unmatched skills as a celebrity journalist. Piper kept her head nodded forward as she pulled open the heavy wood door. Inside, an imposing man in a suit stood greeting everyone. A group of people who'd arrived ahead of Piper showed the large, burly man their invitation. The invitation! Her skin prickled with sweat. Why had she ripped it into confetti and tossed it in the trash? Never mind impressing Nancy Dowd with the finished interview. She wasn't even getting access to the funeral. But then, the solid wall of man was momentarily distracted by someone asking a question. Piper acted fast, ducking down into a crouch and practically crab-walking for the nearest door. She felt ridiculous, but nobody stopped her, and she pushed through the interior door with relief. The door led to a kitchen, where a handful of women in hairnets didn't even glance up from their preparations. Piper straightened up and strode through the small kitchen purposefully, toward yet another door, and slipped out. Now she was in a hallway. Ahead of her was the door for a women's washroom. Piper sighed with relief that she'd gotten in. It was a new achievement. She'd crashed parties before, but never a funeral. She entered the washroom, where the air conditioning was set to meet cooler levels. She freshened up, splashed cold water on her face, checked under the stalls to see that she was alone, and began rehearsing what she would say to George's longtime editor, Robert Jones. The literary man had refused all interviews with the press following George's untimely death, so she couldn't be direct about what she wanted. "Mr. Jones, you've built up such an impressive career. I'm sure people ask you all the time to read their work, and I assure you that's not my intent." And it wasn't. She just wanted to gain his trust so she could get an interview. She continued addressing the mirror sweetly. I'd love to learn more about you, the man behind—" She winced at her reflection in the mirror. She looked as foolish as she felt. Why not try a bit of honesty, a variant on the truth? "Mr. Jones, I run a little pop culture blog. It's nothing serious, totally harmless. Could I interview you sometime if I promise not to ask any hard-hitting questions? It would only take a few minutes." She groaned and hunched over the washroom's elegant marble sinks. Her pitch was terrible. Even she, a complete nobody, would turn down a request from someone who described her blog as totally harmless. Nancy Dowd was going to be so disappointed in her. What a failure. The door to the washroom swung open. A rail-thin, middle-aged woman in black entered. She gave Piper a dirty look on her way to a bathroom stall. Piper took the scornful gaze without batting an eyelash. It wasn't the first time she'd gotten a dirty look from an older woman simply for existing in the world, and it wouldn't be the last. She'd inherited her mother's genes and would probably still look 21 when she was 51, assuming she regularly visited the same dermatology clinic as her mother. Behind the washroom stall door, the woman snorted loudly. Piper had been to enough wild parties to recognize that sound. Either the skinny woman had a sinus problem, or she was using drugs. From the stall came more snorting, then coughs that sounded like sobs. Was the woman perhaps crying? The stall went quiet. Piper studied her reflection again, tilting her face from left to right. Nancy Dowd had hired her for a reason. She had very little experience, but the one advantage she did have was the freshness of her face. Nobody at the funeral knew she was there undercover to get a story. What was stopping her from getting information out of Robert Jones? Not much. Maybe a blouse button or two. He was a man, after all, and Piper was 21 and pretty. Pretty enough that the cops had mistaken her for a high-priced escort. She opened her purse and doubled the application of her makeup quickly. The woman in the stall flushed. Piper closed her purse and left the chilly washroom before the middle-aged woman could emerge and give her more dirty looks. Piper walked down the hallway. Absent-mindedly retracing her steps, she stepped back into the kitchen again. The ladies in hairnets stayed focused on their chopping and slicing, but one person's head jerked up. It was Otis Plummer, the adorable 20-something young man who ran the Roadrunner Cafe. By the look of things, his restaurant crew was catering the funeral. Piper froze in her tracks while her mind overflowed with questions. Had the police questioned his father, the real estate agent? Had his mother mentioned that one of her crazy therapy patients was seeing someone in town who was also named Otis? Had Otis put two and two together and figured out Piper had lied about not being able to speak English? "It's you," Otis said. She smiled mutely. What else could she do? "Fancy meeting you here," he said, returning her smile with a grin. Was it a knowing grin or a genuine one? She couldn't tell. She shrugged and batted her eyelashes. "How is your dog?" he asked. "Your dog." He set down the spoon he'd been using to ladle something red, held his two hands up like paws, and barked. "Woof, woof." "Woof, woof," she answered, smiling and nodding. Teddy was having the time of his life with his new ghost buddy, who stayed up all night. "Your dog's not here with you," Otis said. "I saw you arrive in a taxi. No dog. Dog had to stay home." He leaned over a large pot and pulled out an enormous soup bone. "Would your dog like this as a treat, or is it too big?" He held out the bone toward her. "For dog. Woof, woof." Piper felt conflicted. As much as she found Otis charming, with his wavy brown hair that begged to be tousled by her fingers, and his bright blue eyes that made her feel like she was dipping into a cool mountain lake whenever he looked at her. She hadn't come here looking for a soggy dog bone. Sure, Teddy would love the treat from a stranger, but it would ruin the lining of her designer purse. Then again, there was Otis and his cool blue eyes beseeching her to accept his gift. She unbuckled her purse and reluctantly held it open in front of her. Otis laughed. "You're so cute when you're squeamish." He shook his head. "And you have no idea what I'm saying. I must seem crazy to you." He waved the bone before twirling it like a baton. "Of course, I don't expect you to take it like this. I'll wrap it in some plastic, plus a layer of tinfoil. The inside of your purse won't get dirty at all. Just give me a minute." He busied himself with wrapping up the soup bone. Piper checked the clock on the wall of the kitchen. Even if the memorial had started late, it would already be underway. She'd wasted time on a pep talk in the washroom, and now she was hanging out in the kitchen, pretending to not speak English, watching a young man wrap a dog bone with the care and attention one might give a Fabergé egg. "Well," she told herself, "you went to meet George Morrison exactly 1 week ago because you wanted to make your life more interesting, and you've certainly accomplished that." She smiled at Otis as he wrapped butcher's twine around the package. "I hope your dog will love this enough to put in a good word for me," Otis said. "Maybe I could hang out with you two sometime. I'd love to have a dog of my own, but I'm too busy, between running the diner and the catering jobs. Is there a park where the two of you go to walk?" He scrunched his face, his bright blue eyes dimming with frustration. "You can't understand a word I'm saying." He frowned for a moment, the wrapped dog bone still in one hand. "I know." He pulled out his phone, tapped at the screen, and handed it to her. He'd pulled up a map showing the dog parks that were scattered throughout the town of Copeland. "Woof, woof," he said softly. "Woof," she said, nodding to show that she understood the gist of his words. She studied the map on the screen and zoomed in on her neighborhood. She pointed to the park where she typically walked Teddy twice a day. "Dog," she said. He gently took the phone back, held up one finger imploring her to wait, and tapped at the screen some more. Piper waited, surprised at how comfortable she was pretending to not speak English. As she stood next to Otis in the busy kitchen, amidst a backdrop of chopping and stirring, she became aware of the crackle of electricity between their two bodies. The energy was similar to that of the ghostly George, but hot instead of cold. She'd never noticed this phenomenon before, probably because she'd never met anyone as cute as Otis. As the moment stretched out, the air grew even warmer. Her cheeks flushed hot. A strange thought occurred to her. Was Otis even real? He looked more solid than George, but there was all this crackling energy. Plus, he seemed too good to be real. She reached out one tentative finger to touch Otis on the upper bicep. Flesh. Yes, he was solid, not a ghost. She pulled her hand back casually and ran her fingers through her hair. Her scalp was radiating heat. His eyes flicked to her hand briefly, but he didn't let on if he'd noticed her light touch. She breathed deeply and focused on not spontaneously bursting into flames from embarrassment. "Here," Otis said, showing her the screen again. "I want to ask you a question. One question." He had the calendar pulled up and he'd selected the next day. He'd also typed in a time, 5 p.m., and just to make it abundantly clear what he was requesting, he'd added cartoon icons showing a boy, a girl, a dog, a tree, and flowers. Otis Carl Plummer wanted to meet her in the dog park by her house at 5 o'clock on Saturday, which was tomorrow. "No pressure," Otis said. But please say yes, or I'll be devastated, because there's something so mysterious about you." His blue eyes gleamed earnestly. "I'm so glad you don't speak English, because you wouldn't believe how corny I'm sounding right now. If you knew what I was saying, I'd be dead of embarrassment, flat on this floor, my tongue hanging out of my mouth." He glanced around. "Actually, it would be convenient, since we're already in a funeral home. They could put me on a food trolley and wheel me straight into a coffin." Piper couldn't help but giggle. His eyes widened. "I made you laugh? You understood what I said just now?" His cheeks reddened. He was getting warmer as well, and looked as though he might combust like a piñata full of Mexican fireworks. "No English," she said with a headshake. She took out her own phone, pulled up the calendar, and added a cartoon boy to the Saturday night date. He grinned. "It's a date," he said. "Here's your bone." The women in hairnets who'd been listening to the whole exchange chortled amongst themselves. "Oh, boss," one of them said, "you could teach my old man a thing or two about charm." Piper tucked the bone in her purse, gave Otis a shy wave, and found the door leading back to the hallway. As the door swung shut, she could hear all the older women teasing their boss. "Here's your bone," one of them said, laughing. Another lady sounded like she was crying. "It's a date. Here's your bone." The laughter grew. Otis said, "If you gals have any dating advice, lay it on me." "Oh, boss, you need to buy her flowers or chocolates, not a soup bone." He protested. "I was just working with what I had." The women continued to tease him, and Otis continued to take it good-naturedly. Piper wanted to stay and listen, but she had a funeral to crash. Chapter 7. Piper slipped into the funeral home's chapel and took a seat in the back row. Everyone had their heads bowed in prayer, so her entrance was as unobtrusive as that of the nightly appearances of her ghost. She scanned the room for the deceased author, but saw no sign of him. The casket was closed. Daylight had to be keeping the ghost away, because otherwise there was no way George Morrison would miss his own funeral. Around her, everyone murmured, "Amen." The crowd gathered there today was largely white and old, George's friends and business associates, plus a few relatives. There were no children present to draw curious gazes from people looking to spot illegitimate heirs. The seating was imbalanced, crowded at the back. Because George had never married or had children, and his parents were both deceased, the front rows for family members were sparsely filled. While Piper was studying the family section, a thin woman in black slipped into the chapel and took a seat in the front row. It was the woman from the washroom. She was near George's age, and upon further consideration, looked like she could be closely related. She had the same nose and jawline as George, though it was hard to tell because she was so thin, as narrow as George had been wide. Meanwhile, on stage, a new person approached the podium. It was the man she'd come there to interview, George's longtime book editor, Robert Jones. Robert Jones looked like a man unaccustomed to crowds, public speaking, haircuts, and possibly daylight. He leaned over the microphone, his gaze flitting around the pews as though searching for a big sombrero to crawl into like a makeshift cave. He brushed his shaggy black hair from his eyes, plastering it horizontally along his forehead where it stayed. He touched his lips to the microphone and cleared his throat. The burbling sound caused everyone on the pews to lean back reflexively. "Sorry," he spoke into the microphone spittily. "It's been a while." A while since what? Piper wondered. A while since he'd had a shower? Gone out in public? Been touched by the rays of the sun? After a few more throat clearings, he began. George Morrison wasn't just the greatest writer of his generation. Robert Jones paused dramatically, and the chapel seemed to hold its breath. He was also my dear friend. The crowd that had gathered, about 200 people, let out a collective sigh of relief. This was, more or less, the speech they'd expected. Robert said, George Morrison was a strong believer in the power of literature. He held a vision that one day the world would be united, not through politics or climate change or war, but by something more powerful and lasting. The legacy of an imagined utopian future. In private, he and I would discuss the possibility of brighter days for humanity. People shifted restlessly on their seats. Maybe this wasn't the speech they'd expected after all. Robert was speaking with more confidence, shifting his posture upright. He was taller than he'd first appeared, 6'2" or so. He swept one hand swirling up through his shaggy black hair, forming a spike, reminiscent of a punk rock mohawk. The hair stayed raised. If I had $1 for every time old George told me about his plans for world domination, I'd have enough cash to buy you all a round of drinks, and not the cheap stuff. He smacked his lips noisily. Speaking of drinks, did our buddy George spring for an open bar at this thing or what? He looked pointedly at the funeral home staff. Anyone? Anyone? Bueller? He addressed a worried-looking attendant with a snap of the fingers. Vodka on the rocks, please. Make it a double, and don't bruise the booze. Everyone waited in uncomfortable silence as the attendant ran out of the chapel and returned a few minutes later with a drink in a tumbler. Robert Jones tossed it back in 4 noisy gulps, the sound magnified by the microphone. He set down the glass and hunkered over the podium like a black bear in possession of a prized salmon. He slurred and hiccuped his words. Folks, can I be perfectly honest for a minute? The double vodka he'd imbibed seconds earlier had not been his first drink of the day. It's just us friends here tonight. This morning. Is it morning? He shrugged with his whole body. Whatever. It's just us friends here. No press. Damn vultures, the press, squawking around trying to pick the bones of old George's carcass. What a juicy carcass. Am I right? That man was fat. I told him, George, get your damn stomach stapled. You'll have a heart attack long before you see your plans come to life. But he didn't listen to me. People in the pews shifted uncomfortably. Robert Jones held up both hands in a defensive gesture, as though he was prepared to use kung fu on anyone who tried to yank him off the stage. But nobody was coming for him. Though some people were undoubtedly miffed, curiosity reigned. They wanted to see where this drunken speech might go. Robert used his fingers to toss back ice from his glass and crunched it noisily. You know, all his best ideas were my ideas. All of them. You know how in Book 2, the scepter of rose petals is stolen from the earth fairies? That was my idea. Mine. George wanted to throw the scepter in a volcano and wrap up that plot thread because he didn't know what to do with it. Robert snorted. All that power, he intoned gravely. All that power, and he was afraid to wield it. And that's why the greatest plot twist George Morrison ever managed was his own death. He died as a sacrifice. He died so that the greatest story ever conceived could be told in the way it deserves. He held up his empty glass in a toast. To George's sacrifice. The sound of an orchestra flooded the chapel. The big speakers hanging in the room's upper corners pulsed visibly with sound waves. On the stage, Robert Jones continued his drunken rambling, but his microphone had been shut off. The sound of Tommaso Albanone's Adagio in D minor drowned his words. Two attendants forcibly helped Robert Jones off the stage. They escorted him out of the chapel, and by the sound of the diminishing shouts in the adjoining atrium, right out of the building. The classical music faded away, and someone new took center stage, tapping the microphone to check that it was back on. It was the skinny, dark-haired woman who'd scowled at Piper in the washroom. Under the bright lights, she looked like a shrunken version of George, in a dress and a wig. "On behalf of the Morrison family, I apologize for that," the thin woman said. "Mr. Jones is understandably distraught over the loss of his friend. I ask you to please forgive him his outburst, and forget his words, while remembering only the passion. We are all dealing with this tragedy as best we can." She looked pointedly at the pastor, who appeared frozen in shock. "And now I'll turn the microphone over to Pastor Dan for another prayer." She nodded curtly. "Thank you all." Pastor Dan walked stiffly to the microphone. With a scratchy voice, he began a well-rehearsed speech about life and death and interconnectivity. While he spoke, Piper hazarded a glance sideways at the only other person seated on the back pew. It was another Asian woman, with radiant skin like Piper's mother's. The woman was staring at Piper and smiling as though she'd been waiting to make eye contact, waiting to make friends. She slid toward Piper on the wood bench and whispered, "Quite the spectacle, don't you think?" Piper answered honestly, also whispering, "I didn't know what to expect." She gestured with her chin toward the dark-haired woman who'd spoken on behalf of the family. "Who's that lady?" "George's sister, Sammy." Piper's mouth dropped open in genuine surprise. She considered herself a knowledgeable fan of George Morrison, but this was news to her. "He has a sister? Had a sister? If George had a sister, why wasn't he haunting her?" "He called her Sammy, but her name's actually Simone. He mentioned his dearest Sammy in his first book's dedication, but hasn't thanked her since. Most fans assumed it was an old girlfriend or even a male schoolmate." Piper whispered, "I had no idea." She shook her head. "You think you know someone, but you don't." The other woman smiled like a cat with a mouth full of parakeet. "There are two George Morrisons, and the world barely knew one of them." She pursed her lips and looked Piper up and down. "And who might you be?" "Just a friend." As she said it, Piper regretted tarting up her makeup in the washroom. Her look was way too conspicuous for a funeral. The woman gave her a naughty look. "Sure, honey. Just a friend." "Me too." Some heads in the rows in front were turning, noticing their whispered conversation. Both Piper and the woman went quiet and lifted their chins as they focused on the pastor on stage. The service was going smoothly, and there'd been no more booze-fueled drama since the editor's removal. Pastor Dan introduced Simone Morrison, George's sister. Simone returned to the stage and narrated a prepared speech about George's childhood growing up in Copeland, Arizona. She described a family trip to the Grand Canyon, and young George being too chubby to ride a pony with the other kids. According to his sister, George stayed in his cabin, pouting, rather than having to ride on the big horse behind the tour guide. When the Morrison family returned after a dusty day of sightseeing, George had written his first short story. In the tale, a heroic young man named Jeff had to rescue his bumbling family of nincompoops from a flash flood in a canyon. The fictional sister was so jealous of brother Jeff that she ran off in a huff, slipped on some loose rocks, fell into the canyon, and impaled herself on a sharp-needled cactus. The crowd in the funeral home's chapel, which had been chuckling throughout the story, went quiet. They didn't know how to react. A few people whispered to seatmates in private discussion. The tale had a special resonance for Piper, as it would to anyone who'd been a fan of George's published books. Death by cactus was the fate suffered by a particularly nasty and conniving female character in House of Hallows. Was the character of Simaude also based on Simone Morrison? Simaude the fraud was always going around claiming credit for things she didn't do. She was a fallen aristocrat who'd become a spy, and she was always hiding in dark corridors or listening outside of windows, gathering secrets and selling them to the highest bidder. Her very thin frame was all the better for hiding in dark crevices where no one would think to search. In the fourth book of the series, she'd fallen to her death upon a cactus, or so readers thought. Simaude the fraud reappeared in the fifth book, horribly scarred and more wicked and bitter than ever. Simone Morrison nodded at the commotion she'd caused and lifted her chin higher. She walked over to the closed casket and rapped on the lid with her knuckles. "Who's laughing now, George? You wrote and rewrote my death dozens of times, and you still couldn't get it right. But look who gets the last word." There was a chorus of feet shuffling and bodies shifting on the pews as 200 people looked at each other and made faces. Should someone do something? Piper could barely keep breathing. George wrote some tense scenarios in his books, but this was real life, and it was shocking. Simone said, "I guess this is goodbye." She was talking to George, but she spoke into the microphone. She kept circling the casket like she was planning something. She clicked the casket's latches. All eyes were on Simone as she lifted up the edge of the casket lid ever so slowly. She stopped once the crack had reached 5 inches. She leaned over and said something the microphone didn't pick up. Abruptly, the lid slammed shut with a thunderous crack. People in the pews shrieked. A woman moaned, threatening to faint, but didn't. Simone nodded her head as though exhausted, dropped the microphone, and left the chapel. Pastor Dan picked up the microphone, cleared his throat, and went straight into another prayer. When he reached the end, he had to repeat the Amen to get the stunned audience to say it with him. 1 hour and 10 minutes after the service had begun, Pastor Dan wrapped it up with a short and sweet story about forgiveness and invited everyone to the adjoining family room for casual refreshments. Piper got to her feet and followed the crowd. She'd grown hungry over the last hour of drama and looked forward to sampling the buffet prepared by Otis's staff. She would need to keep an eye out for him so he didn't catch her speaking English. She chuckled inwardly at the complicated mess her life had become. A tiny woman in purple with a matching flowered hat approached. "That was quite the service," she said to Piper. "It certainly was. Thank goodness for George's sister. She really saved the day." The woman, who must have been 2 inches shorter than petite Piper, glanced around before saying in a conspiratorial tone, "That Simone certainly got herself cleaned up just in time." She tapped the side of her nose. "Rehab, I hear, for the nose candy. Isn't that what you kids are calling it?" Sure." The tiny octogenarian looked pleased. "My great-nephew Georgie has sent his sister a lot of money over the years, and I bet you my good Sunday hat it's all gone up her nose. Simone is a drug addict?" The woman giggled. "Sweetheart, only poor people are addicts. Simone just has a little problem." She made air quotes around the words little problem. "I had no idea," Piper said. In an equally conspiratorial tone, she added, "Honestly, until today, I didn't even realize George had a sister." "She hunts elephants," the woman said, nodding so vigorously her purple hat threatened to tip off. "Fancies herself a female Hemingway or something like that, but with more cocaine and less writing." "And you're their great-aunt? You must have a lot of great stories about George growing up." "Yes, I do." She waved at someone in the crowd. "I have to go see some people, but it was lovely chatting with you." The woman shook Piper's hand before heading off in the adjoining family room where the food awaited. Piper started to follow her, but the tiny woman was fast and disappeared in the crowd. When Piper did reach the entrance to the family room, her heart sank. Standing in the doorway was the burly security guy. He was checking invitations again, this time cross-referencing a list on a clipboard. The only entrance to the room was a single doorway, so Piper wouldn't be slipping in unnoticed this time. She hung back in the atrium, pretending to check something on her phone while she kept a hopeful watch for Robert Jones. If he hadn't gone far, perhaps she could catch him here in the atrium and then somehow convince him to spend a few minutes alone with her. Alas, Robert Jones seemed to be long gone. Was there anyone else worth talking to? The sister, Simone, was a juicy prospect. Was she really a recovering addict who spent George's money on drugs and exotic safaris? What would it take to get her to open up about her story? If Nancy Dowd were there, she'd get the scoop. Rumor had it, Nancy used a variety of disguises to get near her targets. She'd gain their trust and then shock them when she revealed her true identity. Most people were so caught off guard, not to mention starstruck, that they babbled like brooks in the spring runoff. But Piper was no Nancy Dowd, and she had no disguise. And being neither old nor Caucasian, she stood out in the crowd. With each passing minute, more people seemed to be noticing Piper's presence in the atrium. The big security guy in the suit crooked his finger and beckoned her to come over his way. Once more, she regretted turning the invitation into confetti. Just then, a woman called out to the security guard, "She's with me, silly." It was the woman who'd been seated in the back row with Piper, the one who looked Chinese. She grabbed Piper's hand possessively. "This is my daughter. Stop looking at her like that, you naughty boy. I can feel you undressing her with your eyes. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. She's barely 15. The man's eyes bulged, and he turned away guiltily. The woman winked at Piper, clutched her hand even tighter, and dragged her toward the funeral home's family room. "Come on, daughter." Chapter 8. The woman didn't let go of Piper's arm until they'd entered the family room, where people were browsing the buffet tables and arranging themselves around folding tables draped with white linens. The security guard bought the story of them being related and hadn't pressed for ID. Up close, Piper was certain the woman was Chinese in origin, and she spoke like second or third generation. Piper was second-generation Taiwanese American, but ethnically she was more Chinese than anything, having descended from ancestors who emigrated to Taiwan during the Cultural Revolution. The woman said, "You can call me Pan, by the way." Pan? It was an unusual name. "It's short for Pandora." Piper gave the older woman a mock surprised look. "Shouldn't I call you Mom?" She was joking. The security guard was well out of hearing range now. "Or Mother?" The woman shuddered theatrically. "Ugh, I feel so ancient just thinking about it. How old are you, kid?" 21, but I'm sure the security beefcake believed I'm 15. You're lucky to have a baby face. Sure, but it's embarrassing. I still get carded at the theater for R-rated movies. Piper glanced back at the doorway they'd just come through. Thanks for covering for me. I had an official invitation, but I didn't plan on coming, so I threw the card in the trash like a dummy. I'm glad you changed your mind, sweetie. Pandora gave her a look that simulated motherly concern. Just play along and say that you're my daughter. You want me to keep up the lie? The woman scrutinized her. You're sneaky, but you're no liar. How about you just keep your mouth shut? Sure. Piper could do that. In fact, it would be for the best that she not talk, since Otis was ever present, darting in and out of the kitchen, sneaking shy glances her way between trips. They'd already made eye contact twice. The funeral home's family room was 3 times the size of the chapel and filled with institutional folding tables set for 6 people each. The decor was neutral, with a sandy hue on the walls, soft gray carpet, and an abundance of silk ficus trees. They could have been at anyone's funeral, for there were no signs or displays about George, other than one discarded, dog-eared House of Hallows paperback on a window ledge. Even that might have been a coincidence, left by someone attending an event the previous day. There were millions of copies of the books in circulation, so George Morrison paperbacks popped up anywhere James Patterson or John Grisham books might appear. The 2 raven-haired women mingled with the mostly gray-haired crowd, which had dwindled down to fewer than 100 people. Pandora handled all the introductions, never once saying Piper's fake name, referring to her only as my adorably shy 15-year-old clone. The people they met, who ranged from low-level publishing house employees to shirt-tail relatives of the Morrisons, were dutifully amused, adding their own jokes about young Piper being a mini-me. An older gentleman in a cravat asked Pandora with a formal flair, "And how might you two be acquainted with my former pupil?" "I'm Pandora Lee, the president of George Morrison's online fan club. For his biggest, most dedicated fans." His hoary white eyebrows raised. "Is that on the internet?" "I certainly hope so. I'd be frightened to be in a room with those people." Pandora's face twitched with annoyance. "Some of the nicest people I've ever met are readers." Sure, he said. "But the word fan was always a pejorative. It means fanatic, dear." "What's wrong with being a fanatic?" "Ah." His voice dropped down into vocal fry as he stared at her blankly. Piper smiled politely, though she was jumping for joy on the inside. Nancy Dowd had sent her to the funeral with the editor Robert Jones as her top prospect, but she'd mentioned George's fan club president as a secondary option. Piper had gotten lucky, with Pandora practically falling right into her lap. Now Pandora was browbeating this unsuspecting retired teacher, telling him all about the fan website and how it was a safe space for people to be whoever or whatever they wanted to be. Piper was familiar with the website and its message boards, but she didn't have much appetite for arguing with people on the internet over their wrong-headedness. She wondered how people could be smart enough to read and understand the door-stopper-sized books, yet still get such far-fetched ideas about the characters. And the shippers. They were obsessed with romantic relationships, always shipping their favorite pairings into couples, even when they were from different timelines. Some of them started online petitions demanding their needs be heard, most of which were preposterous. George Morrison would have to bring in a time travel element to satisfy those people. Now Piper listened to Pandora rant and rave, mentally taking notes for her report to Nancy Dowd. Pandora and her daughter Coco had started off as superfans, posting on Goodreads and book blogs about their love of the series. They'd toiled away promoting the author for nothing as his unofficial, self-appointed street team. They made sure his book signings were well attended and even badgered the New York Times into reviewing the books, even though it wasn't the sort of thing they usually covered. As the series took off in popularity, the unofficial street team became indispensable to the franchise. They were upgraded to the official street team. For the past 2 years, the mother-daughter social media team had been on a monthly retainer to keep doing what they were best at, providing valuable street-level marketing support for the author's hit series. They even moved to the author's birthplace, where the cost of living was low and they could work at online promotion full-time. "You wouldn't think the series needed that kind of help," Pandora said to the man with the feathery white eyebrows. "Of course not," he said, slowly backing away, but unable to escape the conversation. Pandora said, "And you'd be right, because the books sell themselves, but we did it for George, to keep his spirits lifted. You'd be surprised how lonely writing can be." She held one pretty manicured hand over her heart dramatically. "My heart breaks, knowing how much he suffered to give his gift to the world." The old man nodded. "Sometimes we suffer." "If only he'd had an heir," Pandora said. "Even if the child inherited only half of his gifts, it would have been a better writer than most." "Such a shame," the man agreed. He took another step back, muttered that it had been lovely to meet her, and made his escape. Pandora sniffed and turned her back to Piper. Was she crying? Piper put a hand on the woman's shoulder. "Are you okay?" Pandora sniffed again, wiped at her face, and turned around looking composed again. "The world lost a great man." "It sounds like you knew George well." In the silence that followed, Piper fought an internal battle with her conscience. Right about now would be the perfect time to pry into Pandora with a few careful questions. The woman practically had a Ph.D. in George Morrisonology. Surely she had some inside information that might be of interest to whom? The general public? This was where the dilemma got sticky. What right did the public have to the man's private life? Or even to what was inside Pandora Lee's heart and mind? She was a real person, someone's daughter, someone's mother. She was not a fictional character who could be flayed alive and laid bare for the world's entertainment. Piper's insides twisted into knots. How did Nancy Dowd do what she did? She broke the silence. "I'm sorry for your loss," Piper said, and she meant it. "He was a wonderful man," Pandora said, a dreamy look on her face. "You know, he used to talk to me about the future all the time." Here was the opening. Piper took it reluctantly. "When you say the future, do you mean self-driving cars or his plans for the end of the series?" She chuckled lamely at her attempt at a joke. Pandora smirked. "He told me a few things." Piper's fan side woke up. Never mind the interview. She wanted to know for herself. Who was the rightful heir to the scepter of rose petals? The one who would rule all the kingdoms, from the earth fairies to the sky singers. So many great characters were in the running, at least 7, and everyone had their favorites. So who would it be? It was the question everyone talking about George was asking. In fact, folks seemed far more interested in the planned ending for his books than how George had died. As far as his demise went, the ruling theory was that he'd suffered either a heart attack or stroke and fallen down the stairs. Nobody but Piper, outside of the Copeland Police Department, presumably seemed to know about him being struck on the back of the head. Even Piper was starting to wonder if she'd imagined everything about the ghost. In the bright light of day, the whole haunting business seemed like a strange, feverish nightmare. Was Dr. Vicky Walsh right about Piper cracking under the strain of being alone following a trauma? The only evidence Piper had that George was real had been a single confirmation. On Halloween, there'd been the goth boy who had seen George dressed as the Cowardly Lion, but it could have been a throwaway, sarcastic comment from the teen, or maybe she'd imagined hearing what she did as the kid walked away with his buddies. If she was having visual hallucinations, why not audible ones, too? Pandora must have noticed Piper's anxieties manifest on her face. "Don't worry," Pandora said. "I won't spoil it for you." Piper blinked and refocused. Despite the emotional turmoil, her curiosity was fully piqued. "You know the ending? You know who stops the 4 seas from swallowing the land? Who takes the scepter of rose petals?" Pandora was still smirking. "I know who doesn't take it." They'd reached the buffet table and lined up for food. Pandora kept ducking her head and scanning around them. She didn't want to say more while other people were within earshot. Piper grabbed a paper plate and loaded up on bite-sized food indiscriminately. They shuffled along, finishing by selecting Nanaimo bars, luscious chocolate squares filled with a yellow cream custard. "Love these squares," the fan club president said. "George's childhood home was on Nanaimo Street." "I knew that." Pandora sniffed. "No, you didn't. It was top secret. He only told his closest friends." "Right," Piper agreed. "I must have heard it on the news and thought I knew it." As they walked away from the buffet, Piper leaned in and asked, "Back to what you were saying. When you said you know who doesn't take the scepter, does that mean you know who does?" "It's obvious, if you know where to look." Piper groaned. Talking to this woman was as infuriating as posting on the fan forums. You don't know anything. You're just like all the other superfans posting their crazy theories on message boards. You're not an insider. Pandora took the bait. "Oh, yeah? Then how do I know that Roxana is the secret daughter of Harmony, who was enchanted to forget the pregnancy after the baby was stolen by the desert barbarians?" Piper's heart skipped a beat. That wasn't a theory she'd read online, but the timeline certainly tracked. What a twist. It seemed this woman did have insider knowledge after all. They shifted away from the crowd and took 2 seats at an unoccupied table. Piper could barely control her curiosity. With a trembling hand, she jabbed her fork into a long green grape. She stayed quiet and raised her eyebrows at Pan, imploring her to continue. Pandora frowned at her food. "These strawberries are bland. Are the grapes any better?" Piper transferred her remaining green grapes to the older woman's plate. "Here, I'll trade you. 1 grape for each name. Tell me who doesn't take the scepter." Pandora sampled the green grapes and nodded with satisfaction. "We're going to need more grapes, but be patient, and I'll tell you." She flicked her dark brown eyes down to her plate. "You'd think they'd spring for something nicer than paper plates and plastic forks. God knows his estate could afford it." Piper was literally on the edge of her seat, waiting to hear about George's big plan for House of Hallows. "You were saying about the ending?" Pandora blinked at her. "Sweetie, I'm just teasing you. I can't tell you that. It was told to me in confidence." She pushed her chair back. "Bathroom break. You can stay and watch the plates." She stood and patted Piper on the head. "You're being very brave, sweetheart," she said loud enough for everyone to hear. Piper didn't want to sit and watch the plates, pretending to be this woman's daughter, but she did want a good interview. She stayed and listened in on the conversation happening at the next table between a married couple. The woman asked her husband, "What do you think that horrible Robert Jones meant about George making a sacrifice?" The man said, "I'll tell you, but first tell me what you think he meant." She replied, "Robert Jones wants to take over the series." 2 points for Captain Obvious. The woman sniffed. "Sometimes what's obvious is also true." "You think Robert Jones could handle the series on his own? The man can't get through 5 minutes of a eulogy without disgracing himself." His wife replied with a casual, knowing air. "He would stay on as editor, while the estate recruits another writer to take over. People online are saying someone like Brandon Sanderson, who did such a great job taking over the Wheel of Time series, and he's such an eager little go-getter." "That was different," the husband said. "Robert Jordan knew he was ill, and he had time to prepare notes, to pass along the torch." "George must have made notes somewhere." "Only in his head," the man said. "It was probably his insurance policy, like how I never divulged to you my Mandarin chicken recipe." The woman smacked him gently on the shoulder. "You naughty boy." He answered gravely, "I'm half serious. He always was a bit paranoid, even when we were in college. He kept his notebooks in a safe in our dorm room. I tried every combination I could think of, and I never could get in. If he was brave enough to write down his notes for House of Hallows, you can bet they'll never be found." The couple stopped talking when Pandora passed by them on the way back to the table. Something must have happened in the washroom, because she was giving Piper a very suspicious look. "Is everything okay?" Piper asked. Pandora took a seat and pulled her chair up close to Piper. She rested one cool hand on Piper's knee and said evenly, "I know who you are, Piper Chen. I just saw that video of you talking nonsense about seeing ghosts." "That old thing?" "I was in shock," Piper said. "That was just me joking around. I swear I'm feeling much better now. Totally sane." "Does a sane person crash a funeral?" Piper smiled feebly and tried to look innocent. "Does a sane person ask a stranger to pretend to be her daughter? Why isn't Coco here today?" "She was too upset," Pandora said. "Not that it's any of your business." "How close was she to George?" "They never met," Pandora said icily. "Coco has plenty of boys her own age to choose from. She has no interest in an old man. Still, it seems odd that she didn't come today, if she's such a big fan." The woman's hand, which had been on Piper's knee, whipped up and latched onto Piper's forearm like a claw. She leaned closer and spoke in a hushed yet forceful tone directly into Piper's ear. "Pretty young thing, I'm on to you. You're not just a fan. You're a fanatic. You're the one who broke into my house." "Someone broke into your house? It wasn't me." Pandora's eyes narrowed. "I don't know what you were up to, but I'm guessing it was my robot vacuum cleaner that scared you out of there. It's programmed to come on when I'm out." She was so close, Piper could smell her sickly sweet perfume, a cloying vanilla scent. "Scared you off real good, didn't it? Better than a dog." Piper snorted. Robot vacuum cleaners were great, but there was no way one could guard a house better than a dog. Pandora said, "Fine, don't talk. But I've got my eye on you, and I've had security cameras installed at my house. Enjoy your freedom while you can." Piper yanked her arm away and jumped up, toppling her chair. The clatter attracted the attention of everyone in the room. Even Pastor Dan was staring in their direction, a look of terror on his face. Hadn't the poor man endured enough drama for one funeral? Pandora stood and gave the onlookers a guilty wave. "Sorry, everyone. My daughter is emotional today, but we're okay." She moved her body to shield Piper from the crowd. Pastor Dan raised his hand and said, "Please let me know if I can be of any comfort, ma'am." "Thanks, Pastor." Pandora waited silently until everyone went back to their paper plates of food and discussions of books and death. She turned to Piper and growled, "You have 30 seconds to walk out of here quietly, or I'll call security and have you charged." Piper got a visceral memory of being thrown to the floor by police at the Morrison house. She didn't want a repeat of that, so she immediately headed for the door. She was outside in 25 seconds. As she pulled out her phone to call for a ride, a man in a black suit with a white collar exited the funeral home as well. It was Pastor Dan. He froze when he saw Piper and patted his pockets awkwardly, swaying in place. "Go ahead," Piper said. "You can have a smoke. I won't tell anyone." Pastor Dan let out a sigh of relief and pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offering Piper one, which she refused, before lighting his own. "Terrible habit," he said, letting out a gray puff of smoke. "I limit myself to 2 per day, and usually in private. But that funeral was cray-cray." Piper giggled. It always made her laugh when pastors or teachers used dated urban lingo when talking to younger people. "It was cray-cray," she agreed. He took another long drag. "It's a shame I'll be out of town when they do the spreading of the ashes. It's going to be quite the event." George was cremated? But there was a coffin back there, and his sister was talking to his body, wasn't she? "He'll be getting cremated later tonight. And then—" Pastor Dan used his free hand to give the impression of something floating up into the heavens. "The soul goes to heaven after cremation?" Pastor Dan gave her an eager smile. "That depends on what you believe. Where do you think Mr. Morrison's soul is right now?" The funny thing was, Piper had given it some thought. When George wasn't around for her to see, surely he didn't just cease to exist. "George would be somewhere that's dark right now," she said. "If you were to tunnel straight through Earth from here in Arizona, you'd pop out in the middle of the Indian Ocean. The closest country is Madagascar, so, all things considered, I'd have to guess that right this minute, he's in Madagascar." Pastor Dan let out a big belly laugh. "From the mouths of babes," he said. "Madagascar?" Piper raised her eyebrows. "Kids say the darndest things," she said flatly. The doors behind them opened noisily. Pastor Dan dropped his cigarette guiltily and covered it with his foot. It was the big security guard. He looked at Piper and asked gruffly, "Everything okay out here?" "I was just leaving," Piper said, and she beat a hasty retreat. Chapter 9. 12:35 p.m. Winnie's car, halfway to Joeville, Arizona. "You went to George Morrison's funeral, and you didn't think to invite me?" Winnie took her eyes off the road to give her best friend a searing look. Avoiding eye contact, Piper leaned over and fiddled with the stereo controls. They were in Winnie's silver Lexus, driving through the desert. They hadn't discussed a destination, but it was assumed they'd drive to the next town, Joeville, and visit Loco Loft, which served messy, disaster-themed Sundays. The 2-floor cafe was their venue of choice for celebrating milestones, discussing major life choices, and ending diets. Winnie made a tisk-tisk sound as she returned her attention to the desert highway. "We had an agreement, remember? If you're going crazy, you're supposed to take me with you. I promise I'll bring you with me on my next undercover assignment from Nancy Dowd." "Who? What?" "Right." Piper hadn't seen Winnie since the house party a week ago. They'd barely spoken until 30 minutes earlier, when Piper had phoned Winnie from a gas station down the street from the funeral home. She'd been shaken by the sight of the security guard and had basically sprinted away from the funeral home until she was safely out of range. After that, she'd felt too sweaty and vulnerable for a taxi. Plus, she needed to talk to someone who cared, someone who wasn't a mute ghost or a Boston Terrier. Winnie had been a doll, willing to take the Friday afternoon off from her job working at a nonprofit agency that promoted music classes in schools. "I have plenty of vacation days banked," she'd said. Of course she did. Winnie was so passionate about her work that her boss had to force her to take time off. While they drove past rocky mesa formations and cacti, Piper caught up her best friend on the last 7 days' events. The biggest news: since his death, George Morrison had been showing up inside Piper's house at sunset every day, mutely moping, spending most of his time watching television in the den. Piper expected Winnie to put up a fuss over the idea of ghosts being real, but all she said was, "I want to meet him. Even if I can't see him, I still want to be there and say hello." "I'll try to introduce you to George later tonight," Piper promised. If the goth teen had seen him, maybe Winnie could too. They drove as Piper continued her story, relating how she'd met adorable restaurant owner Otis 2 times so far, yet he still believed she couldn't speak English. Winnie found that so hilarious she forgot to be judgmental. Piper's first meeting with Otis had been on Sunday, the same day she'd encountered celebrity crime reporter Nancy Dowd, who she described as horrible and pushy, but also an impressive role model. Piper relayed the strange manner in which she'd gotten the assignment to crash the funeral and interview George's editor. "The elusive Robert Jones," Winnie said. "That guy doesn't talk to anyone. Ever. Even when the publishing house forces him to do promo stuff, he doesn't exactly cooperate. I went to a comic convention where he was on a panel, and he wouldn't give answers longer than 3 words." Piper giggled. "You went to a comic convention? Are you secretly a cosplayer?" Piper sat up straight in the passenger seat, energized by the change in topic. "Is that why you have a suspiciously high-quality Ling the Warrior princess costume?" "Oh, no!" Winnie cried in mock horror. "Now you know my secret. I'm a giant nerd. It's a good thing I always carry a shovel in the trunk of my car, because I'll have to kill you and bury you here in the desert." "It's not a big deal, Winnie. Lots of people go to comic conventions now. Geek culture is a valid form of culture. You should bring me with you next time." Winnie snuck her a quick frown. "Stop trying to change the subject. What did Robert Jones say?" "Way too much, and yet nothing at all." Piper went on to explain how she hadn't talked to him one-on-one, but he'd been drunk and rambling during an aborted eulogy speech. Robert Jones had painted George Morrison as a man with a hero complex, a man who genuinely believed a set of books could change the world. After a moment of silence, zooming down the straight desert road, Winnie said, "Dianetics." You think George was creating his own religion like L. Ron Hubbard did? What's it called? Scientology?" Winnie said, "There is a spiritual component to the Hallows books, especially the last one." "I thought you quit reading the series in protest of him killing your favorite character." Winnie made a grumpy noise. "I kept going, but I swear I was only hate reading so I could make fun of it." "You still kept reading," Piper said. Winnie made another grumpy noise. "Back to the funeral. Why'd you sound so upset on the phone?" Robert Jones getting hauled off the stage wasn't the weirdest thing that happened today. She reached into her purse for gum to help with the sour taste in her mouth. She took 2 sticks of sugarless peppermint, while Winnie accepted 1 and waved for her to spill the beans. "This woman who runs the fan website figured out I didn't have an invitation with me, so she hauled me into the after-service tea with her and started introducing me as her daughter. I guess the two of them run the online fan club. Pandora and Coco Lee, Winnie said with confidence. The mother-daughter team. Do I look like Coco? I heard she's only 15. Winnie squinted at Piper and wrinkled her nose. I probably look more like Coco than you do, but people would buy it, especially if they don't know a lot of us. She flicked her dark hair back and returned her attention to the dusty road. What was Pandora like? She's a total psycho online. She tried to troll me into taking down my hilarious reviews. She's a psycho, all right. Piper rubbed her arm where the older woman had latched on and described how Pandora had accused Piper of being up to something. She said I broke into her house and that I looked sneaky. Winnie guffawed. You did sneak into the funeral. True, but it was more than that. At first, she acted catty, like I was having an intimate relationship with George. Winnie snickered. He is spending all his nights with you. That's pretty intimate. Gross. How about Teddy? Is your little man jealous of your new ghost man? Not at all. Teddy loves hanging out with him. We're a happy little family. Like a Norman Rockwell painting. Piper shrugged. They drove past a billboard for a Loco Loft, the quaint cafe that was their destination. Would she get her favorite dessert or try something new? Her mouth watered around her peppermint gum. It was a relief to think about something other than George Morrison and how she hadn't gotten anything worthy of reporting back to Nancy Dowd. For the next few hours, Piper relaxed back into her normal self. They didn't go to the cafe right away because it wouldn't be open until 3 o'clock. The two girls visited the town's new designer outlet mall, which had cobblestone outdoor streets. The mall had been made to look like a quaint European village, albeit one with brand-name stores that seemed magically larger inside than they appeared from the exterior. After doing some serious credit card damage, they charged into Loco Loft, famished, and ready to indulge in disaster-themed desserts. Winnie ordered the Titanic, a sundae made with vanilla ice cream, marshmallow icebergs, and a capsizing luxury liner made of gingerbread with colored icing and candies. After serious consideration, Piper ordered her usual. The Mount Vesuvius was a molten chocolate dessert in a pool of raspberry syrup flecked with spearmint trees. Streaming out from the center were gummy bears, representing fleeing Pompeii villagers. The dish came topped with mandarin and blood orange sorbet to represent fire. The citrus flavor perfectly cut through the sweetness. When they were done, Winnie patted her stomach. And thus concludes my diet. Time for more clothing layers. Bring on sweater weather. I will never eat again, Piper said. Feel better? Winnie gave Piper's hand an affectionate pat. I'm sorry that psycho lady was mean to you today, and that the big mean security guard looked at you funny. Piper gave her friend a grateful smile. Don't forget the awkward discussion about the afterlife with Pastor Dan. He used the word cray-cray. I'd pay good money to see a video of that. They both laughed, and Piper felt a lightness. Her spirits were lifting. Perhaps it was the sugar hitting her bloodstream, but for the first time in a long time, she felt something. Ambition. She wondered if this was how Winnie felt about her career, why she was eager to get to work on Monday mornings while Piper slept in and then noodled around on the internet until her friend was off work. Something was shifting. Piper Chen, who had previously been vague about career ambitions, was excited about being an investigative journalist. The idea was too wonderful and intoxicating to share out loud just yet. Telling Winnie would be like jinxing the possibility. So Piper remained quiet, while her mind spun with ideas for getting an interview with Robert Jones. There were only a couple of hotels in the small town, and he was likely staying at one of them. They drove back in comfortable, quiet companionship, speaking only to groan about their full bellies and how they were never going to Loco Loft again. It was an empty vow they had made and broken countless times. By the time they reached Copeland, the sun had already set, and the air was so cool they debated turning on the car's heater. Piper rubbed her forearms. November had brought what locals affectionately called sweater weather. "I promise I'll behave," Winnie said. "Huh?" Piper had been thinking about calling the local hotels to find out where Robert Jones was staying. "When you introduce me to George," Winnie said. "I promise I won't embarrass you or say anything about the bad plot choices he made. Not even that horrible thing with Pelican Island and all those charming peasants being wiped out of existence in an act of violence that was more senseless than shocking." "Acts of senseless violence are senseless," Piper said. "That's sort of the whole point he was making." "Oh? Did someone die and make you the expert on interpreting George Morrison's work?" She paused. "Was it him?" She gasped. "Honestly, tell me, has he been communicating with you at all? You said he doesn't talk, but if he can change the channels on your TV, surely he could type a few words if you point him toward a laptop." "Trust me, I've tried," Piper said. "But he's only interested in loafing around, watching TV." Winnie snorted. "Sounds about right. That's why his books take forever." "He's still a person," Piper said, feeling defensive. "He's not a factory robot with a wind-up crank." "But he promised he'd have the next book ready by—" "Oh, snap!" Winnie hit the accelerator, and they zoomed past Piper's driveway without turning in. Piper turned and stared behind them. It was dark now, but thanks to the new landscape lighting around the mansion, she could easily see a vehicle parked in her driveway, a marked police car. Ominously, Winnie said, "This doesn't bode well. Should we go to my house instead?" "I'm sure they're just following up," Piper said. "I called the chief about the hunch I had about the realtor, and I haven't heard back." She took a deep breath. "We might as well see what they want. And besides, Teddy's had nothing but dry kibble since breakfast. I need to get in there and feed the beast before he takes off someone's arm." Winnie turned the car around. "I've never talked to a cop before. Is there anything I should know?" Piper remembered her interaction with Dumb and Dumber back at the Morrison residence. She'd been mishandled based on snap judgments just because she was young and pretty. "Try not to act like a high-priced call girl," she said sarcastically, "and be respectful." Winnie patted her stomach and let out an unladylike burp. "How's that?" Piper rolled her eyes. They parked, and Winnie offered to grab the shopping bags while Piper went ahead to greet the two people standing in the shadows of her front door. One was a cop, and the other was not. Chapter 10. "Do I need a lawyer?" Piper eyed the police officer warily. She stood in her family's oversized kitchen, wrestling a chamomile tea bag out of its unnecessarily rugged wrapper. Her hands were shaky, and the room felt stuffy, despite the hum of the brand-new HVAC. She was asking about a lawyer because she felt guilty about crashing the funeral that afternoon. Plus, she couldn't shake the uneasy feeling she'd gotten from Pandora accusing her of breaking into Pandora's house. Had the crazy woman decided to press charges based on nothing more than a hunch? 5 minutes earlier, she'd arrived at her front door just as the two men on her front step were ringing the doorbell. Teddy had been barking up a frenzy on the other side of the door, threatening to chase them to a new postal code. Both men were familiar, but only one wore a Copeland Police Department uniform. The police officer, A large man who wore his dark hair in a buzz cut that looked very short next to his bushy black mustache respectfully greeted her as Miss Chen. He was one of the two officers who'd been at George Morrison's house the previous week. He was the one who'd assumed she was a call girl, and then had been all too eager to shove her face in the dusty shag carpet while handcuffing her. She'd gotten her revenge with a solid headbutt to the nose. It must have given him a nice black eye. Even now, a week later, he still sported a faint ring of purple under one eye. Tonight, the big cop was formal, professional, and kept his face a safe distance from Piper's hard skull. He introduced himself as Officer Jarvis, but Piper's ears heard Officer Jerkface. She didn't ask for clarification. The second man, dressed in a natty linen suit and pricey Italian shoes, was Carl Plummer. She'd seen him on the TV at the diner and recognized him immediately. He was Otis's father and Dr. Walsh's ex-husband. Though he wasn't nearly as cute as his son, Piper could see some family resemblance in the man's lively blue eyes. Besides being related to her crush, Carl Plummer was also the real estate agent she'd suggested the police look into as the unseen assailant who'd pushed her down. As she was formally introduced to him, her shins ached at the memory of toppling over the dusty shoe rack. Was he the killer? His presence on her doorstep made her uneasy, but she invited them both inside anyway. At least Winnie was there as backup, gathering their shopping bags from the car and watching from a distance. Now Piper was making the jerky cop and the murder suspect herbal tea. Herbal tea! It was surreal. Why were the men there? Piper thought guiltily of the dog park date she had scheduled for the next day with Otis. Was the senior plumber there in connection to that? Had he compared notes with his ex-wife, Piper's therapist? No, that was paranoid. Or was it? She sighed inwardly. This was exactly why she usually told the unvarnished truth. She'd be the world's worst spy. With quivering hands, Piper finished making 2 cups of chamomile tea and pushed them across the kitchen island toward the men. They both accepted and took seats on the bar stools. Whatever was about to go down would go down casual style, right there at the granite-topped kitchen island. Piper grabbed herself a glass of water and took a seat as well. Winnie had entered the house unobtrusively and taken Teddy to the pool house in the backyard. There was no sign of ghostly George. The 3 were alone. Officer Jerkface cleared his throat. What? His ears looked enormous next to his buzz cut, and he turned one to her. I thought you were saying something about the tea, but did you just ask me a question? She'd nearly forgotten her question. Do I need a lawyer? I should hope not, answered Carl. He had an elevated, ever so slightly British accent. On television, he'd come across as plastic, but in person, he had an abundance of charisma, like an actor faking bashfulness while accepting an Oscar. Officer Jerkface blew over his hot tea and slurped it noisily. He rubbed the droplets off the bottom of his big mustache with the back of his hand in a practiced gesture. We're here for an apology, he said. Piper's guilt ballooned. I'm so sorry, she answered quickly. I'll only tell the truth from now on. I'm not crazy, I swear. She coughed into her hand and then clamped her mouth shut before she could make things worse. Why had she volunteered that she wasn't crazy? It was exactly like a crazy person to deny their craziness. The 2 men exchanged a puzzled look. Carl, who hadn't touched his tea yet, leaned forward and tapped his fingers on the cool stone counter. The taps sounded like hooves on a dusty trail. His trimmed fingernails were buffed to a shine, and his knuckles bore short, light hairs. Did he shave his knuckles? She was curious about the Plummer family. Were any of them plumbers? Had his ex-wife switched back to her maiden name after the divorce, or had she never taken Plummer in the first place? If Piper married Otis, a wild, crazy thought, Her name would be Piper Plummer. How about that? Piper Plummer. It was a name strange enough to inspire loud laughs from strangers. Miss Chen, Carl said. Yes, Mr. Plummer, she replied. May I call you Piper? That's my name, she said cheerily. Piper, which is a lot like plumber, if you think about it. Pipes, plumbing. I suppose, he said, frowning. I always tell people to think of a plum to remember my name. A juicy, dark, purple plum. So much nicer than some large, grunting gentleman with his pants falling down at the back. Sorry, Piper said. I didn't mean anything by it. Carl swept some invisible crumbs from the granite counter and sat up tall in his chair. Don't be sorry. It is I who must apologize to you. The twang in his voice made his formal language sound almost charming. I am so deeply, terribly sorry for the indignity I inadvertently caused you. His lively blue eyes became more shiny, as though wetting with genuine tears of empathy. You must have been so frightened on that terrible day. Piper suddenly realized why the two men were in her home. You're the one who pushed me down. I walked into the Morrison house, and you attacked me. Carl turned expectantly to the cop sitting between them. Officer Jerkface raised two bushy eyebrows, but didn't move, except to take another slurp of the chamomile tea. Was that how they solved crimes in Copeland? They drove the assailant over to the victim's house so he could drink her tea and offer a half-hearted apology? Piper had the urge to headbutt both of them. Piper, I merely bumped into you, Carl Plummer said delicately. Bumped. By accident. It was an accident that you shoved me down? Bumped, he repeated. You see, I was frightened and confused myself. For all I knew, one of George's book fanatics could have been lurking in the shadows, awaiting a second victim. Piper snorted. Her guilt paranoia bubble had burst. Now indignation reigned, and to think she'd apologized to him. You thought a petite Asian girl was coming to beat you up? You thought I practiced the deadly art of waif-foo? Waif-foo? Evidently he didn't know the pop culture term for a slight woman who miraculously beats everyone up thanks to special effects movie magic. She muttered in Mandarin, calling him a rice bucket, since he was obviously good for storing food and not much else. Carl held his hands up. I don't speak Oriental. It's Mandarin. She crossed her arms. Don't try to diminish what happened. Mr. Plummer, you shoved me. On purpose. Very well, then, he admitted. Guilty as charged. He looked right at the cop. Except I won't be getting charged. Officer Jerkface nodded in agreement. We don't like clogging up the courts with minor incidents. Mr. Plummer and his family are all upstanding members of the community. This doesn't smell like a serious crime to me. Smell? She leaned toward the realtor and sniffed, detecting only a woodsy aftershave. You smelled like a fisherman that day. I should think not, Carl Plummer said vehemently. Sometimes I skip my morning shower, but please. He raised his eyebrows. Do I look like someone who'd smell like shrimp? Piper snapped her fingers. Shrimp. That's what it was. She turned to Officer Jerkface. See? He just admitted it. Admitted what? The cop didn't react except to pick a loose stem from his herbal tea. He was up to no good, she said. You started it, Carl retorted. In the dark. You looked a lot bigger, and so did your pit bull. Boston Terrier. All dog breeds can be dangerous in the wrong hands. Piper gave him her toughest waif-fu look. "What were you doing there, anyway? If you were showing the house to clients, you wouldn't have been alone." "I was cleaning," he answered plainly. Officer Jerkface finally chimed in with an official tone, looking right at Piper. "I'm satisfied your altercation was simply an accident. Mr. Plummer had entered the home 35 minutes earlier to tidy the residence in preparation for a viewing the next day." Carl nodded vigorously. "That's right. I was cleaning and didn't realize Mr. Morrison had suffered a mishap. I was there for about half an hour before I just tripped over the body downstairs. I was trying to leave when you shoved your way in the front door. Understandably, I panicked." He gave her a forceful smile. His teeth were as white and uniform as an IKEA display of porcelain teacups. She took in his apology begrudgingly before asking, "Did you call the police?" "More or less. I sat in my car and waited to make sure you did." "Liar." She pointed an accusing finger at the realtor and turned to the cop. "Mr. Plummer jumped in his car and sped away immediately. That's what I saw, and that's what I said in my report. He's hiding something." Carl Plummer gave her an appreciative look. "Darling, nothing gets by you, does it? I did drive away, but then I circled the block and came right back. I peered in the front room window and saw you sitting on the sofa inside, talking to yourself." He rested his chin on his fist. "Why were you there, young lady?" "None of your business," she said coolly. Officer Jerkface finished his tea with a final noisy slurp and pushed his stool back. "I'm glad we could get this settled. Are we good here?" He gave Piper a pleading look. With the purple bruise under one eye, he looked weary and a bit pathetic. She almost felt sorry for him. "We're good," she said softly. "Thank you, Miss Chen." He glanced in the direction of the front door and adjusted his heavy-looking belt. "We'll be on our way now." The whole thing was settled? Then why did she have a ghost haunting her? There was more to the story than these two were admitting to. Her window of opportunity was closing. What would Nancy Dowd do in this situation? She'd ask the tough questions. "Just one last question," Piper said. "Does Mr. Plummer have an alibi for the time of death?" To her surprise, Officer Jerkface was ready. He must have been anticipating such a question. "Yes, and it all checks out," he said. "The time of death was around 5 o'clock on Thursday. Mr. Plummer was out of town that entire day, with receipts and witnesses to corroborate." Piper blinked as she assimilated the new information. This detail had not been in the newspapers. The time of death was 5 o'clock Thursday. George had been dead for a whole day before she'd showed up. Whatever had happened to him, it had occurred just hours after he'd sent her a text. She'd memorized George's message sent at 2 o'clock on Thursday. "I'll be spending Friday evening digging through old junk at my mother's house. Here's the address. You could pop over later if you dare. I must warn you that I'm an old man who loves reliving his glory days. Brace yourself for some moldy old stories about bowling trophies." With a shaky voice, she said, "George sent me a message 3 hours before his death. Was I the last person he talked to?" The big cop gave her a look bordering on pity. "It's possible the text he sent you was his last." He broke eye contact and stared out the dark kitchen window. "Imagine that. The last words George Morrison will ever write." Carl Plummer slipped noiselessly off his stool and clapped the cop on the shoulder. "Hang in there, friend. Good work is immortal. It lives on beyond the man." The dark-haired police officer cleared his throat and headed toward the front door. Carl, surprisingly stealthy, was slipping a business card into Piper's hand. "Beautiful home you have," he said softly. "6 bedrooms?" "5 plus den," she answered automatically. He nodded. "Let me know if you ever need more space, or less space, or something different." With a knowing grin, he added, "You can trust a plumber man to make you feel at home." He proceeded to the front door, remarking on the high ceilings and crown moldings, and then the two were gone. Chapter 11. As soon as the red tail lights of the police car had disappeared down the street, Piper ran out the patio door and crossed the lawn to the pool house. The hole that Teddy was digging along the fence had grown substantially. She shook her head and sighed. He was such a fan of the Grand Canyon, he was trying to recreate one in their backyard. She tapped on the pool house door. "It's just me. The cop is gone." Winnie yanked open the door. "Good. I didn't like the way he talked to you." "Really? He was on his best behavior tonight." "I can see why you head-butted him. That guy's got jerk written all over his face." Piper agreed. She entered and shut the door behind her. The pool house was much smaller than the main house, but in many ways she preferred it. She liked the cozy feeling of the smaller rooms. A reflection in the window caught her eye. Was it George? She waited, looking around, but if the ghost was there, he didn't let himself be seen. She'd expected him to be eager to hear all about his funeral, but perhaps the many visitors had kept him away. She sat on the comfy sofa and gave Winnie a full report on what had been said in the main house. Upon hearing about the apology, Winnie was shocked, but not surprised. "Copeland," she said, the way people often did, to shrug away the not-so-professional way in which things in the small town were done. "At the very least, it's a pretty shocking invasion of privacy," Piper said. "Not to mention a bizarre way for me to meet Otis's father." "Everything about you and Otis is bizarre," Winnie said. "I'm going to tell him everything tomorrow, on our dog park date." "Uh-huh." Winnie grabbed her small laptop and looked at the screen. "Maybe not everything. I'll leave out the part about the ghost." "But that's the best part. The most interesting thing you have going on in your life." Piper held her hand to her chest, pretending to be offended. "Winnie, at least I'm not a workaholic." "Potato, potato. You say workaholic, I say gainfully employed." They continued to tease each other about how they spent their weekdays. Piper said, "I guess since the police aren't worried about how George died, I shouldn't be either. It must have been a simple accident." Winnie made a non-verbal sound from her comfy spot on the sofa and continued staring at her laptop screen. She'd had one eye on a website page for most of their discussion. Piper pushed her friend's laptop shut. The sugar from their dessert had worn off, and she was crashing into the cranky zone. "Pay attention to me," Piper whined playfully. Winnie blinked and looked around. "What about the ghost? Is George here right now?" "Sadly, no," Piper said. "Pastor Dan told me the body was getting cremated tonight, so maybe that's it for the ghost." She used her hand to make the same floating gesture the pastor had made. "If he's not here, maybe he's on his way to the next big thing, the sequel." Winnie looked up at the ceiling for a minute, then turned to Teddy, who'd just settled on the cushion next to her. "Teddy, where's the ghost? Where is he?" Teddy got a guilty look and let out one of his famous toots. As the girls groaned, he lowered his chin and whimpered while whipping the air around with his tail. Another toot quickly followed. Winnie closed her laptop, jumped to her feet, and made for the exit. Giggling, the two friends crossed the lawn into the main house. Winnie still wanted to meet George if he was still around, So they searched each room for the elusive ghost. She didn't say anything to Winnie, but Piper had been concerned about George's absence ever since dusk. Had he been scared off by the other people in the house, or had Piper done something to offend him? She'd last seen him the previous night, Thursday, which had been about as routine as any night since his arrival. He'd followed her around a bit as she made herself a late dinner, entertained himself by playing with Teddy, and then settled in the den. The trio had enjoyed a quiet night in, with no irregularities. Except she had complained about him flipping through the TV channels instead of just settling on one thing. And then she'd asked him how he was able to change the channels, yet seemed unable or unwilling to tap out even a simple text message on her phone or computer. He'd gotten up in a huff and walked off through a wall. Maybe he was ignoring her today for a reason. 5 bedrooms plus a den later, Piper apologized for the no-show. He's usually here until sunrise, so maybe he'll turn up yet. Winnie wrinkled her nose. Where else have you seen the ghost other than here? He was at his mom's house before, right? An inexplicable coolness washed over Piper. Normally it was George who put a chill in a room, but she didn't see him there. Without waiting for an answer, Winnie said, "We should go for a walk by there. I've never seen his old house before, and I'm curious. Plus, maybe George is hanging around there. Come on. After the day you've had and all that ice cream, a walk will do you good." Teddy let out an excited bark. Winnie squatted down and rubbed his chin. "You're right. I did say the W word. Does Teddy want to go for a WALK?" Teddy twirled in a circle, making more noises with both ends. Piper grabbed his leash, and all three headed to the front door. The walk to the Morrison residence would take about 20 minutes, or 30 if Teddy encountered any interesting smells that needed investigation. He did. The trio arrived at their destination at 8:15, barely past dinner time, yet it could have been midnight for how dark and quiet the street was. The neighborhood was an older one, with larger-sized lots and lush landscaping. Lush for Arizona, anyway. The street was lined with stately Mexican fence posts, spruce cones, as well as the usual oleander, daisies, petunias, and geraniums. Some yards had ground cover of purple verbena, agave, and other succulents. Left over from Halloween, a few wizened jack-o'-lanterns sat on porches, well on their way to becoming compost. "That's unsettling," Winnie said, pointing to the house numbers on the Morrison residence. 444. They stood in front of 1444 Nanaimo Street. Neither were as superstitious as their Taiwan-raised parents, but the triple appearance of the number 4, the word for which sounded like death in their language, was sobering. Moments earlier they'd been giggling, joking about Winnie kicking Ghost George in the shin as punishment for his character Ling's demise, but now both went quiet. Even Teddy sensed something. His black ears were pricked, his tail straight as a stick. 1444 Nanaimo Street, Piper said. "I didn't even notice all those 4s the first time. I was too busy wondering what Nanaimo meant. It's that dessert square you like, with the yellow custard layer." "Now you're making me hungry." "Adventure first, then snacks." Winnie took a step toward the modest split-level home, and then immediately took a step back again, as though repelled by a force field. 1444, she muttered, shaking her head. "I guess I'm more superstitious than I thought, because I've got a bad feeling about this." "But we're already here," Piper said. "You do realize that means triple death." Winnie rubbed her arms, and then zipped up the lightweight cardigan she'd borrowed from Piper's closet. "Oh, don't worry. The curse has already run its course," Piper said lightly. 3 of the people who've lived here since the house got built are dead now. George as well as both of his parents. One for each four. Winnie took another step back, zipping the thin cardigan all the way to her neck. Exactly. It's a death trap. Piper rolled her eyes and crossed under the wisteria-draped arbor onto the property. The house is 50-some years old, and besides, I think George was the only one who died inside the house. And might I remind you, we're here to see a ghost? Winnie rubbed her arms. This was a bad idea. I don't know what I was thinking. It must have been those kooks on the message board. They were all talking about their ghosts like it was the coolest thing ever, and I fell for the hype. What message board? You were talking to people about what I told you in confidence? Winnie licked her lips and made dry smacking sounds. Not exactly. Well, not any specifics. When you were talking to the cop and the realtor in the house, I found this website, sort of an online community, of people talking about hauntings. She winced, making a half-smiling expression of embarrassment. I kinda sorta chatted with this woman who was kinda sorta dating a ghost in Colorado a few months ago. I'm sure that worked out well, Piper said dryly. Are they getting married soon? Having a ghost wedding? Winnie kept wincing. Her story's a bit complicated, but she did say some ghosts are guardian angels, and they're not here for themselves or their own unfinished business. They might show up when we, the living, need them. You think George is around because I need him? Well, Piper, you kinda need something. Walking your dog and going shopping is not exactly a career. Piper shook her head. Winnie thought she knew everything, but she'd only been working at her job for a year. She'd been exactly the same as Piper before that. You've talked about being a writer, Winnie said, or was it a journalist? Is that why you took the job with Nancy Dowd? George could be here to serve as your muse. Piper was tired from the long day and annoyed about the conversation, even though she knew Winnie meant well. It was just her tone of voice sometimes, the way it was so condescending. Piper pointed a thumb over her shoulder at the house. Then let's go inside, round up George, and see what he can do for my career. Winnie played with the zipper on the cardigan. I thought we were just going to walk around the garden and see if he turned up. Don't tell me you're planning to break in. We came all this way. Might as well try the front door. Piper walked up the front step and reached for the handle. She couldn't explain it to her best friend, but the door seemed to be glowing, calling to her. It was as though George was there, tugging on her arm, imploring her to step inside his childhood home. He had something to tell her, or show her. She was sure of it. The door opened, just as she knew it would. She stepped inside. Teddy followed, his toenails clicking on the terracotta entryway tiles. The air was as dusty as ever, tickling her nose and threatening to set off a sneeze attack. But worse than the dust, there was a fetid aroma, like the sludge in the bottom of a garbage bin. Piper went from nearly sneezing to nearly gagging. Teddy made the snorting sounds he reserved for dead things found along the side of the road. Muttering complaints under her breath, Winnie came inside. Stinky. She pinched her nose. Piper said, I don't remember it smelling this bad last week. They'll never sell this house now, Winnie said, unless your parents are looking for another project. Your dad could get a great deal on this one, since it's a rotten-smelling crime scene house. Piper rolled her eyes. Not even if the town let him change the house number. Winnie held her hand to her ear and shushed Piper. Both listened. There were voices inside the house. Someone's in here, Winnie whispered. They're on another floor. That's why the front door wasn't locked. "It might be the television," Piper whispered back. "George loves to watch his CNN." There was a flickering of light near the staircase that led up. Piper proceeded into the dark home, toward the voices and the flickering light. She felt as certain about going upstairs as she had about trying the front door. Winnie grumbled and hung back, but after a few seconds alone, she decided she'd rather walk into a triple death ambush with Piper than be left by herself. Chapter 12. As they walked along the dark upstairs hallway, Piper scooped up Teddy and held the eager Boston Terrier so he couldn't get ahead of them. The two girls slowly approached the room that was flickering with the light of a television. Piper slowed down. If this was where George hung out when he wasn't at her house, maybe he wouldn't be thrilled to see her barging in on him. Winnie shot past her, breathing excitedly. "I can't believe I get to meet George Morrison." There was a note of fangirl hysteria to her whispered voice. Piper shook her head. Winnie had been so dead set against Piper meeting the author, even threatening to call Piper's parents in Taiwan. Now here she was, leading the charge. Winnie stopped abruptly. She whispered, "That's not just a TV. Someone else is here in the house." Teddy also sensed something. His body, cradled in the crook of Piper's arm, was as taut as a drawn arrow, quivering for release. She didn't dare set him loose. Winnie was right. Over the sound of the television, two people were talking, a man and a woman. "Listen," Piper whispered. "I think I know those voices." The girls held still in the hallway, out of sight of the room's doorway, and listened. Teddy settled, melting into the crook of Piper's arm. The television station had switched to commercials, and the loud ads for fast food and teeth whiteners competed with the live voices inside the room, but Piper could hear bits of their conversation whenever the two faced the doorway. The male voice asked, "Did you check behind the air conditioner vent?" The woman snapped, "Duh, Rob, that's the first place I checked. The air conditioner vent, come on. I've watched every episode of Dexter." He replied, "Gee, Sammy, I'm not the enemy here." "Don't call me that. George called me Sammy all the time, even though he knew I hated it." "Or because you hated it." In the darkness of the hallway, Piper made a fist with her free hand. She'd correctly identified the two as Robert Jones, the bedraggled editor, and Simone Morrison, George's skinny sister. By the crispness of his voice, Robert had sobered up since the funeral 9 hours earlier, but Simone might have indulged in one or two of her vices. She sounded wound up and ready to blow. The two continued to squabble. By the sound of it, they were conducting a search of every square inch of the room. Piper hadn't been upstairs on her first visit to the Morrison house, but it was clear by the name carved into the door that this was the childhood bedroom of George Morrison. "There aren't any notebooks here," Simone said, exasperated. "We've looked in every nook and cranny." "Nook and cranny," Robert said with a musing tone. Such a funny expression. People use the word nook on its own, kitchen nook or book nook, but nobody will admit to having a cranny. And what exactly is a cranny? I really ought to know these things. I am, after all, the world's most famous book editor. Simone snorted. "That's like being the world's most famous speck of dust." "Don't be cruel, Sammy," he said, sounding genuinely hurt. "We're nobodies, as far as the public is concerned, Rob. You and I are equal in our nothingness, our unequivocal lack of worth. You've seen the coverage. The people in George's shadow don't even exist, as far as the world's concerned." "Speak for yourself." The sound of Rob's voice changed, as though he was puffing out his chest. George always thanked me in the book notes. Not even time can erase words printed on pages. My contribution has been acknowledged." Simone let out a contemptuous huff of air. "Unlike mine, right? The world will never know it was me, that I did at least half of George's writing. I'm the real star. They should be talking about me on every TV show. That should be my face on the screen." She stopped talking. The television had switched back to an entertainment news show. Two pundits were discussing the adaptation of House of Hallows into film or television, and how many hours would be adequate to cover the stories told in each thick tome. The two talking heads seemed to be in a contest over who could be the bigger fan of the series, heaping the most praise on its brilliant creator. Simone groaned with displeasure, bordering on pain. The television muted. "Idiots," she said with finality. "There's no point." The springs of an ancient-sounding piece of furniture groaned in protest as someone took a seat. "Now what?" asked Rob. "We already know his penthouse is clean. This was our last hope. Where else can we look? Is there a family cottage or cabin? Didn't he love to vacation in Colorado? Someplace in Owl Bend?" "Yes, but he hasn't been there in years." Rob sighed, and the springs groaned as he took a seat. "Well, Sammy, I don't know where else to look." There was a smacking sound. "Ouch, I mean Simone. If we can't find his notes, that means there are no notes. My brother was full of crap, stringing us along, saying he was working on Hallows when he wasn't." "That's not necessarily a bad thing," Robert said. "Now we're free to turn in a synopsis of our own, pass it off as his, and nobody will be the wiser. We both know the publisher doesn't care at all. They just want the revenue, the fat stacks of cash." The furniture springs groaned again. "Fat stacks of cash," Simone repeated. "I like the sound of that. You know, Rob, you're kind of sexy when you get out from behind the computer." He made a sound partway between a growl and a purr. "Sammy, what about your 12 steps? You're not supposed to get involved with people for at least a year." "And you would know," she said. "I would," he replied. "I've failed the 12 steps countless times. I've installed a slide on the side of my wagon to make falling off easier. Was it booze or drugs?" "Neither," she said huskily. "Oh, no," he said. "It was a different kind of addiction. You're a sex addict. Is it really an addiction if you're just extremely good at something? You wouldn't say my brother was a writing addict?" Um, Mr. Jones, I'm falling off the wagon, and I want to land right here." Robert groaned. "Now? On your dead brother's bed?" Her voice got deeper and huskier. "Maybe his ghost is watching." He let out another animal noise. The springs groaned. "Oh, Simone," he said. "Call me Sammy." Out in the hallway, Piper turned to Winnie for a reaction. Winnie's eyes were wide, and she made a gagging face, her tongue lolling out. "Let's go," Piper whispered. "Show's over." When they reached the stairs, Winnie whispered back, "Or maybe the show's just beginning." Ew. Double ew. They reached the main floor and were heading toward the front door when Piper stopped abruptly. The air was cold here, supernaturally cold. Teddy, still in her arms, suddenly wriggled with a level of panic generally reserved for the sound of approaching skateboarders. He twirled himself like a corkscrew, popping out of her grasp. He landed on the floor at her feet, big black ears on high alert. Winnie whispered, "Brr, they must have the air conditioner working overtime." "Listen," Piper said. "Do you hear the HVAC running?" Other than the muted voices coming from upstairs, the house was absolutely silent. "Something's coming through from the other side," Winnie whispered. "I read about this on that ghost website." She wrapped her arms around her chest and chattered her teeth. "Something powerful is coming through." At their feet, Teddy made a sound halfway between a growl and a whimper. Both girls shushed him at once, and he dipped his head obediently. He understood perfectly and would guard them silently, unless a skateboarder showed up. Then he would do his mouth-foaming impression of a rabid raccoon, but for now he was quietly bristling and sniffing the air. Winnie held her fingertips to her open mouth, looking exactly like an expressive single frame in a comic book. "What?" Piper kept looking around, but seeing nothing. "Do you see George? Is he here?" Winnie didn't answer. Piper grabbed her shoulders and gave her a shake. Finally, Winnie snapped out of her fugue and croaked out, "I don't see anything, but the air feels thick, like ozone. Do you think he's up there, watching those two in his old bed? Do you think they, summoned him?" Something moved at the edge of Piper's vision. It was the visual equivalent of radio static, like an indoor cloud or a swarm of tiny insects. Piper turned away from Winnie and called out softly, "George, is that you?" The shimmering, cloudy apparition suddenly moved like it had purpose. It shifted to an arched doorway, then down the stairs that led to the lowest floor of the split-level home. Piper had to follow. She felt it, knew it. Was this reality? She was so tired, and the world felt soft and dreamlike. She was neither sleeping nor awake. Without a word to her best friend, Piper followed the cloud down the dark stairs. With each passing second, the shape of the cloud became more person-like, as tall and wide as a human. Focusing on the mass hurt her eyes. If she let her eyes become unfocused, the form was paradoxically easier to see. The basement floor was dark, the location of walls and furniture barely discernible in the thin light from the street lamps. Piper dreamily followed the swirling cloud until it came to a standstill near the foot of the stairs. Even through her shoes, Piper felt a chill coming from the floor, from where George's body had been found, where he'd taken his final breaths. His blood must have ruined the carpet. There was now a rectangular patch of bare concrete where carpet had been removed. The room was so cold now, and buzzing mist seemed to hum, like a swarm of angry hornets. "It's okay," Piper said soothingly, though she didn't know why. The instinct to stay calm, to speak reassuring phrases to the apparition, must have come from someone other than Piper. More words fell from her mouth with no forethought. "Everything's going to be okay," she said. "I'm here now. What do you want to show me?" The buzzing changed pitch, like a musical note being bent synthetically. Piper was dimly aware of Winnie and Teddy behind her, and of both of them making soft noises to indicate they'd much rather be elsewhere. She ignored them. The apparition had a message for her. "I'm here with you," Piper said. "You're safe now. Show me." The flitting bits of light and shadow coalesced partially, showing a face and an arm extending from the cloud. The face was a blur, and then it wasn't. What happened next would be difficult for Piper to remember and almost impossible to explain. Behind her, Winnie watched helplessly as her best friend fell deeper into a trance. Teddy was so frightened, he released his bladder on the concrete floor and cried to go home. Piper's body began to shake and convulse. Winnie caught her friend and tried to wake her from her state. Piper was there, but she wasn't. Her body was stiff, her face twisted up in pain. There wasn't a sound to be heard other than Teddy whimpering, but inside Piper's head there was a scream that filled her until she was bursting with screaming like an overfilled tank of pain. The agony and fury howled through Piper, through every cell in her body, until her bones were howling, and her teeth were howling, and everything was howling, and she was as hollow as a drum. Nothing more than a vessel for a sonic windstorm with no beginning and no end. Chapter 13. Day 9, Saturday, November 5th, 4:10 p.m. Residence of Piper Chen. Piper tried not to let the black hole in her memory bother her as she got ready for her Saturday night date in the dog park with Otis Plummer. She rubbed her cheek. A fleeting memory from the night before was coming back. She turned to her best friend, who was sitting cross-legged on Piper's bed, her attention split between her phone and helping Piper pick out an outfit. Piper asked Winnie, "Did you slap me last night?" Winnie looked sheepish. Piper half gasped, half laughed. "You did! I remember you slapping my cheek." Winnie continued looking sheepish. After leaving the Morrison residence the night before, Winnie had been rattled. Once they finished walking back to Piper's house, Winnie had gotten in her car and left Piper alone just long enough to pack a suitcase of her things at her apartment. She had returned before 10 o'clock and moved herself into the pool house in the backyard, where she announced she would stay indefinitely to look after Piper until she was feeling better. "I'm glad your memory's coming back," Winnie said. "You must have been exhausted and dehydrated last night. It looked like you were having a seizure." Piper kept rubbing her cheek. She had a vague memory of walking to the Morrison house and overhearing Simone and Robert, but nothing of what had happened after she'd gone down to the basement. She had only Winnie's recollection. Winnie had felt the chill in the air, and she didn't see any ghosts, but she did witness Piper go into a trance. This had gone on for a few minutes while Piper babbled incoherently. Then Teddy had started growling, a menacing growl like none Winnie had ever heard from the dog before. The air got even colder, and Piper had, in Winnie's words, frozen up like an old computer running Windows. She'd gone catatonic, blue-screened. Winnie had sprung into action like a hero, dragging both Piper and the growling dog out of the house. Miraculously, they escaped, without alerting George's sister and editor, who were still engaged in something that sounded like tackle football up in George's childhood bedroom. "How hard did you slap me?" Piper asked. "I'm totally bruised." She worked her jaw. "This is worse than when I got my wisdom teeth out and didn't ice my cheeks." Winnie rolled her eyes. "I didn't hit you that hard." She rocked from side to side on the bed. "Actually, the second time I slapped you, it was a bit harder." "You beast," Piper said in mock horror. "I didn't know what else to do," Winnie said. "It was after I finally got you out of the house. You wouldn't walk. You just stood there on the sidewalk, clutching that stupid phone in your hand." "My phone? Was I trying to call someone?" Piper dimly recalled needing to make a call to someone or for someone. "Not your phone. The one you yanked out of the wall. The grubby old phone from inside the house." "And that's why you slapped me?" "Not at first. You know how sometimes Teddy grabs your shoe and won't let go, and you have to offer him a new toy to bribe him into letting go of the shoe? There's a world of difference between a squeaky toy and a slap across the cheek." Winnie shrugged. I didn't have a squeaky toy with me. Flatly, Piper said, Thanks for slapping me. Without irony, Winnie answered, You're welcome. She adjusted her feet so she was sitting in a serene yoga pose on the bed. I wrestled that old phone from your sweaty claw hand and tossed it into a hedge. You made this weird whimpering noise, like you wanted it back. I figured since you were so in love with the thing, I would stick it in your purse. But then I opened your purse, and it was already full of a wrapped-up dog bone. The bone! From Otis! Piper reached for her purse, but found it empty. Winnie said, We gave it to Teddy last night. Don't you remember? It's hazy. Do you think I was possessed by a ghost? You were dehydrated, Winnie said. People can hallucinate when they're exhausted and dehydrated. I've been delirious a few times on summer days. Winnie paused and frowned. Honestly, I thought you were messing around, trying to put on a show so I wasn't disappointed about not getting to meet George. Piper got the dream-like feeling again. It wasn't George, she said. Winnie rubbed her forearms and shuddered. You're scaring me. Maybe we should take you to see a doctor, or that therapist lady. Doesn't she do hypnotherapy? She could get your memories back. You mean Otis's mom? I don't think so. Piper turned back toward her open closet. I'm fine, really. She sorted through her colored denim, almost believing herself. Did I do or say anything after we got home last night? You said I could have your teal jeans, since they look better on me anyway. Piper whirled around, her face contorted with mock indignation. With her eyes still closed and her yoga pose serene, Winnie stuck out her tongue teasingly. Saturday night's weather was typical for November in Arizona. Room temperature. On a night like this, she didn't miss San Francisco at all. It was likely cold and damp there now, the kind of weather that crept into the marrow of your bones and wreaked havoc with your hair. Piper had inherited the same hair quirk her mother had, what they called the whoop-de-doo. It was a stubborn wave that made one side of her hair flip up while the other side curled under. The next day it would have reversed sides. Mrs. Chen would deny the move from the West Coast to the dry heat of Arizona had been motivated by extinguishing the whoop-de-doo, but it certainly had been a factor. Since moving to the desert state, the whoop-de-doo only made appearances on the rare, humid days. Piper's black hair was pinned straight and swinging when she arrived at the dog park at 5 minutes past 5 o'clock. Worries over whatever had happened at George's house the night before were pushed to the back of her mind, as muted as the idea of next Monday's homework on a Friday afternoon. The whole ghost business could wait. She was young, single, and had a date with a cute boy. Piper had walked over with Teddy. Since the park wasn't far enough from her street to bother with her bicycle, only to have to push it while walking with Otis, who probably wouldn't have brought one. Teddy snorted and rolled around on a tidy meridian of lush grass while Piper scanned the park for Otis. She spotted him on a bench, reading a paperback. The book was the third one in the House of Hallows series. Was it the same copy that had been left on a window ledge at the funeral home? Something inside her brightened. A connection had been made. A pattern had been recognized. She got the same dopamine rush she did when her phone buzzed with a new alert about an online comment on her tiny blog. Teddy barked hello first. Otis looked up and waved at her, smiling. She got the buzzing alert feeling again, which she found curious. This wasn't a social media website or an online game. Otis wasn't a non-playing character with clues for the next level. This was real life, a real date with a living human. The realization sent her floating outside of herself, disassociating from reality. Was she, Piper Chen, about to promenade around the park with this sweet guy who was going to ramble on awkwardly, thinking she couldn't understand him? Or worse, would he attempt to speak Mandarin? When was she going to tell him the truth? Her worries stacked up. She had 3 key things to tell him, with the lie about not being able to speak English the biggest shocker. In decreasing shock value, there was the fact Otis's mother was her therapist, and then the small matter of Otis's father visiting her house with a police escort the previous day to apologize for pushing her down. It wasn't exactly standard first date conversation material. Teddy barked again and tugged at the leash, pulling her toward Otis, his black ears alert as he panted. The two hadn't met before. Otis had only seen Teddy through the restaurant window, but Teddy considered anyone who made eye contact and acknowledged his existence to be a potential new best friend. Plus, Teddy was a clever boy. It was possible he could match the scent of Otis to the dog bone he'd been gnawing on all day, the delicious treat keeping him from his day job of hole digging. "You showed up," Otis said when she reached him. He'd gotten up from the bench and tucked the paperback under his right armpit. In order to shake her hand without dropping the book, he held his elbow at his side and bent the middle of his body so their hands could reach. Piper had Teddy's leash in her right hand and hadn't moved it to her left because she'd been so busy thinking about spilling secrets that she hadn't anticipated a handshake. They shook hands just as Teddy tugged at the leash, which rocked Otis's body, since his arm was stiffly clenching the paperback in his armpit. The two humans seemed to be doing an interpretive dance. Teddy darted around them in a circle, tightening his leash against the backs of their legs. Otis tilted forward, bumped his chin on Piper's forehead, and immediately jerked back. Stepping backward, he tripped over the taut leash. He hadn't been expecting a tripwire at ankle height, and fell backward. He reached out by reflex, snagged the strap of Piper's purse, and pulled her down on top of him. All of this happened within 3 seconds. Piper's landing was softened by Otis's body. They fell face to face, lips nearly touching. Piper's hair fell around their heads in a veil, and time slowed. His wavy brown hair smelled wonderful, like dry, fragrant wood. His eyes were wide open with surprise, whites all the way around the irises. His nose was so triangular and pointy at the tip. She wanted to touch his nose, feel if the cartilage was soft like hers, or as stiff as it looked. The corner of his mouth twitched, and something about their relative position and the smell of his skin mixed with the scent of the park's recently cut grass brought back a long-forgotten memory. Her cousin. She remembered him sitting on top of the younger and smaller Piper, just like this, but with a drop of spit dangling from his mouth. He'd been harmless, but the memory jolted her. Suddenly horrified, Piper mutely clambered off of Otis. She pushed herself up, using what she thought was the ground, but was actually Otis's stomach. He groaned as though punched, which he basically had been, and curled up right there on the ground, moaning and laughing. Teddy, as excited as ever, alternated between barking at Otis and licking his exposed skin. When Otis finally got up, still wheezing with laughter, he apologized and said, "That scene goes in the trailer, for sure." Piper tilted her head, eyebrows questioning. It wasn't a no-speak-English act. She really didn't understand what he meant. "For the romantic comedy they'll make based on this," Otis said. "The working title is When Otis Met—" He stopped laughing. "I don't even know your name. One of the people at the service yesterday said you might be Coco." He gave her a hopeful look. She stared into his eyes. He was taller than her, but not too tall, probably below average height for a Caucasian. And now she was distracted, looking at the tip of his nose again, thinking about pushing it like a button. What would that do? Would he restart, like a laptop? "Is that your name?" he asked. "Coco?" It could be, for now. That would make the title of their romantic comedy, When Otis Met Coco. Piper did enjoy a good romantic comedy movie, but if she'd learned any sort of life lesson from them, it was that people always held back their big secrets too long, and when they finally revealed the truth about their deception, there was always a huge disaster. Hurt feelings, a breakup, a long gap in time before a reconciliation, or in the less enjoyable films, no reconciliation at all, just a valuable lesson learned. And she didn't want to hurt Otis's feelings. It would be best to tell Otis the truth now, before things got out of control. He was waiting for her answer. No, she thought. My name is not Coco. It's Piper. I speak English. Also, your mother's my therapist, and your father bruised my shins. Long story. Hey, stop running away. Come back. Teddy, take him down. Instead, she found herself nodding and saying, Coco. She cringed inside. No offense to the name, but she really wasn't a Coco. He pointed at her. Coco? He pointed at himself. Otis. He pointed back and forth again, repeating the names. She rolled her eyes. She wasn't from another planet. Even if she hadn't spoken English, she wouldn't have needed the first contact style chest pointing. But she poked his chest with her fingertip anyway. Otis, she repeated after him. He grinned like a sailor discovering a new world. She nodded at her Boston Terrier. Teddy. Otis swished his pursed lips from side to side as though working out a complex math problem in his head. What does he weigh? 20 pounds? He's pretty big for a chihuahua. He nodded toward the path that wound around the park and started walking. Piper bit her tongue and skipped to catch up with him. The second hardest part of this date was going to be letting Otis be wrong about Teddy's breed. The hardest part was going to be not tripping Otis again and pouncing on him in the grass. Absolutely no kissing, she told herself. No kissing until the truth comes out, which will happen tonight. Maybe now. No, not now. Things are going so well, and you need this. Just smile and nod while he names off the types of trees and bushes you're walking by. Never mind that he's getting half of them wrong. Keep smiling. Chapter 14. Otis and Piper walked Teddy around the park, each speaking their own language, English, Mandarin, and Terrier. Piper's Mandarin was rusty, to put it mildly, but she could have been making nonsense sounds and Otis would have bought it. As the date progressed, she grew more inventive with her declarations. Teddy seemed thirsty, so she stopped to give him water, using the palm of her hand as a bowl and pouring from the bottle she'd tucked in her purse before coming out. Otis watched with interest as Teddy slurped at the water. He's literally eating out of the palm of your hand, Otis said with wonder, crouching down to squat next to her. She smiled and said the equivalent of, I am merely the servant to His Royal Highness Emperor Theodore, the demander of food and maker of stinky farts. Otis gave her a serious nod. You take good care of him. She replied again in Mandarin, He repays my kindness by occasionally humping my coach bag. Otis gave her a sidelong look. Coach? Hey, I know that word. Are you talking about a sports coach? She patted her purse. Coach. She folded back the opening and showed him the label. He leaned in close, as though looking for treasures in the dark recesses. They bumped foreheads, and he apologized, grinning. Again, their faces were so close, his nice lips so near her own. Her head began to swim. He leaned in more. She pulled back, suddenly remembering her promise to herself that she wouldn't kiss him until she told him the truth. Right about now would be a good time for a confession, in fact. Unfortunately, she'd been so captivated that she'd forgotten her body position. She was still squatting, with her hand forming Teddy's water bowl. She lost her balance and tipped over, grabbing Otis's arm a little too late. Once again, the two tumbled into each other. She went limp and fluttered her eyelashes. He was above her this time. Someone shouted, "Get a room!" They both sat up and looked around guiltily. Over on the park bench sat a pair of old men, laughing to themselves. "Get a room, you two," one of them said. "Or not," said the other one, chuckling. To his friend he said, "This is better than whatever's on TV." The other agreed. Otis waved to the men. "Hi, Darrell. Are you following me?" To Piper he said, "Darrell is a regular at the restaurant." He mimed holding a plate with one hand and eating with a fork. "I know Darrell from the diner, from the Roadrunner. He's just a harmless old goofball." Piper got up, dusted herself off, and fastened the plastic cap back onto her now empty water bottle. It was getting dark. The sun had set already, and the lamps over the pathways were flickering on. Otis stood next to her, leaning toward her in a way that felt protective. Teddy stood on the other side, also leaning in. She had two bodyguards now. Over on the bench, the first man, still laughing, said to them, "You two carry on. Pretend we're not even here." He pointed to his friend. "This is Wilbur. He does the world's greatest duck calls." He turned to Wilbur. "Do your duck call. Do it." Wilbur sat up straight and made a soft hooting sound. When he was done, he grinned and looked directly at Piper. "That was Peking duck," he said, licking his lips. "Very tasty." Otis gave Piper an embarrassed look and spoke softly. "Listen, I don't know if these old goofballs are being racist or just weird, but either way, I apologize." She blinked and pretended to not understand, but she did. Sometimes people who didn't have many friends from other cultures didn't know how to interact. But Piper had learned patience and open-mindedness from her parents, who made it a policy to assume someone was joking rather than jump straight into being offended. Anyway, the mention of Peking duck was pretty harmless. She cooed back at Wilbur, repeating the duck call. "Peking duck," she said in English, much to his delight. Otis used his arm across her back to get her walking again, and they moved away from the two chuckling men. "I am so sorry," Otis said again. "Don't be," she wanted to say in English, but instead she said nothing. His arm was still along her back, his fingertips resting lightly at her hip, where her purse thwacked against his hand with every step. Sandwiched between her two bodyguards, she'd never felt so safe. She could relax and be Coco for a little longer. The cool slate sky turned midnight blue. Piper kept peering around, watching for George to step out from behind a tree. If he didn't show up tonight, that would be 2 nights in a row. Was he gone now? Had she offended him that much by asking about his ghostly powers? Or had something transformative happened the night before at his childhood home? Or had he left when his body turned to ashes? She gazed up at the heavens, at the moon and sparkling stars, wondering if he was up there. "You're cold," Otis said. Piper came out of her daze. She had goosebumps on her forearms. It was November, sweater weather in the evenings, but she hadn't thought to bring a sweater, and Winnie had been too concerned with picking the perfect shade of lip gloss while acquiring Piper's teal blue jeans to mention it. When she glanced back up at Otis, he was giving her a sidelong, suspicious look. What? There was tension in his expression. She mentally replayed the last minute. Otis had been tossing a stick for Teddy, laughing at how the dog wanted the stick to be thrown, yet without having the stick taken away from him first. No take, just throw. They'd walked in silence, completing their third lap of the park. Then Otis had pointed out she was cold, and then she'd looked down at the goosebumps on her arms, just like someone who spoke English and understood his words would do. This realization of her slip-up knocked the wind from her sails. Her knees went weak. She knelt down, avoiding eye contact with Otis. She whistled for Teddy and clicked his leash back onto his collar. Now what? Her cover was blown. Coco was a liar, and she wasn't even Coco. She could volunteer the truth now, or wait for Otis to begin the interrogation. "Tea?" he said, which was not at all what she'd been expecting. She looked up to see him pretending to drink from an invisible cup of tea, his left hand miming the saucer. He repeated the question. "Tea?" She smiled and nodded. She could tell him everything over tea. It would be nicer to chat somewhere with bright lights and walls and chairs. The night had brought menacing shadows to the park, and though she couldn't see George, or any other ghosts for that matter, she sensed something watching. The two old men had disappeared, and they were alone in the park, yet not alone. A shiver ran down her spine, like a drop of mercury over the tines of a comb. She still couldn't recall what had happened the night before, down on the bottom floor of the Morrison home, but she knew it hadn't been good. She grabbed Otis's hand and smiled broadly to force away the darkness. Yes, to tea. He looked down with surprise at their hands. He squeezed her fingers tentatively. Their hands fit together perfectly, and his palm radiated pleasant heat. He was the warmth in the cold, the light in the darkness. "This way," he said. "I know a spot." A few paces later he added, "For tea." She gave him a blank look. She didn't know of any place in the area that served tea other than her house. A few blocks later, all was clear. They were heading to the Roadrunner Cafe, the diner he ran, and the first place they'd met. The place was still open for another 2 hours, but Otis didn't take her in the front door. He led her around the old painted brick building to the back, past an open metal door and 2 women in hairnets sitting on overturned plastic buckets and sharing a cigarette. The older of the 2 women cooed, "Mr. Boss Man, on a date." The younger grinned at Piper and asked, "Is Otis bringing his A-game, busting out the good moves?" She winked. Otis said, "This is Coco, and she doesn't speak English, so your brilliant yet subtle wit is wasted on her." The 2 women laughed uproariously until one said, "Wait, are you serious? No English? None at all?" Piper gave the woman a blank look. Inside, she died about 700 times. This no English thing had gone on way too long. Thankfully, Otis switched gears, asking the women about the night's dinner service. They reported that the new cook was working out fine, but they were out of olives. And then the conversation was over, and Otis was tugging Piper's hand, leading her up a fire escape. Piper and Teddy followed Otis up the creaky metal stairs. Teddy was more focused than usual, his ears perked right up and his tail on high alert. Chapter 15. Piper and Teddy followed Otis through the weathered door at the top of the fire escape and into a dim space that was either a luxurious staff lounge or a Spartan apartment. Otis flicked on the lights with a practiced swipe over a 3-levered wall switch and dropped his keys into a red clay bowl near the door. Spartan apartment it was. He gestured for Piper to take a seat on the teak-armed mid-century modern sofa. The orange vinyl cushions wheezed, as though exhaling when she sat. Teddy stuck to the floor like a good boy, parking his butt on top of the toes of Piper's left foot, which was his typical position when visiting a new place. She and Teddy silently looked around. The walls were white, but with the vintage furniture and minimal decorations, the apartment had the intentionally blank look of an art gallery. "This is where you live?" she said in Mandarin. "Home sweet home," he said. In Mandarin, "Very comfortable. Plain, but good. Like rice pudding or vanilla yogurt." "Thank you," he said, smiling. He couldn't understand her words, but their interactions that evening had given Piper a new view on humans, and how the actual words they said didn't matter so much, as long as the tone was right. She stroked the scarred teak armrest of the sofa. In Mandarin, she said, "You like things that are very old, objects with a history. Some people are superstitious about second-hand objects. My parents believe cupboards and such can be haunted by their previous owners." $200, he said, answering a question she hadn't asked, from a flea market. She stifled a giggle. Okay, sometimes the words did matter. Otis started making tea in the kitchen, which was little more than a few cupboards and a tiny sink set in the corner of the room. She watched him move around, letting her gaze linger on the bumps of his biceps and his muscular calves. He was slim, but had the legs of an athlete. It had been ages since Piper had been on a date, let alone had a boyfriend to cuddle with. Nobody else had interested her until now. Otis was like the perfect shoes that you didn't even know you wanted, no, needed, until you stumbled across them in a display window an hour after the store had closed. Except Otis was even better than perfect shoes. She'd never had a vision of the perfect guy before, but she certainly did now. Otis moved with deliberate, efficient motions, as though aware he was being watched. He leaned sideways to watch the gas burner under the tea kettle as the igniter went snap, snap, snap before the blue flames lit with a whoosh. He held up a box of tapioca pearls and made eye contact with Piper for the first time since they'd entered his apartment. He asked, "Boba?" Piper felt her heart go snap, 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 and then whoosh, the way the burner under the kettle had. "Boba," she nodded. "Yes, please." At first, she was surprised Otis hadn't called the milky tea with tapioca pearls bubble tea, like the few Arizona cafes that served it. The word boba was used in other parts of the world regularly, but boba was slang for boobs, slang for big boobs. But perhaps it wasn't so surprising he'd used the Asian lingo. Otis might have had some chef training, exposing him to foods from around the world. Perhaps he watched the Food Network on his tiny vintage television. Underneath that wavy brown hair was a brain full of stuff. What else did he know? How exciting it was to Piper that this young man held a pool of knowledge just waiting to be dipped into. But then another thought came to Piper. By the time he'd made the tea and set the mugs on cork coasters atop the teak coffee table, Piper was watching him with suspicion. Did he know about boba tea because he regularly dated Asian girls? Was it a fetish for him? Some guys were like that. As she leaned forward to pick up the mug, she moved slowly, as though suddenly 10 times heavier. She wanted Otis to like her for who she was, not this exterior shell of a pretty Asian girl who didn't speak English, didn't talk back, didn't disagree. It was time for the truth to come out. "Otis," she said. "More sugar?" He jumped up from the armchair to get the sugar bowl. "Otis, I have—" She was interrupted by a knock at the door. Teddy, who'd been relaxing at her feet, jumped into piranha mode, circling the vicinity and looking fierce. He let out a few test barks, big brown eyes on Piper to gauge the situation and his appropriate level of piranha. Otis answered the door, cracking it open but not inviting the person in. Piper couldn't see who it was or hear their words, but the voice was female, possibly one of the prep cooks from downstairs. After a moment, Otis paused in conversation and looked over at Piper. He frowned, moved his upper body in a sort of awkward bow toward her, and excused himself. He stepped outside and closed the door. The conversation continued, muffled by the door. Piper sipped her tea. She used her fingers to pull out 2 shining tapioca pearls to feed Teddy. He was too concerned with glaring at the closed door to beg for a 3rd pearl. After a few minutes, Teddy made a keening sound, low and almost subaudible. "Otis works downstairs," Piper explained to Teddy. "That's probably one of his staff with a question or problem." Teddy tipped his head to the side and let one big black ear relax, as if to say, maybe. Maybe it was only that. 5 more minutes passed before Otis returned. When he came back into the apartment, his pale cheeks were flushed with patches of red that were vaguely rectangular, as though someone had painted his cheeks with 2 swipes of a wide brush. He cleared his throat and came over to sit, not on the chair where he'd been earlier, but on the orange couch, right next to her. The vinyl cushions exhaled loudly. He turned to her, and she noticed for the first time that he had freckles on the bridge of his nose. The lighting in his apartment was brighter than the park, so she saw things she hadn't before. His mouth looked rigid, his lips intensely red. Suddenly, it was all too much for Piper. The ruse, the tension, the shape of his mouth. She leaned over, closing the space between them, and kissed him. He immediately recoiled, as though jumping back from a hot pan of frying bacon. "Coco!" He rubbed his mouth with the back of his hand. Waves of shock and horror washed over Piper. Her guilt over lying rose up and flooded her head, so palpable and salty that it stung her sinuses. She jumped up and ran for what appeared to be the bathroom. She yanked the door open, slammed it shut behind her, and immediately clicked the lock on the handle. Out in the living room, Teddy barked 3 times. His toenails clicked on the floor, coming her way, and then stopping. He grumbled as he parked himself by the door. On the other side, Otis said softly, "I'm sorry, Coco. I wasn't expecting you to kiss me, but I'm not mad. You seem like a nice girl, and I don't know why you lied to me, but maybe we can still be friends." The floorboards creaked. He was pacing the open space between the living room and the kitchen counter. "Just friends," he said. Piper gently released her hand from her mouth, where it had been clamped to prevent her from humiliating herself even more than she already had. She looked around the small room she'd locked herself in. The light was off, and the only illumination was a glow coming in around the edges of the door. What she wanted to do was splash some cold water on her face, but this room wasn't a bathroom. It felt arid, devoid of moisture. She felt up and down the walls next to the door, searching for a light switch. Nothing. She squinted up at the ceiling, where she could make out the dim shape of a light bulb. She reached up and touched a metal-beaded string hanging from the fixture. She tugged the cord, and the bare bulb came on in a shock of blinding brightness. It must have been a 100-watt bulb. With ghostly purple splotches in her vision, Piper rubbed her eyes and looked around. She was in a supply closet, or a pantry. On her left were utilitarian shelves containing Windex, Comet, rolls of paper towel, boxed pasta, tinned beans, and a surprising quantity of tinned dolmades, stuffed grape leaves in oil. Otis knocked on the door. The sound surprised her, and she jumped back. He jiggled the handle. It was still locked. The sound and sight of the handle jiggling brought to Piper's mind a montage of the same panic scene in countless horror movies. Some primeval instinct of self-preservation kicked in. Without verbal thought, she knew she wanted the door to remain locked. She took another step back from the door, watching it. Was she overreacting to the rejection of a kiss? Probably. But with her heart thudding the way it was now, she didn't care about being impolite and hurting Otis's feelings. Something weird was happening. The air inside the pantry was arid, but it was also crackling with energy, an energy that had a message for her. He knocked again. "You don't need to be scared," he said. His words did nothing to put her at ease. It was like Professor Koch telling her to relax, even as his groping, thick-fingered hands on her shoulders made every nerve in her body scream. She swallowed dryly and pressed her back against the wall opposite the door. She hadn't thought about Professor Koch in a long time, almost a year. This is bad, she thought, really bad. Otis said, "Coco, we don't have to talk, but you can't stay in my pantry forever." His tone became sing-song, as though he was talking to a small child. "You could survive in there a few days, eating my canned food, but only if I slip a can opener under the door." He sighed. "And you'd get bored. I don't think I have any magazines you'd be interested in." The floor creaked. He was walking away. Piper's cheeks felt hot, and her eyes were burning. She reached up and yanked the beaded metal cord, extinguishing the too bright light. She took 3 calming breaths in the dark, and then pulled the light back on again. When the 100 watts flooded the room, she found she was not alone. George Morrison was there, looking confused. "You're back," Piper exclaimed. "I thought you were gone, moved on, or whatever." On the other side of the door, Otis said, "What? Are you saying something?" She called out to him, "Be out in a minute." It was such a ridiculously ordinary thing to say. "Be out in a minute? Huh? Did you just speak to me in English?" Otis sounded more annoyed than surprised. She answered in Mandarin, "Just powdering my nose." To George's ghostly face, she whispered, "I'll explain later." George curled his upper lip in a meh expression that said he either already knew the relevant details or didn't care to. He turned and inspected the shelves in the pantry. Piper could hear Otis shuffling around. He knocked on the door again. "This is the best I have." There was a scraping on the floor. She looked down to see a slim metal can opener and an IKEA catalog being shoved under the door. She laughed softly. Even in the face of disaster, Otis was so quick and funny. It was a shame things between them had gotten so messed up. Her sinuses stung again, her throat tightened, and 2 tears spilled down her cheeks. She brushed the tears away, silently admonishing herself for being such a mess. Her shame was so great that her parents probably felt it, halfway across the world. She reached for the door handle. It was time to come out of Otis's pantry and face the music. But George stopped her with one translucent hand in front of her face. "What?" She turned toward him. "Does the world's most famous author have some ideas about how to salvage this disaster?" She frowned. "Oh, who am I kidding? You're only good at making messes and killing off the best characters. You don't even know how to get things right again, do you?" George pulled his head back, blinked, and slowly lowered his gaze to the floor. His head bowed forward dejectedly. On the other side of the door, Otis asked, "Who are you talking to in there? Are you on your phone?" Piper sighed. "I'm sorry," she whispered to George. "I didn't mean to be cruel. You gave the world so much." Who cares if it wasn't perfect and you never finished? Someone will pick up the torch. He lifted his head slowly and pointed at her while raising one eyebrow. Me? She held one hand to her chest. I wouldn't know where to start. She remembered what she'd overheard at his house on Friday night. George, I overheard something about a notebook. Do you have notes somewhere about the ending of the series? Now he smiled, looking boyish. Maybe he did have a notebook, well hidden from his sister and editor. Where is it? She bit her lower lip. That was the multi-million-dollar question. He pointed to the ceiling and waggled his eyebrows. It's in heaven? He nodded. Great. Piper groaned and punched him in the arm, her fist passing through nothing but chilly air. Enough goofing around, she thought, and reached again for the door handle. Once more, George stopped her with a hand in front of her face. She turned and gave him a dirty look, but it ricocheted off with no effect. He reached into one of the pantry's shelves and wrapped his ghostly fingers around a metallic object. This object wasn't on the side with the Costco bulk items, but the other side, the junky-looking one with a yard sale variety of knickknacks. Half of the stuff looked destined for the garbage bin, but George was keenly interested in one thing. He pulled his hand away, and she saw it. A candlestick holder. It was squat, solid, and somewhat familiar. Piper had seen this object before. It was the twin of the candlestick holder that she'd seen at the Morrison house. Officer Jerkface had accused Piper of hitting George with it and then hiding the evidence. Had he been making random guesses, or did he know the candlestick holder was a murder weapon? She hadn't thought of it since that first chaotic night. Now here it was, inside Otis's pantry. George gave her a knowing look. Her stomach dropped like one of Wile E. Coyote's anvils being dropped off a cliff. She knew what the ghost was going to do next. He mimed being struck on the back of the head, brutally hard, and then pointed meaningfully at the candlestick holder. George was excellent at charades when he tried. She could barely breathe, but she exhaled, "The murder weapon." George nodded vigorously. "Okay. Who used it to hit you? Was it this guy?" She pointed to the door. "Was it Otis?" George threw his hands up in confusion. He didn't know. "Well, have you ever seen this guy before tonight?" He scratched his chin, and then slowly shook his head, but he didn't seem certain. On the other side of the door, Otis had been silent for several minutes. Piper got the sensation she was being watched inside the pantry, perhaps through a keyhole or the large gaps at the sides of the door. She flicked off the light again. In the darkness, she couldn't see George at all. He'd disappeared again, but something remained. The candlestick holder was now glowing in the dark, like some super obvious clue in a video game. She instantly understood what she needed to do. Piper opened her purse, pulled out a fresh, unused dog scoop bag, and used it to bag the eerily glowing candlestick holder. She twirled the bag in a practiced motion and stuck the whole thing into her purse. Then she finally unlocked and opened the pantry door. Teddy greeted her with a happy bark, wagging his tail so hard he was in danger of toppling over. The Spartan apartment was empty. Otis was nowhere to be seen. She grabbed Teddy's leash and headed for the door, stepping lightly but quickly, the heavy evidence in her purse bumping against her hip. She got outside, down the rickety metal fire escape, and onto the street. Now what? Her pulse was pounding in her ears, her heart beating faster than it had years ago at a school camping trip when the camp counselor had told scary campfire stories about El Chupacabra, a mutant hybrid animal who reputedly drained the blood from goats and other livestock. That night, even though she was camping in California, far from the beast's natural southwestern territory, she had trembled in her sleeping bag in the tent, her senses straining to detect the sounds of an approaching bloodthirsty killer. Something flickered at the edge of her vision. Was it El Chupacabra? No. Not unless the goat-sucker had taken to wearing trousers with suspenders. It was George walking ahead. He kept glancing back and waving for her to follow. Teddy had already taken the hint and was tugging at his leash. Piper tucked her heavy purse against her side and followed George and Teddy all the way to the Copeland police station. Chapter 16. 9 p.m. Copeland Police Department. Piper sat in the police station's waiting room with her purse on her lap. The candlestick holder she'd grabbed from Otis's apartment felt heavier and heavier with each passing minute. She wished she'd been allowed to bring Teddy into the station for backup, but the receptionist had insisted he stay outside, tied to a fire engine red swirly metal thing that was either a bike rack or modern art or both. Teddy sensed his mistress looking his way and shot her a hurt look through the glass doors. "Why you no love me?" Teddy always spoke in the I can has cheeseburger language of pet photo captions on the internet. Piper blew Teddy a kiss, and he snapped at a passing moth at the same time, giving the appearance he was catching the blown kiss. "Did you see that?" Piper grinned at George Morrison, who'd been materializing in and out of the room. He'd been back for a few minutes, pacing impatiently. "Teddy is a very clever dog," she said. George raised one eyebrow, tilting the angle of his jaunty fisherman's cap. He glanced over at Teddy and back at Piper with a warm smile, ghostly teeth glowing. Piper took a calming breath, temporarily gladdened by sharing a cute Teddy moment with her friend. Then the heaviness of the object inside the purse on her lap reminded her of the purpose of her visit. George hadn't been able to tell her in words, but his intention seemed clear enough. He wanted her to turn over the candlestick holder to the police. That meant turning in Otis as a person of interest, maybe a killer, maybe an accomplice. She shifted to the edge of her chair and slung the strap of her purse over her shoulder. "Maybe we should come back tomorrow," she whispered, but she was talking to empty air. He was gone again. "George, come back here right now, or I really will be leaving." She got to her feet, clutching her heavy purse to her side, mindful to keep her shoulders level in case she was being observed. Outside the door, Teddy was happily snapping at more moths. The receptionist who'd been at the front desk was no longer there. Piper shifted toward the exit, rapidly losing her nerve with each small step. The police were going to think she was crazy. She didn't even have a plausible cover story for why she'd grabbed the heavy metal object and stuck it in her purse, rather than simply reporting what exactly. She couldn't tell the truth, that a ghost had been touching the candlestick holder, making it glow in the dark. On the walk to the station, she'd rehearsed a few lines about getting hunches, but now, under the bright lights of the waiting room, her planned lies turned to dust, like movie vampires at sunrise. Suddenly, George stepped into the waiting room through a wall, looking frantic. He waved for Piper to come with him. "I was just leaving," she said. He made more frantic gestures and beckoned her toward him. "Follow you where?" She held out her hands, palms up. "George, I can't walk through walls. One of the drawbacks of being corporeal." He disappeared again. She sighed, slouching her shoulders, which made the strap of her bag slip down. Her coach purse dropped to the tile floor with a telltale thud. As the sound faded, Piper's ears roared with silence, and then approaching footsteps. Was that the sound of the receptionist returning with the chief of police? She grabbed her purse and hung it on the other shoulder. George returned once more, through a different wall. He waved for her to come with him, toward the receptionist desk. She took a step just as a flash of memory came to her from the previous night, when she and Winnie had trespassed in the Morrison home. She couldn't remember anything specific, other than the feeling of terror. Piper froze and rubbed the bumpy flesh on her forearms. Bad things happen when you sneak around where you aren't supposed to be. George waved urgently. He wasn't taking no for an answer. She swallowed down her fears and followed him, skirting around the reception desk and into a hallway. They only traveled about 10 feet before being stopped by a security door. Of course, there was a door. It was a police station, after all. George punched his fist into the security card reader to the right of the door. The light on the reader turned green, and the door lock clicked. Piper nodded appreciatively. Nice trick. So that was how he turned on the television and changed channels. He had a special way with electronics. She opened the unlocked door and followed him through. They traveled straight and then left down a hallway. Over the hum of the station's cooling system, she could hear people chatting in what sounded like a staff lounge. Some were bickering over refilling the coffee pot. 2 men quibbled over whose turn it was to deal with the pain in the butt this time. Piper realized, with a rush of mixed emotions, that they were talking about her. She was horrified, as most people would be, to hear about herself in someone else's conversation, but she was also giddy with glee about where she was. She might be a nuisance, but she was a nuisance with a ghost who could walk through walls and open locked doors. Take that, dummies. She rounded a corner and walked right through George. The sudden chill made her sneeze. She stopped and turned around to find him clutching his arms across his chest and looking violated. The roundness of his eyes reminded her of Teddy when he got his temperature taken by the vet. "Sorry," she whispered. "I didn't mean to walk through you." He slowly uncrossed his arms and shook it off. They were at another security door, so he used his ghostly fist bump on the card reader once again. This door was green, with a window made of dappled safety glass. She reached for the door handle, and as her fingers touched the brass knob, the air crackled, and the contact point popped with static electricity. She jerked her hand back as though electrocuted. What was she doing? The wrongness of the situation hit her like a giant tsunami wave. Her ears roared with a low-pitched rumble. Was she walking into a trap? Inside her purse, she had what could very well be a murder weapon. Now she was going to walk into a police interrogation room carrying it? Was George betraying her, just like a devious, conniving, Machiavellian character from his books? All of that sneaky underhandedness had come from someone's imagination. Even if his sister had been a contributor, George was undoubtedly a schemer. The lock for the door timed out and turned red. He touched the card reader again, this time more delicately with the tip of his finger. The light turned green. The room beyond the door was entirely visible through the window. It was small, empty, and had no other way out. "I don't think so," Piper said, firmly grounded in the hallway. "That room's a dead end. There's nothing in there." George rolled his eyes and slumped with exaggerated frustration. He pointed at the door and held up the fingers of one hand, requesting 5 minutes. 5 minutes? Of what? Sitting in an interrogation room by myself? He nodded. She took a deep breath and asked, "How do I know I can trust you?" He blinked twice. They stared at each other like they were in a staring contest. George broke first, glancing away as his entire body shimmered, faded, and then came back. Now he was wearing the furry lion costume he'd worn on Halloween. "I can trust you because you're dressed like the Cowardly Lion?" He gave her a pleading look. She sighed. Because we're friends." He nodded. "And I'm all you've got," she said softly. He held up 2 furry paws. He blew her a kiss, tracked its boomerang pattern, and caught it in his lion-whiskered mouth. Other than his talents for walking through walls and blipping electronics, his friendship with Piper was all he had. She swallowed. Friendship was enough. Her friend Winnie would sit in the room for 5 minutes for her. Piper opened the green door and walked in. The room was small, dim, and had a window facing another room where 2 people sat across from each other at a table. She wasn't inside an interrogation room after all, but an observation room next to one. This was where officers could watch interviews. She'd never been inside one before, but like most people, she had seen the arrangement about 1,000,000 times in TV shows. The 2 people in the next room were no strangers to Piper. Officer Jerkface, with his big dumb head bobbing, sat on one side of the table, across from the female president of George's online fan club, Pandora Lee. Pandora wore a buttoned-up suit jacket that was more conservative than the dress she'd worn at the funeral. She looked less like a wacky eccentric and more like someone closing a corporate merger. Piper watched them, wishing she could read lips. Pandora flipped her glossy black hair over her shoulders, blinking slowly and seductively at Officer Jerkface, who was talking as much with his hands as with his mouth. No sound came through the glass window. By the look of it, he was mansplaining something, and at great lengths. "It's a shame we can't hear them," Piper said to George. The ghostly author walked over to a panel on the wall and gave it an exploratory poke. The speakers inside the observation room crackled, and suddenly the deep voice of Officer Jerkface filled the silence. "See, juries today are full of know-it-alls who watch all the CSI shows," the cop was saying. "You offer them something concrete, something they can understand, and then you'll have yourself a rock-solid case." Pandora bit her lower lip and eyed the large cop. Her voice, soft and sweet, she asked, "What's considered concrete? Do you mean like eyewitness testimony?" "Sometimes, but eyewitnesses get confused. And they change their minds. Physical evidence is always better." He counted on his fingers. "Fingerprints, fibers, fluids, photographs." She took a deep breath and sighed, heaving her petite chest to its maximum heavability. "Or a murder weapon," she said. Officer Jerkface abruptly leaned back in his chair and ran one hand over his buzz cut. "Ms. Lee, what are you saying? Is this still just a theoretical discussion, or do you know about something?" He made a fist and bumped the table 3 times as though striking a gavel. "You wouldn't want to be charged with obstruction of justice now, would you?" She held her fingertips to her mouth and giggled like a schoolgirl. "You looked so serious just now. You're scaring me." He got to his feet, scraping the chair loudly on the cement floor, and whipped out a pair of handcuffs. "You should be scared," he growled. The petite woman stayed in her chair, convulsing with giggles. "Oh, stop it. You're getting me so worked up. And you're not off work for how long?" His aggressive expression instantly softened. "Not long. I can be at my place in 2 hours." She arched her back and licked her lips. "I could be waiting for you, if you'd like. I just need that key we talked about." He reached into his pocket and handed her a single silver key. The top of the key was a hollow heart, studded with pink rhinestones. "Here you go. I had this one cut special for you." "Aw. Do you have a cover story to tell your daughter?" He waggled his eyebrows. "What I'm asking is, Can you stay over for breakfast?" She took the key and held it in a tiny fist. "I have my ways," she smiled, "and I like my eggs sunny side up. So, are we done with the theoretical discussion of crime scenes? I have official business to attend to." Officer Jerkface turned and looked right at Piper. Inside the observation room, Piper gasped and took a step back, walking once more through the chilly air of George. A few seconds of heart-pounding horror later, she apologized to George and chuckled with embarrassment. Officer Jerkface wasn't looking at her after all. He was using the one-way mirror to inspect his mustache. Inside the other room, Pandora cooed. "I just love having access to an expert for my research." She got up and came over to stand next to him at the mirrored glass, directly in front of Piper, whose eyes she eerily seemed to be staring into. "Real-life crime is so fascinating," Pandora Lee said. "People have this darkness inside them, this molten core of evil, and they don't even know. People have no idea what they're capable of." She fluffed the shiny hair at the crown of her head. "Honestly, the impulse killers don't scare me," Officer Jerkface said, still facing the mirror and seemingly staring at George. "What scares me are the ones who plot, the ones who plant evidence." Pandora turned to the tall man and reached up to pat his broad chest. "But you're so big and strong. You don't have anything to be scared of." He turned, smiling, and leaned down to kiss her cheek. "See you in 2 hours," he growled. They turned and left the room, clicking off the light on their way out. The adjacent observation room fell into darkness. Piper's body had felt weightless while she'd been observing, but now her awareness of gravity returned. The purse was heavy on her left shoulder. What was Pandora Lee up to, with her questions about concrete evidence and planting murder weapons? Was she the one who'd killed George and then hid the candlestick holder in Otis Plummer's apartment? Did the two of them even know each other? There had to be some reason Otis kept bubble tea at his place. And how long had Pandora Lee been involved with the police officer? Piper turned toward George, expecting to find him softly glowing right beside her, but found only more darkness. He had walked off again. Now she would have to find her way out of the police station on her own, hopefully, without being caught and searched. The candlestick holder in her purse had never felt heavier. Chapter 17. Day 11. Monday, November 7th, 9:37 a.m. Office of Dr. Vicky Walsh. Dr. Vicky Walsh was uncharacteristically speechless. Piper felt a twinge of pride. The therapist must have heard some real doozies in her office, but Piper's 30-minute confession had given the older woman something to think about. A whole lot of something. The decision to share her problems with her former therapist hadn't come easily to Piper, but she'd wound up there on Monday morning because she was rapidly running out of options. On Saturday night, when Piper had found herself alone and deep within the Copeland Police Department, she thought she and Winnie could deal with the issue by themselves. She called to beg her friend to drive over and either pick her up in the parking lot or post bail for her release. Winnie had laughed on the phone, assuming the part about bail was a joke, but the truth was, Piper had no idea if she could get in trouble for having broken into a police station. Was there a charge for such a thing? It would be like wearing a mask to enter a bank and then insisting the bank accept an anonymous cash donation. Backwards. Definitely sketchy, but illegal? With Winnie on the way, Piper sought the exit. Luckily, both of the security doors allowed her back out with neither an official police card swipe or a not-so-official ghostly hand swipe. She avoided detection and made it out the front door, back to where Teddy was still preoccupied with snapping up moths. She waited for Winnie, lurking in the shadows to avoid bumping into Officer Jerkface, Pandora Lee, or anyone else who'd do more than raise an eyebrow at the petite dark-haired girl and Boston Terrier loitering near the bushes. When Winnie pulled up in her Lexus, Piper jumped in before it had even stopped moving. They drove, while Piper caught up her best friend on recent events, starting with the dog park date with Otis. Otis had been adorable, but she'd chickened out and not told him the truth about speaking English until it was too late. She'd awkwardly kissed him, and he'd been horrified for some reason. He'd recoiled as though deathly allergic to her. Why had Otis been so jumpy? Was it because of the visitor who'd come to his apartment door? Or the candlestick holder in his pantry? There had to be a reasonable explanation for everything. Winnie and Piper would put their heads together to suss it out, and they would need cookies and ice cream. After a quick stop at Copeland's only late-night supermarket, the two girls and Teddy returned to Piper's house to pore over the facts. It would have helped immensely to have George there with them, at the very least nodding if they were on the right track, but he didn't materialize. He'd made multiple appearances since sunset that day, from Otis's pantry to the police station, but it was possible he'd met his limit. Were there limits? What did Piper know about ghosts? Desperate for information, the girls hit the internet. Winnie showed Piper the website she'd found for people dealing with ghosts. They dove in. As with most internet quests for information, they didn't stop until sunrise, and they weren't much wiser than when they'd begun. Yes, the people in the online ghost-seeing community believed ghosts were real, but there was no one-size-fits-all explanation for the phenomena. The circumstances surrounding a haunting were as unique for ghosts as they were for living people. There was no handbook, no helpful book called Ghost Hauntings for Dummies. They dozed for a few hours Sunday morning before continuing the internet research extravaganza, fueled by junk food and caffeine. Winnie kept getting sidetracked on the ghost message board, offering her thoughts on other people's hauntings, despite having never seen a ghost herself. It was a Winnie trait to not let lack of experience stand in her way. Piper kept checking her phone, hoping to get a message or phone call from Otis. He didn't even know her phone number or real name, but hopeful feelings are stubborn like that, especially when the boy in question is so cute and probably, almost certainly, 99% innocent of murder. The candlestick holder had to be planted evidence. It just had to be. Pandora had practically confessed to her cop boyfriend. At dusk on Sunday, Winnie got excited and called Piper to come see something. She swore she'd seen ghostly George Morrison in the backyard pool. Piper joined her at the window, flicked on a yard light, and illuminated a chubby, surprised-looking raccoon. Piper had to admit the well-fed raccoon did bear more than a passing resemblance to the deceased author. Later that night, no closer to a solution than they'd been the day before, they agreed it was time to get some outside help. Piper, being in possession of the potential murder weapon, was understandably worried about becoming a suspect herself. She was reluctant to go directly to the police again, because Officer Jerkface could have others involved. There was no knowing how deep this conspiracy ran. The girls narrowed their potential allies down to two professionals who could be counted on for discretion and secrecy. One was Piper's family's lawyer, and the other was Dr. Vicky Walsh. But now, in the sobering light of Monday morning, the confidant Piper had chosen was acting, for lack of a better word, weird. Piper muttered under her breath, "I should have gone with the lawyer." Dr. Walsh tucked some brown curls behind her elfin ear as she tilted her head and turned her hazel eyes up at the ceiling. "Piper, what makes you think you shouldn't have come here?" Piper shrugged. "I would have gone to my father's lawyer, but he wasn't available until next week, and I didn't want to wait that long." Dr. Walsh took the insult in stride. "I'm glad you didn't wait." She cleared her throat, held up a finger to ask for a minute, and poured a glass of water from the pitcher before slowly drinking it. She had the air of someone stalling for time. Did the therapist regret being so inquisitive when they'd seen each other at Halloween, when they'd talked on Piper's doorstep? The discussion hadn't lasted more than 10 minutes, but Dr. Walsh had dug right in, as she always did, asking Piper if she'd been seeing ghosts. Piper had lied, but now the whole tangled mess was finally getting aired out in the therapist's office. "Thank you for trusting me with the truth," Dr. Walsh said. "Honesty is of the utmost importance." Piper shifted guiltily in the wing-back patient chair. "I'm sorry I lied to you on Halloween," she said, "but George Morrison really was there in the house with me that night. He was dressed as the Cowardly Lion and helping me hand out candy." She paused. "Okay, now that I'm saying it out loud, I hear how crazy I sound. I don't like that word, crazy. It's almost as bad as normal." "Right." Dr. Walsh glanced around the room. "Is your ghost friend here with us right now?" "No. He only comes out at night, after sunset." "But he could still be here, just not visible." Piper squinted and carefully looked for George. The room was decorated in calm, sandy shades with a terracotta tile floor. The walls were lined with glass-doored bookshelves and bland prints of desert scenes or alpine meadows dotted with wildflowers. There was only a single image of the ocean, and it sat squarely above and behind the doctor's head. Someone who knew about feng shui had decorated the walls of the office, and someone who didn't understand feng shui had deposited far too many sharp-needled cactus plants on the windowsills. There was no visual sign of George Morrison inside the therapist's office. "He's not here now," Piper said, rubbing her forearms and then tugging her earlobes. "Even if I can't see him, I can sense when he's around, either on my skin or as a sort of absence of sound in my ears, like when you float in a sensory deprivation tank and all you hear is your heartbeat." She nodded as though agreeing with herself. "We're alone." Something tickled her throat and made her cough. "How is your health, Piper? I see dark circles under your eyes." Piper explained how she and Winnie had been drinking too much coffee and staying up late using the internet. She assured the doctor that she had not been drinking or taking drugs. Dr. Walsh glanced down at her notes. "But you are dating my son, Otis Plummer. We need to discuss the ramifications of that. Everything you and I discuss in this room is confidential, of course, but he is my son." Piper swallowed hard. She'd raced through the description of her date with Otis, how she'd lied about being able to speak English, then bolted without an explanation. "I'm not currently dating Otis," Piper said. "You're not planning to see him again?" "He doesn't even know I stole his candlestick holder." She let out a strangled laugh, which was crazy. She quickly corrected herself. Not crazy, perfectly reasonable, seeing as how a ghost made me do it. Dr. Walsh made a note in her book. "If this ghost told you to jump off a bridge, would you?" Piper rolled her eyes. "Luckily, there aren't any bridges in Copeland. We'd need some rivers for that." Dr. Walsh set down her pen. "How long will your parents be out of town? This has nothing to do with them." "Don't be so sure," the therapist said cryptically. Many conditions are exacerbated by loneliness." "Conditions?" Piper uncrossed and recrossed her legs, shifting in the therapist's tapestry-upholstered wing-back chair. It was the same chair Piper had sat in 2 years ago when she'd been adjusting to small-town life in Arizona. Once comfortable, with its embracing arms and tactile fabric, the chair was now scratchy and claustrophobia-inducing. You can never go home again. "I don't have a condition," Piper said with a throaty growl. "I just got swept up in something bigger than me." "A conspiracy?" "You tell me," Piper retorted. "It seems to me that your family is connected to this whole mess. And maybe you are, too." Dr. Walsh looked amused. "Copeland is a small town. Sometimes a coincidence is just a coincidence." Piper crossed her arms. "Well, your ex-husband pushed me down, and that's a fact." Her anger was rising, her speech picking up speed. "If you think about it, he's the one who started this whole thing. If your ex hadn't been skulking around inside the Morrison house doing God knows what, the door wouldn't have been unlocked, and I never would have stepped inside and been there to call the police. I wouldn't have been in the same building as a dead body. No body, no ghost, no problems." She fixed her therapist with an acidic stare. "What was your ex-husband doing inside there anyway? He claims he was cleaning, but I don't buy it for a second. The living room carpet was coated in half an inch of dust. Carl Plummer didn't even plug in the vacuum cleaner, let alone clean the house like he claimed he did." Dr. Walsh's shifting facial expressions gave away something, some revelation, but Piper couldn't figure out what. "Interesting," was all the older woman said. Piper took a deep breath and tried to blow out her rising irritation. "I know you know something," she said. "You're not a very good therapist." The woman looked hurt and dismayed, but Piper continued. "I came to you for help, but you're just stonewalling me. And after all the money my parents paid you over the years—" She looked pointedly at the seascape painting above Dr. Walsh's head. Only it wasn't a painting. It was a photograph of a 3-member family on the beach. Dr. Walsh's family, taken years ago, before the divorce. Piper's words were bitter and mean. "You couldn't even save your own marriage and hold your family together, so I don't know why I thought you'd be able to help me." A whimper escaped Dr. Walsh's lips. Piper immediately regretted what she'd said and apologized, but it was too late. Dr. Walsh swiveled in her chair and sat stiffly in silence for a full minute before slowly turning around. Piper expected to be thrown out, or at least scolded, but instead Dr. Walsh said, "I do want to help you, Piper, but there are limits to what I can divulge." She winked. Twice. Piper moved forward to the edge of her seat. "Can I get a hint?" "Shrimp," the doctor said. "What?" "Dear old Carl would never admit it, but we were married and I know the man. It was probably shrimp." "Is shrimp code for something? Some realtor staging trick?" "Sort of," she said heavily. "If I know Carl, he was sneaking around the house, stuffing the curtain rods with frozen shrimp, which would thaw and make the place smell worse over time. It's one of his tactics to get homeowners to drop their price or accept a lowball offer." Piper's jaw dropped. "That's why he was there that night, and why he lied to the police about it." Dr. Walsh only nodded. "We're divorced for a reason." She hastily added, "Not that I don't have my own flaws. I accept some of the blame for the marital breakdown, But Carl had Grand Canyon-sized flaws. Piper took it all in and moved on to a burning question. What about your son, Otis? Did he inherit those same flaws? Dr. Walsh smiled. My son is pure of heart. When he was 12 years old, he started a business doing odd jobs around the neighborhood, and he reserved one day a month to help people who couldn't afford to pay him. That one day turned into several days per month, which wasn't great for his college savings plans, but people noticed. One person in particular, the old man who used to own the Roadrunner Cafe. And that is how my son inherited a failing business that is now turning a modest profit, thanks to his hard work and a bit of luck. She rapped her knuckles on her desk. Knock wood. Piper leaned forward and rapped her knuckles as well. She smiled, thinking about how people found some Taiwanese superstitions to be so strange, yet Americans had their quirks as well. A peaceful moment passed before Piper asked, Can you think of why Otis would have the candlestick holder, or who would try to set him up by planting it in his apartment? You should ask Otis yourself. I've already said too much, far too much, but I know for a fact there's a perfectly logical explanation, and I'm 100% sure he put the candlestick holder in that pantry himself. It's unlikely anyone planted it there. The pitch of her voice rose. Where is the item right now? Somewhere safe. Piper shifted to rest her chin on her palm in what she hoped was a casual pose. So, Otis doesn't hang out with Pandora Lee or her daughter Coco Lee? Not that I know of, but my son is an adult who doesn't always tell me everything. When you see him again, can you tell him I'm sorry? The mood in the room shifted as Dr. Walsh gave Piper one of her tough love looks that felt like a kick in the pants. Tell him yourself. And just like that, the ride they were on shifted directions, and they were no longer peers exchanging information on equal footing. Dr. Walsh sat in the doctor's chair, with the wheeled feet and the wooden hand rests, and Piper was the troubled youngster in the scratchy wingback chair. The doctor glanced up at the clock. I'm afraid our time is up for today. Same time next week? We'll discuss this ghost you've been seeing. I'd like to discover what he symbolizes to you. Piper snorted. George doesn't symbolize anything. He's George. Perhaps your father, or another authoritative figure from your past. Piper squirmed and pushed herself out of the cloying wingback chair. Dr. Walsh continued listing off what the ghost might be a symbol of. She didn't believe George was real. She'd diagnosed Piper as a lonely girl with psychological problems manifesting as hallucinations. The whole session had been a waste of both time and money. George is real, Piper said with exasperation. Why don't you hook me up to a lie detector and find out? She glanced around the room, stopping when she spotted the metronome. Or hypnotize me, she said. Dr. Walsh said soothingly, I would gladly try anything you want, Piper, but maybe next time. I must prepare for the next session. There was a knock at the door that made both of them jump. The receptionist poked her head in and said, Dr. Walsh, your 10 o'clock is canceled. Dr. Walsh thanked her, and once the door was closed again, she got up and slowly crossed the room to pick up the metronome. This is highly unusual, the therapist said. Are you sure you want to try hypnosis? Piper was already getting into position on the room's sofa. Chapter 18. Dr. Walsh explained, Once we begin, you will not be asleep or unconscious. but in a deep state of relaxation. You won't be under my control, and you won't do anything you don't want to do." Piper asked, "Will I be able to remember stuff? I have that black hole from Friday night when Winnie said I was dehydrated." "We can certainly try," Dr. Walsh said. "That's an excellent goal for this session." She wound up the gears on the metronome, which would make ticking sounds. "Are you ready to begin?" "Yes." Piper adjusted the pillow behind her head. "Let my words wash over you, and now you'll relax deeper and deeper, your muscles relaxing as you sink comfortably into the sofa. Deeper and deeper. Listen to my voice as you completely relax, under your own control." Piper felt her body soften. She felt a tickle on her nose, but it went away. Her eyelids were droopy, her eyes restful yet open. Breathe in deeply, expanding your chest. Now breathe out slowly, relaxing even deeper. Dr. Walsh moved, setting the ticking metronome on a table at the foot of the sofa, in view of Piper. "Now focus on the metronome, tracing its movements with your eyes." Piper did. With each tick back and forth, you relax deeper, starting at your feet. Your toes are relaxing, softening inside your shoes, the tension melting away. Piper felt her toes relax, and then the soles of her feet, her ankles, her calves, and so forth, all the way through. Her eyelids relaxed and closed. She listened as Dr. Walsh guided her down an imaginary set of stairs. She wasn't asleep, but it wasn't her usual state either. Gone was the chattering of thoughts, the words spoken by worries. She was in a deep, peaceful place, noticing her breathing and her body, but being disconnected as well. There were no restrictions here, and her mind could go anywhere. She heard her own voice answering Dr. Walsh's questions. Yes, she was ready to keep walking down the stairs, to go all the way down to the basement. And there she was, in the Morrison house again. Teddy was there, right beside her, and Winnie was behind her, complaining about wanting to go. Dr. Walsh told her to take it slowly, to slow time down if she wanted to. She slowed time down when she reached the bottom step. There was the bare patch of concrete where the carpet had been lifted. She felt the grit of the cement underneath the sole of her shoe. She breathed deeply, taking in the rotten, decaying smell of the house. Now that she knew it was week-old shrimp stuffed into the curtain rods, it was unmistakable. The stink was distracting, so she decided to push it aside. She was still safely inside Dr. Walsh's bright office, breathing the clean air there. With the next deep inhale, she smelled only fresh air. But she was still in the basement, still down there, with the spirit who had summoned her. And it was all so clear to Piper. Why hadn't she figured it out before? The spirit before her wasn't George. It was a female who bore a striking resemblance to the other Morrisons. "You must be Mrs. Morrison," she said. "I'm Piper Chen. I'm a friend of George's." Only she hadn't said it out loud. She was thinking it now, on the therapist's sofa. That night, she'd said nothing. Behind her, Winnie gasped and grabbed Piper's arm. "We should go. Stop scaring me. It's not funny." "She can't see you," Piper thought. "But I can see you, Mrs. Morrison." Teddy broke his silence with a low, steady growl. "We shouldn't have come here," Winnie said behind her. She swallowed audibly. "I think I'm going to be sick." Piper ignored her friend and continued staring at the ghost. What did she want? The ghostly woman said nothing. Her expression remained the same, serious. She turned on blurry, swirling legs and moved toward an adjacent wall. They were in what appeared to be a recreation room. She reached a low piece of furniture, which was either a telephone stand or a low bookshelf, and grabbed the phone. Her hand passed right through. She reached for the phone again with no success. Her serious expression turned to anger. She swiped through the phone angrily. "You want to call someone," Piper thought. "I can help." She picked up the handset portion of the phone. It was a corded model, the type that had been popular in the 1980s before everything went wireless. The square lever on the base popped up, and a tinny dial tone came from the phone's speaker. The number pad was on the headset, but it was still surprisingly lightweight for such old technology. She noted these facts calmly, not at all disturbed by the angry-looking ghost. Behind Piper, Winnie said, 60 seconds, Piper. I'm leaving in 60 seconds, with or without you. 59, 58. Piper tuned out her best friend and focused on the ghostly woman. "Is this what you want me to do?" She held the headset with the numbers facing the ghost. "Who should I call?" She waited, feeling absolutely no fear at all. In fact, somewhere in the back of her mind, she was singing the theme song to the Ghostbusters movies. The apparition's face was as crisp and clear as a television screen now, seemingly lit from within. Her thin lips twitched with agitation as her gaze locked on the telephone held before her. Around them, the room became both freezing cold and boiling hot at the same time. Piper's mind was calm, but her body was confused. She felt like she might faint, or explode, or levitate. Winnie said, 29, 28. "You heard my friend," Piper thought. "We're leaving as soon as she gets to 0. If you have something to say, you might want to say it now." The woman's twitching lips clenched into a thin line. Something to say? If she was like George, she couldn't say anything. This was going nowhere, just like the majority of Piper's conversations with George. Winnie said, 10, 9, 8, 7. Piper shrugged. Maybe another night. She still had the phone in her hand. She meant to lean over and hang up the phone, but her arm wouldn't obey. She was stuck. 0, Winnie said. "And I'm not even touching you." Piper looked into the ghost's eyes and silently commanded, "Let me go." The woman shook her head. Was she smiling? Was she enjoying this? A trickle of panic sweat tickled its way down Piper's frozen back. Now she couldn't move at all. Even her throat was locked. Winnie was talking, threatening to leave her there, and she couldn't speak, couldn't ask her friend for help. Where was she? Was she in her therapist's office? She couldn't hear the metronome, couldn't feel the couch underneath her. The foul stench of the house filled her nostrils and sickened her. She was trapped here, trapped in time, like a ghost. She would never leave. Then the ghostly woman opened her mouth and began to scream. Her mouth got larger and larger until it was only darkness, and the darkness was coming from Piper. It would suck all the light from the world, all the life from her veins. Someone was screaming, and it was a scream that filled her until she was bursting, an overfilled tank of pain. The agony, the fury, how it howled through Piper, through every drop of blood. Her bones were as dry as the desert, and she was empty, the dry husk of a dead plant. Nothing more than a vessel for a sonic windstorm with no beginning and no end. She was an empty hallway in an empty house, a house of hallows. Piper sat upright, awake again. Dr. Walsh was no longer sitting in the chair beside the sofa. She was typing away on her computer at her desk. The light in the room had changed. Time had passed. Maybe hours. Piper asked, "How long was I hypnotized?" "I'm sorry," Dr. Walsh said, smiling. "Sometimes it doesn't work and people go right to sleep. I didn't have any other appointments for the morning, so I decided to let you nap while I ate my lunch at my desk." "What do you mean it didn't work?" "But I went down there, into the basement. I saw the lady. It's his mother. I guess since she's dead, she's haunting the place too." Dr. Walsh crunched on a stick of celery. "Sounds like you had quite the dream." Piper opened her mouth to argue, but changed her mind. What did it matter that the therapist didn't believe her? She hadn't gotten what she'd come for, yet she'd gotten exactly what she needed. She paid for the day's session, promised she'd get back to Dr. Walsh about a follow-up session, and left. Piper hadn't felt this calm and relaxed in weeks. She enjoyed the feeling of strength in her legs and the softness between her shoulder blades as she rode her bicycle away from the therapist's office in the strip mall. She pedaled while she steered with one hand and held the phone with the other. Winnie answered. "How'd it go with Dr. Walsh? Come to my house for lunch and I'll tell you. My lunch hour is almost over." "So?" Piper couldn't keep her irritation from her voice. It was petty of her, and she knew it, but she couldn't help her feelings. The nonprofit organization barely paid Winnie anything, certainly nothing to match the allowance that Winnie's parents provided to subsidize her Lexus and other luxury habits. But Winnie's career often took top priority in her life. Piper was envious of the passion Winnie had for her career, and jealous that she had to compete for attention with the job. She'd never admitted her feelings to her best friend, but everything was bubbling up today. "I guess I could pop over for a bit," Winnie said. "No, don't worry about it. I'm just being difficult and needy, and I'm sorry." Winnie sighed into the phone. "Now you're making me feel bad. I'm a bad friend." "No, you're not. The truth is, I'm the bad one because I'm jealous of your job. Always have been." There was a pause. "Piper, are you okay?" "I'm in a deeply relaxed state." Another long pause. "I'm coming over. I'll be at your house in 5 minutes." Piper argued with her friend, trying to convince her that it could wait until after work, but Winnie had made up her mind. Piper felt like she'd won and lost at the same time. But more importantly, she was hungry. She stopped at a produce store to buy some fresh fruit and vegetables, plus soft goat cheese. The next stop was the French bakery for some long baguettes. It always made her day cheerful to have a fresh baguette or two sticking out jauntily from her bicycle's front basket, just like a girl from a Parisian postcard. Her spirits buoyed by the good food, Piper was smiling by the time she pedaled onto her street. Was she still hypnotized? How did it work if you fell asleep during a session? She didn't care. The smile fell away a minute later when she spotted a police cruiser in her driveway. Now what? Not another apology from Carl Plummer. This was getting ridiculous. As she approached the front door of her house, Piper could hear Winnie yelling inside. Teddy was barking. Piper hit the brakes, let her bike drop in the driveway, and ran up the front steps. Inside, Winnie was red-faced and swearing in 3 languages at Officer Jerkface, who was handcuffing her. Winnie caught Piper's eye and yelled, "Run! Take Teddy and run! Get your dad's lawyer!" Teddy was barking and skittering toward her, his toenails loud on the tiles. Piper scooped the dog, turned, and ran out the front door. She could barely process what was happening, and there was more. Another vehicle was pulling into the driveway. The driver wasn't watching carefully and didn't see Piper's dropped bicycle. The front wheel of the bike popped and bent under the car's tire. "Pop goes my getaway vehicle," Piper thought. The car's driver's side door opened and a woman stepped out. She wasn't a police officer. It was the celebrity crime reporter, Nancy Dowd, dressed in a flamboyant purple suit and orange blouse. She held one hand over her mouth, the very picture of shocked dismay. She surveyed the damage to Piper's bicycle, from the popped tire to the bent frame. The long French baguettes lay in crumbs on the gravel. One plump red tomato rolled away, as though fleeing the scene. Nancy Dowd glanced at the open house door, where Winnie could be heard cursing at Officer Jerkface, then over at the police car next to hers in the driveway. She scrunched up her face at Piper and said, "This seems like a bad time for me to drop in unannounced." Teddy barked once, as if to say, "Ya think?" Chapter 19. 6:55 p.m. Pool House, Chen Residence. "The candlestick holder was in here?" Nancy Dowd pointed to the cabinet under the television and let out a low single chuckle. "Déjà vu. This conversation feels so familiar." The investigative journalist looked grimly amused as she examined the inside of the cabinet, her asymmetrical bright red hair swinging like breezy curtains. There was the candlestick, the knife, the revolver, the rope, and what else? Piper gave her a confused look. What revolver? Was Nancy getting her celebrity murder cases confused? Nancy thrust her finger into the air. "Poison," she declared. "Who's getting poisoned?" "I'm talking about Clue, the board game," Nancy explained. "My brothers always wanted to play Monopoly, but I couldn't get enough of Clue." "I'm an only child," Piper said. She forced a smile, the way she always did whenever she had to say that phrase. If she didn't smile, people would feel sorry for her and make up some story about how siblings weren't all they were cracked up to be, and how their brother or sister had been a nightmare. "You never played Clue?" Nancy looked horrified. "You might know it as Cluedo." "That's the one with the old mansion?" Piper did have a dim recollection of playing it at a friend's house. "Yes," Nancy said wistfully, her eyes unfocused. "I used to love that game. It never got boring, because with all the combinations, there were infinite murders to be solved." "Good thing you got a lot of practice," Piper said flatly. "Now solve this one." The two of them were in the pool house behind the Chen residence. They had driven over to Nancy's motel room and laid low for a few hours before returning to Piper's home. The police were gone, and Teddy had thoroughly searched the premises to be sure. The dog was now slurping down his dinner. Nancy was working on her laptop at the table, and Piper was sitting on the hardwood floor of the main room. Piper felt as limp as one of Teddy's deflated rubber dog toys, like someone had let all the air out of her. For the second time that Monday, she'd told her entire story to another person, this time the celebrity crime reporter. For Piper, seeing her best friend get arrested had made her desperate. She no longer cared about people thinking she was crazy for seeing ghosts. It was worth the risk to get more allies. Unlike skeptical Dr. Walsh, Nancy had accepted the entire story without a whiff of judgment. If anything, the weirder it got, the more the reporter seemed invigorated. Piper's stomach growled. She'd been too nervous to eat before her therapy appointment 10 hours earlier and hadn't eaten since. She wondered if the baguette abandoned in the driveway was salvageable or covered in tire treads. The scent of Teddy's dog food wafted over to her nostrils. Her mouth watered. "This is bad," she thought. "When dog food starts smelling tasty, life has really taken a turn." She heard another voice in her head, her father's voice, saying, The roof always leaks on a rainy day. The saying meant that trouble always follows trouble. She'd been poking her nose into places it didn't belong. There'd been a funeral, the Morrison residence, twice, Otis's pantry closet, and even the Copeland police station. After looking for trouble so systematically, was it any wonder she'd found it? Well, technically, Winnie was the one who'd gotten swept up in the trouble this time. Details were still sketchy, but in the hours since Winnie's questioning and subsequent arrest, facts had been emerging. Some news came through the lawyer, who was currently at the Copeland Police Department, working on getting Winnie released. This was the same lawyer who hadn't been available for a meeting that week with Piper, but he'd magically found room in his schedule for Winnie, whose family was apparently in better standing with the firm. The lawyer had been in contact with Piper a few times, but was more concerned with getting information than giving it. The person who'd been most helpful since the arrest was perhaps, not so surprisingly, Nancy Dowd. She had a keen investigative mind, plenty of contacts within law enforcement, and a special way with people. According to Nancy Dowd's contacts, this batch of trouble had started early that Monday morning when a tipster called the police with information. This anonymous person lived near the Morrison house and had seen something on the day of George's death. It hadn't seemed relevant at the time, but over the last 11 days, there'd been more and more media speculation about the mysterious death, and this neighbor had started to feel they might hold a clue to the case. The neighbor reported seeing an Asian schoolgirl dressed in a short plaid kilt and knee-high socks, visiting the Morrison home just hours before the estimated time of George Morrison's death. When the Copeland Police Department received the tip, they wasted little time in getting a car over to the home of Piper Chen, one of a handful of Asian Americans living in the town. It was Winnie who'd answered the door, expecting to see Piper with lunch. One misunderstanding led to another, and soon the two officers were searching the home. They didn't even have a warrant, but Winnie gave them verbal permission, or so they claimed. They hit the jackpot once they reached the pool house. Officer Jerkface was the one who looked inside the TV cabinet and discovered a candlestick holder suspiciously bundled inside 3 layers of plastic bags. He recognized it as the missing twin of the one at the Morrison residence. He quickly transferred it into an evidence bag and questioned Winnie. She claimed to have never seen the candlestick holder before, which wasn't entirely true, and things got a little feisty. Winnie pushed back when Officer Jerkface encroached on her personal space, and that was when the proverbial dog do hit the fan. The only charges issued so far against Winnie were related to her scuffle with Officer Jerkface. The lawyer assured Piper over the phone that there was nothing to worry about, but Nancy Dowd wasn't so calm. In her career, she'd seen innocent people get blamed for crimes and even go down for them. It was the reason she kept doing her job, despite having more than enough money to retire. She used the cash from the high-profile celebrity cases to fund pro bono work for desperate people. Winnie was not a celebrity yet, nor did she qualify as being desperate, since she drove a Lexus, but Nancy Dowd still wanted to help. Nancy Dowd wanted the inside scoop on the celebrity murder scandal of the decade, but at least she was there, and she was helping. "We can solve this," Nancy Dowd said, as she closed the doors of the now empty TV cabinet with a solid, sure-sounding thud. The police had taken the candlestick holder along with everything else in the cabinet, from old movie DVDs to jigsaw puzzles. The Chen family's entire collection of wholesome entertainment was now evidence in a murder investigation. Piper said, which was all the enthusiasm she could muster. "My research assistant is currently digging up information about Pandora Lee and her precocious daughter, Coco." Piper's body had been limp from a distinct lack of go-go juice, but the idea of Coco, a teenaged girl visiting George's house, made Piper shudder. Coco was only 15. Winnie had called George a pervert. What if she was right? What if he'd done something awful to young Coco, and Coco had acted in self-defense, pushing him down the stairs, killing him by accident? Or what if she'd called in her mother, and Pandora had gone all tiger mom and struck the killing blow? Now Pandora was dating Officer Jerkface. But why? He didn't have much going for him, other than being an inside source on the investigation. Nancy and Piper had already grimly discussed all of these possible scenarios. The man of the hour, the murdered author, had not appeared at sunset or since. But even if George had joined them in the pool house, would he admit to taking advantage of an underage girl? Some men had a way of unabashedly denying the truth, even in the face of overwhelming evidence, especially in front of a panel of their peers. When faced with the possibility of, say, losing tenure, some men would gleefully throw a young student under the bus, painting her as a liar, a crazy girl with histrionic personality disorder. Piper shuddered again. She didn't want to think about her old nemesis, Professor Koch, but the roof always leaks on a rainy day. She had been taken advantage of, and her attempt at justice had resulted in a nervous breakdown, hers, and a not-so-dignified exit from an Ivy League school. Piper's parents had tried to be supportive. It was time for a lifestyle change, they claimed. Dad had been working too hard for years, and it was time to slow down and savor life. They pulled up roots and moved to a small town in Arizona. They would all try harder to live the middle way, to not pressure Piper to be the top of her class, or even to complete her engineering degree. But early retirement hadn't agreed with the elder Chens. There was only so much golf and gardening they could enjoy. Copeland was small. The house they'd bought wasn't quite right. Plans were drawn up for a renovation, plus an addition, and the project commenced. But then the scope grew and grew in scale. The lot next door came up for sale, and new plans were drawn, including the pool and pool house. When the last of the landscaping trucks pulled away, all that remained of the original home was a mailbox, and even that had been professionally sandblasted and repainted. They relaxed by the pool for all of 3 months before Mr. and Mrs. Chen left for a short vacation in Taiwan. 2 weeks into the trip, they extended their stay to look into some business ventures with old friends. That had been 3 months ago, and no return flights were booked yet. Piper had been left on her own, alone in the huge house, alone to figure out what she wanted to do with the rest of her life. She wondered if this had been her parents' plan from the start. They'd be horrified if they knew what was happening now. It would only take one phone call, and they'd be back on the next flight, the pair of them taking control of the situation as a team. The immature part of Piper desperately wanted them to come home, to solve her problems, or let her run away again. That part of her kept directing her eyes over to the telephone on the credenza. The telephone! She looked at the ceiling, the floor, then back at the telephone. Her head buzzed. What was she forgetting? She could make one last call. Something awoke in her mind. Her hypnosis session had made her remember, but then the shock of seeing Winnie get arrested had made her lose track of the memory temporarily. It all came flooding back. The basement, the angry female ghost, the important message she needed Piper to see, the message her dear son had left as a clue. The phone, Piper said. Her mouth was gummy, and her voice came out cracked. Nancy Dowd looked up from her work. She'd been typing on her laptop, in between scribbling diagrams and timelines on loose sheets of paper spread out across a table. What Did you say something?" "The phone," Piper repeated. Nancy turned toward the phone on the credenza. "Want me to hand it to you?" "Not mine. The one from George's mom's house. We need to get it back." Nancy frowned at her notes. This was the first thing she'd heard about a phone, and she was confused. Piper groaned as she got to her feet, her knees weak and trembling from the stress of the day. "Long story," Piper said, "but I threw an old phone into some bushes near the Morrison house. We need to get that phone back. I think it's evidence." Nancy couldn't have known what Piper was talking about, but it was enough of an explanation for her. She stood up and headed to the door, keys in hand. The November sun had set hours earlier, and the shrubs near the Morrison residence were dense enough to block the street lights from their underbrush. "What we need is a flashlight," Piper said. She pulled out her phone and pressed the command that would use her photo flash as a light source for a few minutes before depleting the battery. "Like this?" Nancy flicked on an honest-to-goodness flashlight. She wrinkled her elfin nose. "I wouldn't be deserving of the name Nancy D. if I didn't have a respectable flashlight." Piper laughed. The journalist was referring to famous girl sleuth Nancy Drew, whose name was similar to her own, just a few letters off. Piper wondered how many Nancy Drews existed in the world and how they felt about their famous namesake. As her mind wandered, she felt herself detaching from the strange scene, as though part of her was floating above the pair of them, searching the bushes. Was this really happening? Her hands kept moving, aiming the dying light from her phone, but the hands seemed to belong to someone else. A lizard skittered out of the bush, giving her an irritated look about being disturbed, but she didn't even flinch at the sudden movement. All was calm. If she wanted to, she could probably keep floating up and disappear, leaving this whole mess behind for other people to deal with. Was this how George felt? And where was he? A hand on her shoulder brought Piper lurching back to earth. She sucked in a deep, gasping breath. "It's just me," Nancy Dowd said soothingly. "I found the phone, or at least I found a phone. I don't know if it's the one, but what are the odds?" She directed Piper to a plastic object a few feet away. "That's it," Piper said. This was the phone she'd grabbed from the Morrison house and clutched until Winnie made her drop it on their way home. She got out a fresh plastic bag and delicately extricated the phone from the bushes. She held it for a moment silently, waiting to feel something. She expected it to suddenly ring or glow or burst into flames. Nothing like that happened. Nancy Dowd broke her professional demeanor with a girlish squeal. She pointed at the old-fashioned number buttons. "Is that what I think it is?" Piper quipped back. "Do I look like a crime scene investigator?" "That's got to be blood," Nancy said. "Careful. Don't disturb the fingerprints." Her hands fluttered nervously. "Are those fingerprints?" Piper took a closer look through the clear bag. "If these aren't bloody fingerprints, I don't know what they are." Nancy tilted her head to the side. Whoever dialed that phone wasn't using it to call 911. The 9 and the 1 buttons are clean. They stared at the phone in the yellow glow of the street lamp for several minutes. Off in the distance, a coyote sounded his yip-yip cry, and another answered. Piper gasped and broke the silence. "George left us a clue. These have to be his fingerprints. Right before he died, he used the keypad to spell out the name of the killer." "I don't have my reading glasses with me," Nancy said, patting her pockets. "I can't read the tiny letters underneath the numbers." "I can," Piper said. "Well, don't keep me in suspense. What does 267 spell?" "C-O-P," Piper said, gasping. "Cop! It was a cop who killed George." A police conspiracy, Nancy said excitedly. Not so fast. 3 numbers with 3 letters under each number. That makes 27 possible combinations. But you must have picked cop for a reason. You have a psychic connection with the victim. Piper looked up and studied the journalist's face in the yellow glow of the street lamps. She seemed awfully decisive about the killer being a cop, never mind the other 26 possibilities. Nancy glanced around the neighborhood furtively. She murmured, "Let's get back to the car. We're probably being watched by that nosy, tattletale neighbor. I can practically feel them calling the tip line right now." Piper agreed, and they wasted no time getting back into Nancy's car. While they drove, Piper worked out more combinations of letters. The secret message spelled out cop, but it also spelled Sam, Pan, and even Rob. That cast suspicion on the Copeland Police Department, George's sister, the president of his fan club, and even his longtime editor. Even cop could mean more than just cop. If it were initials, it could stand for Carl Otis Plummer. Rearranged, that would be the realtor's son, Otis Carl Plummer. Funnily enough, it could even be someone driving in that car with Nancy Dowd. Piper's middle name was Ophelia, making her initials P.O.C. Typical George, she thought. He did love his complicated mysteries with a multitude of suspects. Winnie was released by the Copeland police at midnight, without an apology. The police requested she not leave the state for a little while. Her parents insisted she return to the family home that night, which she did, not even stopping over at Piper's house for her overnight bag. And who could blame her? The police were probably waiting in the bushes, planning their next raid of the Chen residence. Or perhaps they were waiting for the lab results on the bits of dried matter embedded in the cracks of the candle holder, and then they'd pounce. Piper knew they would be coming to question her next, and she crossed her fingers that the lawyer had scared them enough about searching without a warrant that they'd hold back long enough for the big plan to be enacted. She changed the sheets in the pool house and made sure Nancy Dowd would be comfortable there. Nancy had offered to return to her hotel room or stay there, whichever Piper preferred. It was Teddy who made the decision, stealing Nancy's shoes and hiding them. Piper was horrified at Teddy's thievery, but Nancy Dowd laughed it off and said her assistant would bring over fresh clothes in the morning. "Now go to bed," Nancy said, waving toward the pool house door. "Tomorrow's a big day, and you need your sleep." "About tomorrow," Piper said slowly. "Maybe I should sit this one out. The big plan could work just as easily with one person." Nancy opened her purse, took out a brush, and began brushing her red hair to a silken shine. She looked so casual and relaxed, like she was just a regular girlfriend staying overnight, that she did this sort of thing all the time. After 60 hair strokes, Nancy said, "No guts, no glory." "You can have all the glory," Piper said. "You're the one with the guts. I've got nothing." "Excuse me? You've got nothing?" Nancy kept brushing her shimmering red hair. Her small nose pointed up, giving her an elfin look. "Which one of us discovered 2 key pieces of evidence? And which one of us infiltrated the Copeland Police Department?" "Exactly," Piper said with a smile. "I'm all tapped out. You've got the next part. You could do it with one hand tied behind your back." She paused for drama. "You only want me to do the speech because it would make a more interesting story." Nancy's eyes twinkled. "Just come with me, and we'll see how you feel once we get up in the air." Up in the air? The ground seemed to fall away underneath Piper's feet. She really needed to eat something. Nancy winked. "It's George freaking Morrison, honey. The man's larger than life, even in death. He didn't want his ashes sitting around in urns on bookshelves or getting parceled out and sold by the gram as collector's edition ashes on eBay. Tomorrow at noon, we're getting into an airplane with his friends and family, and we're going to scatter his ashes over the Grand Canyon. You have seen the Grand Canyon, haven't you? Yes, I've seen it. But not from the air. Nancy counted her last 2 brushstrokes aloud. 99, 100. She set down the brush. It's all set up, she said with finality. My pilot friend who owes me a favor has come through just in time. The big plan is happening mid-air. You can't ask for a more captive audience. Mid-air? Her empty stomach did flip-flops. This is your last chance to finally get that interview with Robert Jones, she said, eyes twinkling. I swear I was going to call around to the local hotels, but I kept getting sidetracked. Nancy's expression softened. You've done great. Things have worked out different than I expected, but better. Investigations often turn and twist, so it helps to be flexible. And I have total confidence you can pull off pretending to be a crew member on the airplane. As stewardesses? Nancy snorted with amusement, looking even more elfin and mischievous. It's not that sort of plane. You'll be in overalls, or maybe a gray flight suit. Not the most fashionable of attire, but one must make sacrifices in the name of justice. She raised her hand as though toasting with an invisible glass. For justice. Piper raised one tired arm with great effort. For justice, she said grimly. Chapter 20. Day 12, Tuesday, November 8th, 10:22 a.m. The Roadrunner Cafe. Piper was exhausted from the previous evening, but her nervousness about seeing Otis again chased away any lingering yawns. She tied Teddy to the same tree where he'd sat 9 days earlier on her first visit to the Roadrunner Cafe. After a quick check of her hair and makeup, she entered the restaurant. Obeying the sign at the front, she sat herself at a free table. She crossed her hands on her lap and glanced up at the ceiling. Was Otis up there in the Spartan apartment that very minute? Was he looking down at the floor, thinking about her? His mother had promised not to reveal any details from their therapy session, but could she be trusted? A waitress came to offer coffee and a menu. Piper accepted both and asked if Otis was around. "He sure is, honey," the woman said, casting her a matronly look. "You want me to tell him you're here? What's your name?" Piper. No, wait. Tell him it's Coco. I'm not actually Coco, but that's who he knows me as. The woman took it all in without so much as a facial twitch. All righty then. She filled Piper's coffee cup and walked away. Piper picked up the laminated menu and blinked repeatedly. Her eyes wouldn't focus. Or they would, but her mind was too nervous to convert the squiggles and dots into words. Why was she bothering with the menu? After yesterday's starvation, she wanted carbohydrates, and lots of them. Pancakes. She didn't need a menu, especially not one so blurry and utterly unreadable. She set it down and rubbed her eyes. Since the discovery of the phone with the blood-smeared code, she and Nancy Dowd had been very busy. Today was their big plan, the climactic finale, and there were so many things that could go wrong. So why had Piper come to the Roadrunner? Because of Otis. Things could get dangerous today. If something was to, heaven forbid, happen to Piper, she didn't want to leave behind unfinished business. Then she'd be forced to continue as a ghost. It would be rather ironic to come back to haunt Otis, but still be unable to talk, to speak a word of English to him. She just wanted one word. Sorry. And if there was time, maybe a few more words, such as, I really like you. The server returned. Without looking up, Piper said, Pancakes, please, and lots of them. A male voice answered, We have a special today. Every order comes with a complimentary soup bone. She jerked her head up. Otis looked serious, but not angry, and he had made a joke. He waved at someone in the kitchen. Pancakes, he called out, and a soup bone. Thanks, she said, but I'm not sure I'd have room for a soup bone. Otis gave her a wry smile and shook his head. Sure you do. You're a growing teenager. What? She blinked repeatedly. Now Otis was as blurry and hard to read as the menu had been. Otis, I'm not a teenager. I'm 21. I lied to you about speaking English, but I'm telling you the truth now. And my name is Piper. She tried to smile. Piper Chen. I'm second-generation Taiwanese American, and I live here in Copeland. 21? He gave her a puzzled look. Your mother didn't tell you anything? He continued looking mystified and pointed to the bench seat across from her. May I? Please do. She watched him take a seat, then slide a few inches over and turn his body to be at a slight angle. He was aware of body language and careful to take a non-confrontational pose. The idea that he was expecting conflict gave Piper a terribly guilty feeling. She pressed the tip of her tongue against her teeth to keep from gushing apologies. Easy now, she told herself. We'll get to that. Piper, he said. That's a pretty name. Thanks. She took a sip of what was surprisingly drinkable coffee for diner brew. My father wanted to name me Pepper because my mother craved hot peppers when she was expecting me, even though they gave her terrible heartburn. But then one of my aunties got a new dog 2 weeks before I was born, and she named the dog Pepper, and I suppose you can figure out the rest of the story. Otis nodded slowly. So, you just use Coco as your online name? And you tell people you're 15 because you're trying to connect with a youthful audience? Piper's mouth went dry despite the coffee. I never said I was 15. His upper lip was curling with barely concealed disgust. But you're a catfish. Catfish? Now she was lost for words. She knew the term was commonly used for people who tried to be someone else on the internet, and that it had little to do with actual catfish, which don't mimic or pretend to be anything other than what they are. Catfish do stir things up, though. There was an old parable about catfish being the enemies of cod, and getting added to cod tanks during shipping to nip at the cod and keep them active on the journey. It was an old tale, and certainly untrue, since catfish were freshwater creatures, but it made a great story. Some might say we all need something nipping at us in life to keep us from becoming complacent. Was that the way Otis meant it? The young man must have seen the confused look on her face. He explained, Catfish, like the MTV series. Are you pretending to be underage so you can take incriminating screen caps and get hush money from creepy older dudes? He held up both hands. Hey, it's fine by me if that's your business. Those dudes deserve what they get. That's not something I would ever do, Otis. Oh. He relaxed his upper body, letting his hands drop to his lap. Now I feel bad. I didn't think you were so young. Not until Velma came up to the apartment to warn me I was about to make a big mistake. He looked sheepish. She was beside herself. She asked me if your name was Coco, and I said yes, and she showed me a picture online and told me you were 15. Piper nodded. Now she understood. She thought I was Coco Lee, the girl who runs the House of Hallows fan site with her mother, Pandora. He looked relieved. I guess so. Do you know Pandora? He gave her a sidelong look. I don't know. Do I? You tell me. Piper snorted. It's not me, I swear. I'm just Piper. Sure. I hate to be that guy, but do you have some ID you could show me? She grabbed her wallet from her purse and spread out all her cards, from her unused driver's license to her Copeland library card. Capricorn, he said. Same as my mother. His mother. Well, now was as good a time as any. Otis, your mother is my therapist, by the way. Since we're getting the truth out and laying all our cards on the table. She grinned down at her cards, so to speak. She glanced up shyly. Is that weird for you? He took a moment before answering, his tone relaxed. It's a small town. Anyone who sees a therapist has a 20% chance of seeing my mother. She knows everyone's secrets. Just then, the waitress arrived with a big stack of pancakes, along with big pats of butter and syrup. Piper grabbed her fork and knife and dug in. The meeting had gone well so far, but she still had one key piece of business to deal with, the candlestick holder that had been in Otis's possession. She would ask him after the next bite, or the next one. As she was demolishing the final bites of the stack, Otis observed, You eat like someone going off to war. I feel like someone going off to war. Then don't go. You don't have to do anything you don't want to do. Piper pushed the empty plate away with a groan. I will never eat again. Pie? We make it fresh here. She whimpered and slumped in her bench seat. After a few more minutes and a refill of coffee, she finally broached the subject. Otis, where did you get the candlestick holder I found in your closet? His blue eyes darkened. He arched one eyebrow. You mean the one you stole from my closet? She nodded. It was time for the whole truth. Well, just the parts that didn't include a ghost, but only because Nancy Dowd was waiting for her, and there wasn't enough time to get into the metaphysical stuff. I've got a strange hobby, he said. She gestured for him to continue. We've got a big dumpster at the back of the restaurant, he said. It's really visible, so people drive by and throw things in there. Perfectly good things. You're a dumpster diver? He slumped down, looking humiliated. More of an amateur collector and restoration artist. I have a passion for old things with some history to them. When I saw that candlestick holder, I thought it had a good sturdy shape. I was planning to dip it in white enamel, sort of a shabby chic look, though I suppose that's dated now. He wrinkled his nose. You're disgusted, aren't you? Nobody wants to date a dumpster diver. She nearly laughed out loud. Compared to other things he might be, such as a killer or an accomplice, dumpster diver wasn't too bad. He joined her with an embarrassed laugh of his own. Once they'd stopped, he asked, What's the deal with that candlestick holder? Is it valuable? I saw a couple of people rummaging around in my dumpster later that night. They ran off when I stuck my head out of the window. It's valuable, but not in a monetary sense. I'll explain everything later, I promise. Did you get a good look at the people? The smaller one was wearing a hood, but I saw the other guy. Was he big, with a giant dumb-looking head and a buzz cut? Otis raised his eyebrows, seemingly amused by Piper's description of Officer Jerkface. No, this guy was slim, actually, and he had longer hair, not a buzz cut. He looked like he hadn't showered or had a haircut in years. I thought maybe he was homeless. He was thin and scruffy, with long hair. She nodded thoughtfully. The pieces were all coming together. Nancy Dowd would be delighted with these new findings, and just in time for today's big plan. Chapter 21. 1:44 p.m. Eagle Eye Tours, Horseshoe Airstrip. The pilot for that afternoon's private flight, Craig Mad Dog Chase, welcomed everyone aboard. They would be getting a stunning view of the Grand Canyon, crossing it multiple times for the best views before releasing the ashes of the late George Morrison. After his introduction, Mad Dog moved on to delivering a well-worn speech about the Eagle Eye Tour's safety regulations. Piper and Nancy, who were both disguised as flight crew members in discreet taupe jumpsuits, exchanged a look over the tops of their aviator-style mirrored sunglasses. Most of Mad Dog's safety regulations pertained to passengers refraining from putting their feet up, horsing around, standing on the benches, or doing anything that might result in dirty footprints getting onto the seats. Piper's upper lip was itching like crazy. Had they gone too far, putting on fake mustaches? It had seemed like such a good idea an hour ago, but now that sweat was pooling along the sticky spirit gum, Piper wanted to rip the furry caterpillar off while bolting for the only exit. But she held steady. The other passengers, a group of 20 of George Morrison's dearest friends and family members, dutifully paid attention to Mad Dog's instructions and fastened their seat belts. Piper and Nancy were in crew seats, with their backs to the cockpit, which afforded them a perfect view of their captive audience. In the front row, nearest to Piper, was George's sister, Simone. Piper didn't know what a sex addict was supposed to look like, but she would never have guessed at Simone's problem based on her appearance. The skinny woman wore a knee-length dark skirt with a crisp linen blouse buttoned all the way to her neck. She fastened her seatbelt and crossed her thin arms loosely over her chest, her hands continuously running over the smooth surface of the urn sitting on her lap. As the other passengers settled in, Simone shifted restlessly in her seat and continued to stroke the urn possessively. Robert Jones, the editor, took a seat next to her. He looked as scruffy and rumpled as Simone looked clean and prim. They were politely formal toward each other. Nobody would have guessed the two of them had enjoyed an intimate relationship. Piper's cheeks flushed with heat as she remembered the conversation and other noises she'd overheard while skulking around in the Morrison residence. While the pilot took a short break to do some pre-flight checks before takeoff, the passengers chatted among themselves. Robert used his knuckles to rap on the lid of the urn. "Hello, old friend. We're going to give you a beautiful ending." "That's kind of you to say," Simone said sweetly. "Will you be staying much longer in Copeland, or is this the end?" Robert rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He'd shaved for the occasion and looked almost handsome. In this light, Simone's attraction didn't seem so preposterous. "I'll be leaving straight from the hangar after we land," he said, "though I might be back to Copeland from time to time." Simone continued to move her hands over the large urn of ashes sitting on her lap, petting it like a cat. "George would have loved showing you the local sights," she said. "Was there anything in particular you'd like to see on your next visit? If the house isn't sold, I wouldn't mind viewing George's old childhood bedroom again." She gave him a crooked smile. "Hoping to get lucky?" Across from them, Piper had just taken a sip of water from her bottle, and now Simone's outright flirtation caused Piper to swallow water down the wrong pipe and fall victim to a coughing fit. She quickly yanked her cap forward to disguise her face, touching the brim to the top of her mirrored sunglasses. Luckily, Robert and Simone were too focused on flirty double talk to notice Piper or her much more recognizable and famous crewmate, the intrepid Nancy Dowd. Sitting directly behind Robert and Simone were the fan club president, Pandora Lee, and the realtor, Carl Plummer. Carl was dressed in the style of beige lightweight suit that Piper would describe as TV drama oil tycoon. As he shifted around in his seat, a large gold watch flashed at his wrist. It was the sort of watch the wearer wants people to notice. The watch was real, but the teeth looked fake to Piper. He'd had the dental caps installed in a bright shade that was too white to be believable. How had she not seen him that first night at the Morrison house? His blue-white teeth had probably been glowing in the dark, like the smile of the Cheshire cat. Carl and Pandora were engaged in conversation, with Carl saying, "The best time to invest in real estate is years ago, but the second best time is now." He gave her a 1,000,000-watt grin. "They say money can't buy happiness, but have you ever seen people looking sad on a yacht?" Pandora giggled. "Mr. Plummer, I do love to talk about money. I've got a feeling I'm about to come into some money." Her face glowed, as though saying the word money was now lighting the same fire within her that had once been stoked by talking about George's books. Pandora's appearance had changed since Piper had seen her working her charms at the police station 3 days earlier. She'd been to a hairstylist who'd added streaks of bright red to her black hair, which had been chopped shorter and asymmetrical. And instead of her usual sexy black dresses, she wore a sky blue dress with a bright pink silk scarf, along with an orange necklace. Who did that colorful look remind Piper of? Oh, just the famous journalist sitting next to her in disguise. Pandora seemed to be morphing into a clone of Nancy Dowd. Her appearance did seem to confirm the theory Piper and Nancy had, but only time and the right sort of pressure would tell. Pandora glanced over at the 2 crewmen seated at the front and immediately looked away, failing to recognize them. She continued to talk to Carl Plummer, batting her eyelashes innocently. "But if you have some free time after this, I'd love to pick your brain about a few things. My daughter says I'm too curious for my own good, but I can't help myself. You'd like to know about local real estate? I'm your guy. Plus, like I always say, a curious investor is a good investor. I've always been fascinated by local history and gossip." They were interrupted by Robert Jones, leaning his seat back to ask Pandora, "Did you ever find that thing you accidentally threw out?" "No," she said. "Don't worry about it." "You never know," Robert said. "Certain pieces have a spiritual energy of their own. George was a big believer in that. He felt that souls traveling around between bodies would sometimes attach themselves to objects, and those objects would move around with a life of their own." "Yup," she said, nodding. "You told me that, and I wrote it all down in my notes." "Your notes?" Robert sounded surprised. "It's nothing," Pandora said. But by the way she was blushing, it wasn't nothing. Her seatmate Carl gave her a sidelong look. "Miss Lee, I can tell you're up to something." She shrugged. Just then, Mad Dog climbed back into the small plane and started closing the sliding door. A hush fell over all the occupants. Robert lost interest in Pandora and straightened in his seat. Mad Dog introduced his co-pilot, a man who was nicknamed Pitbull, despite looking exactly like a chihuahua. While Mad Dog climbed into the cockpit, Pitbull took over the announcements, repeating the spiel about not getting footprints on the seats. A woman in the 4th row waved her hand and asked about washrooms. Pitbull pointed to the rounded door through which they'd entered and said, "Straight through there, hang a left, and it's about 10,000 feet down, depending on where we are along the route. Any other questions?" An elderly man asked if they'd be flying within the Grand Canyon itself, below the rim. Pitbull responded by quoting from Special Federal Aviation Regulation No. 50-2, Special Flight Rules in the Vicinity of the Grand Canyon National Park, Arizona, Section 3. In other words, no. Someone asked if the other two crew members, as yet not introduced, also had dog-themed names. Everyone's eyes turned to Piper and Nancy, the small men wearing hats, sunglasses, and fake mustaches. Nancy coughed and elbowed Piper to speak for both of them. Piper lowered the pitch of her voice and said, "I'm Teddy, and my pal here is Soupbone." This answer satisfied the group, and everyone went back to looking through the windows as the plane taxied for takeoff. Nancy snuck Piper an amused look over the top of her mirrored shades. Teddy and Soupbone? Piper stifled a nervous giggle. The engines roared, and the plane took off. There was no backing out now. Pitbull talked to the passengers, using a microphone to be heard over the engines, though he hardly needed it, because the plane interior was surprisingly quiet. "Folks, thank you all for flying Eagle Eye Tours today. As a longtime fan of the House of Hallows series myself, it is a great honor and privilege for me to be part of today's tribute to a great man. George Morrison, you will be missed, but your words and your spirit will live on." Pitbull looked pointedly at the urn of ashes on Simone's lap and addressed George directly, his tone low and intimate. "And when we do meet again in the great sky beyond, you and I are going to share a bottle of whiskey and discuss some of the things you did to my favorite characters." This earned him a grim chuckle from the passengers. "Why wait?" Robert Jones leaned forward from his seat in the front row, hand outstretched, and holding a silver flask. "Here, there's plenty of whiskey waiting to be drunk on planet Earth." Pitbull politely declined the booze, citing a specific Federal Aviation regulation. Pandora, however, had no reservations. She grabbed the flask and took a swig. Carl Plummer took the next drink, and the flask was handed back. An air of merriment brightened the mood in the cabin. Pitbull pointed out the sights, made another quip about the restrooms, and directed everyone's attention to the two mustached crew members. "And now, ladies and gentlemen, Eagle Eye Tours has a very special treat for you. I haven't previewed this act myself, so I'm sure I'll be as surprised as everyone." He scratched his head. "Honestly, I don't know if this is against regulations." He covered the microphone and leaned over to ask Piper and Nancy, "You won't be removing all your clothes, will you? I mean, you've got pasties or bikinis on under there, right?" Piper's jaw dropped. This was how Nancy had gotten them on board? By pretending they were strippers? Nancy stood and yanked off her mustache, sunglasses, and hat in one smooth motion. She grabbed the microphone from Pitbull as she shook out her trademark bright red bob. The passengers gasped and muttered to each other. If they didn't recognize the world's most famous celebrity crime reporter, they didn't have televisions. Nancy cooed into the microphone. "I do love a captive audience." She unzipped her uniform, popped out one orange-suited shoulder, wiggled, and emerged in Technicolor, like a tropical bird stepping out of the shadows. "Hello, everyone. I'm Nancy Dowd, and I'm here today at the request of George Morrison. He had a message for the world, and you lucky people are going to be the first to find out the secret." In the front row, Robert turned to Simone and asked loudly, "Did George even know her? He hated reporters." Simone said, "She's got no business being here. George hated her. He always said that people who make up lies should have the decency to at least label it as fiction. In the second row, Pandora unfastened her seatbelt and stood. She turned her back to Nancy and addressed the other passengers. Nobody talk to this woman. She's an outsider. She was never part of George's inner circle. Not like us. His life story belongs to us, his nearest and dearest. Carl, who was finishing another swig from the flask, grabbed her hand and yanked her back down to her seat. "Shut up, you ridiculous woman. Anyone with eyes can see through your fame-whoring, money-grubbing ways." The others gasped and mumbled disapproval. "Easy now," Carl said to the group. "I'm also a fame-whoring money-grubber, and it takes one to know one. But I do want to hear what the fabulous Nancy Dowd has to say, so everyone stay seated and shut up." Nancy glanced over her shoulder at Piper and winked. This was all going according to plan. Actually, it was going even better than expected, with the suspects turning on each other already, even before the big reveal. Nancy reached back for the prop. Piper retrieved the vintage telephone handset from a storage compartment and handed it to the redhead. Nancy winked again, and Piper noticed one small flaw. The mustache glue must have contained a skin irritant. Nancy's upper lip was red and swollen. "George is the one with something to say," Nancy said into the microphone. Her voice sounded different, as though it was being pinched by the altitude. "I'm only here as the messenger." She carefully unsealed the plastic bag. Using a clean handkerchief as a glove, she pulled out the old telephone and held it up. "Simone Morrison, or should I call you Sam? Do you recognize this as the downstairs phone from your childhood home?" Simone crossed her arms. "How should I know? It's just a phone." Robert drunkenly jeered. "Get to the point. This speech needs a good editor." Pandora glowered silently in her seat. Carl made a choking sound. He opened a paper sick bag and leaned forward, using it. Nancy continued her presentation. "Please note the dark stains on 3 of the keypad's numbers. Those smears contain George Morrison's fingerprints, captured in his own blood. In the moments before he succumbed to his injuries at the foot of his stairs, he had the presence of mind to touch his fingers to the wound at the back of his head. Do you know why?" Nobody dared move a muscle, let alone guess. "To leave the world a note," Nancy said. 3 numbers, 2, 6, 7. But you can ignore the numbers. It's the letters underneath the numbers that comprise the final word written by George Morrison, his generation's greatest writer." She coughed into her fist. "Can anyone—" More coughing. Robert offered her the flask, but she waved it away. Finally, she wheezed out, "Can anyone here decode the message?" Rob, who'd been leaning forward with the flask, put his face right up to the phone. "It's not 267, he said. "He must have punched it in as 672, which would spell R-O-B. His last message was my name." Robert sounded excited and happy. He turned to the other passengers, beaming. "There you have it, folks. George's last wish was for me to take over this series and finish his work." Pandora jumped up. "You idiot. It's 726, and that spells P-A-N. His final message was meant for me." She was smiling, laughing, and crying, all at the same time. Holding her hands over her heart, she said, "George's final wish was for me to write his biography, his life story. He pretty much told me that right before he died. Carl got up and put on a pair of reading glasses. "Let me take a closer look at that," the realtor said, holding his hand out. Nancy Dowd, who was still coughing, handed the phone to him, cradled in the handkerchief. "The code spells C-O-P, he said. "That's me, Carl Otis Plummer. Now, why the heck would George leave me a message?" He seemed genuinely intrigued. While Carl looked at the phone, Nancy took a seat on the crew bench next to Piper and said, her voice hoarse, "Don't freak out." "Too late. I've been freaking out since we stepped on the plane." Nancy nodded. "You didn't let me finish." She coughed and rubbed the red patch on her upper lip. "Don't freak out, but you have to take over." "What are you talking about? You're doing great." Nancy grimaced. Her upper lip was swelling before Piper's eyes. Nancy croaked, "My voice can't talk." She continued in a scratchy whisper, "There must have been peppermint oil in the spirit gum we used for the mustaches." "You're having an allergic reaction?" Piper started to get up. "There must be an EpiPen on board. Don't worry, Nancy. I'll get you something, and I'll alert the pilot for an emergency landing." Nancy yanked her back down and pressed her face up to Piper's. "It's not life-threatening," she croaked. "I'll be okay. Just can't talk. You have to take over. Now or never. We'll never get this group together again." With one swipe, Nancy pulled off Piper's mustache, glasses, and hat. The passengers who had been paying attention let out an appreciative murmur and began to applaud. They thought this was part of the show. An elderly man in the back row shouted, "Speak up! Use the microphone!" A woman next to him asked, "Who's that supposed to be?" Another woman in the fifth row said, "That's Coco Lee, from George's fan club." The woman waved at Piper. "We met at the funeral. Remember me?" "Of course," Piper said. It was the dotty older lady who'd gotten Simone's addiction wrong. Piper looked straight at Pandora Lee and said, "You could say I'm as much Coco Lee as anyone can be." Pandora stared right at her, eyes blazing and mouth a tiny dash. "Got a problem with that?" Piper offered the microphone to Pandora. The woman's tightly clenched mouth all but disappeared. She didn't take the microphone. "Tell the truth," Piper said. "Tell everyone here how you've been catfishing them." Through gritted teeth, Pandora spat out, "I've done nothing wrong." She paused to give it some thought. "Well, nothing illegal." Piper didn't need the microphone to be heard in the small cabin, but she kept it near her mouth because it gave her a sense of control. "Ladies and gentlemen, my name is actually Piper Ophelia Chen. I'm not Coco Lee, because there is no Coco Lee. She's an imaginary character, as fictitious as Ling the warrior princess. Our friend Pandora here made her up." Someone in the back asked, "Why?" Someone else chuckled and said, "Why not? It's more fun to be a precocious 15-year-old girl than a sad middle-aged single woman." Another person said, "I thought all the fake 15-year-old chicks on the internet were played by hairy old men." Someone made a lewd joke that only the back rows could hear, and that set off the back half laughing. Piper noticed there were a few other flasks floating around in addition to Rob's. Pandora whipped around and made a hissing sound like a snake. "All of you, shut up! You don't know anything. George and I were lovers, and you'll never take that away from us." Someone in the back snorted, "You're not his type, sweetie. George liked them fresh-faced." Pandora put both hands on her hips. He liked me just fine, especially when I wore my schoolgirl uniform. You're all just jealous because I can pull it off. When I tie my hair up and do my makeup just right, I can pass for 15. In the front row, Simone gasped in shock. It was you. She began to shake with emotion. You little slut. You whore. Pandora whipped around to face George's sister defiantly. Don't you dare play the slut card on me, you depraved sex addict. Oh, I know all about you, Sammy. George told me all about it, past and present, how you two used to play house together, and you forced him to do things he didn't want to do, and how you threatened to tell the world it was the other way around if he didn't cut you in on the business. He lets you write a few pages here and there so you can feel good about yourself, and then he writes you a big check, and you blow it all trying to make yourself feel better than the filth you are. You were in his bedroom. Simone was still shaking. On the day he died. I heard you two, and I thought you were Coco. Pandora said, Fine. So I was there that day, and I always let him call me Coco because it was our little game. But I didn't have anything to do with his death. Pandora looked over at Nancy Dowd and spoke gravely. You've got to believe me, Nancy D. I don't know what happened to my sweet George. Whatever it was, I wasn't there. Piper spoke into the microphone, and her voice came out over the speakers at a booming volume. And that's why you killed him. All eyes turned to Piper. She glanced over to the spot next to the plane's door where Pitbull had been sitting. He wasn't there. He was over at the back of the plane, doing something with the intercom system, turning up the volume, apparently. Piper continued. Simone, you heard your brother having sex in his childhood bedroom with a girl you thought was 15. You went crazy with jealousy or anger. After she left, you confronted him. Something went wrong. Maybe you lost your temper, or maybe he egged you on. But things got ugly. You reached out for the nearest thing, which was a candlestick holder, and you hit him. Simone looked around the cabin with wild eyes. She didn't deny it. Rob, who was still holding the phone, held it up as though making a case for the other passengers. He said, 627 also spells S-A-M. His nickname for Simone. That's what George was trying to tell us when he punched these numbers. He knew he was dying, but he also knew his sister would clean up the scene before she called the police. So he couldn't do something obvious like write her name on the wall. He shook his head in admiration. The man was a genius. Carl, who'd been quiet, said, He was a difficult client, but only because he was a genius. She tried to frame me, Pandora yelled, pointing at Simone. Someone broke into my house and left behind this hideous metal candlestick holder. I figured it was just kids playing a prank. I threw it in some random dumpster because it gave me the creeps. It was giving off a real voodoo vibe. So why did you go back for it? Piper asked. I already know you and Robert were searching the dumpster for something. Robert waved his hand politely and answered the question. She told me she'd accidentally thrown out some priceless family heirloom. She lied to you, Piper said, nodding. Why am I not surprised? Robert continued. We bumped into each other in the town's main bar one night, and she told me this whole sob story. But now I can see right through her lies. The whole time we were digging around in various dumpsters, she kept feeding me liquor and peppering me with questions about George. He took his eyes off Piper and gave Pandora an appreciative nod. Is that your scheme? You've been pumping people for information ever since the moment he died, haven't you? All for your unauthorized biography." Carl fist-pumped the air. "I knew it." Pandora's jaw dropped indignantly. "Duh." She glowered at him. "But at least I didn't murder him." Everyone turned to look at Simone Morrison. Simone, who'd been frozen stiff, suddenly yanked the phone from Rob's hands. She stared at it as everyone watched in stunned silence. Then she stuck out her tongue and licked it, spreading her saliva all over the number pad, smearing the markings. For good measure, she then threw the vintage phone onto the floor of the cabin and stomped it to plastic smithereens. Once she'd stopped, Piper asked the killer, "And how does that stale ketchup taste?" She smiled. "You didn't think we'd bring the real evidence up here, did you?" Simone took in this revelation without reacting. She slowly returned to her seat and composed herself. She mimed zipping her lips shut. She wasn't going to say another word. "That's fine if you're done talking," Piper said. "Once we land, the police will be waiting to escort you to a nice, secure location where you can meet with your lawyer. You can explain to them how you knew Pandora was at the house that day, how you were there spying on your brother." Piper broke eye contact and looked up at the rapt audience. "Folks, in case you're wondering, this aircraft is equipped with multiple video and audio recorders, for your safety, of course, and also to be used as evidence." There was a commotion, a sudden movement, and then something the shape of a hockey puck hit Piper on the chin. She staggered backward, landing on Nancy's lap. She leaned down and picked up the puck-like object. It was a lid, from the urn containing George's ashes. Simone was at the door of the plane, using the metal urn to strike the lock on the door. Something snapped, and the door slid open a crack. It was a slider barn door style, so the door could be opened during flight for skydiving. The cabin depressurized with a force that sucked the air from Piper's lungs and made her temporarily blind. Debris was swirling everywhere in the cabin, and people were screaming. When Piper managed to blink away the streaming tears, she saw Simone struggling to pull an olive-green backpack from the wall of the cabin. She got the backpack and strapped it on. Pitbull's voice came on over the speakers. "Ma'am, step away from the door." But she didn't. Instead, she tossed George's urn over her shoulder as she shoved the door the rest of the way open. The urn bounced around the cabin as the plastic liner unfurled, releasing the gray contents. George was loose. His ashes were everywhere, like an angry dust storm, a haboob from hell. But he was dissipating quickly, being sucked away. The airplane's door was now fully open. The square patch of bright blue sky was surreal. It was as though someone had punched a hole in this chaotic reality, and beyond it was peaceful sky. Everyone, including Piper, continued to scream as the howling wind tore at the passengers. The bright blue doorway darkened, and then was bright again. More screaming. The plane tilted, and the punched hole that had been sky became a fiery orange and then a russet red. That was the ground. Were they crashing or turning? Pitbull's voice came over the intercom. "Ladies and gentlemen, please remain in your seats with your seat belts fastened as we make an emergency landing." Someone screamed about shutting the door, but the pilot cut them off mid-sentence, already anticipating the request. "Okay. Yes, we'd love to have that door shut as much as the rest of you, but that might not be possible until we land. So sit back, hold on tight, and enjoy the ride." Hold on tight? Piper realized with a sudden shock that she'd been standing when Simone had gone for the door. How was she still inside the plane? She looked down and saw a pair of legs wrapped around her waist. Nancy Dowd was strapped into her own seat with a harness, and she'd managed to secure Piper, for the moment, anyway. Piper wasted no time getting herself wedged into the neighboring seat and strapped into her own harness. The cabin howled as they soared toward their emergency landing. It was too windy to communicate, so Piper could do nothing but obey the pilot. She held on tight and tried to enjoy the ride. The speakers crackled, and Mad Dog came on again. "Folks, this is your captain speaking. There's been a small change to our itinerary today. We will be landing sooner than anticipated, but not without one more view, like you've never seen it before. Have a look to your left for an unobstructed view of what you came here to see." On the other side of the open plane door was one of the 7 wonders of the natural world. Piper had seen the Grand Canyon before, but she'd never seen it quite like this. She kept looking for the bright plume of Simone's parachute opening, but couldn't see it. When she finally tore her gaze off the spectacular canyon view, she noticed that Robert Jones had his mouth wide open, his head bobbing back, and his hands slapping his knees. He appeared to be howling with laughter. Piper turned to check on Nancy Dowd, who was in duress, but still able to breathe, and then shouted at Robert Jones, "Why are you laughing?" She never had gotten that interview with the man, but this one question would turn out to be the most important part of the story that she and Nancy would reveal to the world. This part was, so to speak, the kicker. Robert Jones wiped the tears from his eyes and grinned at Piper. The wind was still whistling through the open door, but she could hear him as he shouted his answer. "I'm supposed to be flying back to New York right after this," he said. "I don't travel much, so I don't have a suitcase. I usually stuff my clothes into a green Army surplus knapsack." Piper followed his gaze to the hooks on the wall of the cabin, the hooks that were now empty. "That wasn't a parachute that Simone grabbed," Piper said. Robert said only, "I'm going to have to buy some more underwear." Chapter 22. After that day on the plane, Piper worried she'd never see her friend George again. His killer had been brought to justice, swiftly. George Morrison had been a gifted genius, but his sister had also been crafty in her own way. She nearly got away with murder. It wasn't clear to investigators if she'd been planning to kill George for years, or if it had been a crime of opportunity, a sudden impulse during an argument when she'd grabbed for the candlestick holder and struck without thinking. She might have felt justified in the killing, believing her brother had been interfering with a young girl. Simone had seemed more surprised than anyone that Coco was only a fictional character played by her mother, Pandora, in a plaid skirt and pigtails. Pandora Lee had been up to her own scheme, namely, getting close to George so she could write a tell-all memoir. She had been lucky to walk away with her stories as a free woman. If Pandora's robot vacuum cleaner hadn't scared off Simone before she could cover her tracks, Pandora wouldn't have discovered the planted evidence inside her home. The police would have shown up, searched the place, and Pandora might have gone down for the crime. A judge or jury might have readily convicted Pandora for the crime, believing that a grown woman who posed as a 15-year-old girl online might be capable of other wrongdoings, including murder. Once the police knew where to look, the evidence fell into place correctly. Simone's phone records revealed she was the helpful anonymous neighbor who'd called the police tip line to tell them a young Asian schoolgirl had been the last one to see George. Lab testing on the candlestick holder revealed George's hair and blood, as well as Simone's DNA, along with Otis's prints, as well as barbecue sauce, bits of cornbread, and various other things typically found in a restaurant dumpster. Otis had been both horrified and delighted at his involvement with the case, claiming after the fact that the candlestick holder had communicated with him, giving him the strong feeling he should wait before cleaning it. After learning this, Piper had teased him about his dumpster diving ways, and he had teased her about being the town's ghost whisperer. They'd enjoyed many fun dates together, walking Teddy and driving to neighboring towns to visit flea markets like an old married couple, and they would continue getting to know each other. It was hard sometimes to talk about things other than the murder case. The murder and its aftermath would continue to loom large over the coming years, but they would find a way to make it work. As for the bubble tea, Piper was pleased to discover Otis kept it on hand simply because he loved it. He couldn't get enough of the sweet tapioca pearls. They would invite Winnie and his best friend over to his place for bubble tea and board games, including Clue. Whenever Piper saw the games card with the candlestick holder, she thought of Simone's cover-up plan and its fatal flaw. There was no schoolgirl to pin the crime on. So when the police went looking for a suspect who fit the description phoned in, they'd ended up at Piper's house. It was Winnie's bad luck that she was in the house that day, along with the murder weapon, the weapon that was only there thanks to George and his keen, ghostly detective skills. Ironically, in trying to solve his murder, George had inadvertently endangered an innocent bystander. But thanks to Piper's snooping, a little hypnosis, and a whole lot of Nancy Dowd calling in favors, Simone's web of deceit came undone somewhere over the Grand Canyon. Taken by surprise and caught off guard, George's sister had confessed to her crime on camera. Too late, she realized she was trapped, with the authorities awaiting her at the landing site. Simone couldn't have known it was all a bluff put together by Nancy and Piper. The only thing waiting at the hangar was a table full of ham sandwiches and orange slices. But Simone Sammy Morrison couldn't have assumed they were bluffing. Desperate and trapped like an animal, her genius mind had kicked in, and she'd quickly formulated a daring escape by parachute. All her years of spending George's money on wildly debaucherous adventure vacations had prepared her well. Simone's genius escape plan, however, also had a fatal flaw. There were some parachutes on board the Eagle Eye Tours airplane, but they were located near the rear. The green backpack she'd grabbed before exiting the plane wasn't one of them. Earlier that day, Robert Jones had checked out of his hotel and planned to leave the town of Copeland straight after scattering George's ashes. He'd packed his wrinkled clothes back into the same military surplus backpack he used for all travel and carried the backpack aboard the small plane. When Simone yanked on what she believed was the ripcord, she expected to see a bright parachute billow above her, cupping the air and gently easing her down to solid red earth. Instead, all that released above her was a billowing cloud of Robert Jones's dirty laundry. The rocks 10,000 feet below had served as the murderer's judge, jury, and executioner. Later that day, a search and rescue crew found her remains. They also reported the strangest sight. The vast majority of George Morrison's cremation remains had funneled down perfectly, following Simone's trajectory, and had fallen neatly within a 2-foot radius of the dead woman. He had circled her, snared her. The crime scene investigators tried to take photos of the strange phenomenon, but before they could get their cameras set up, a gust of wind swirled in from out of nowhere and carried the ashes away. Ever since that day, whenever the wind picked up and blew dust in her eyes, Piper would look around for George. It wasn't until the 1-month anniversary of his death, when she'd given up on seeing him again, that he did visit. Piper awoke in the middle of the night with a strange electric sensation on her skin. Teddy wasn't on her bed. She heard absolute silence, and then she heard the television in the den click on. She walked barefoot down the hallway and found George right where she knew he'd be, reclining in the comfy leather chair. He had CNN on the television, showing the latest financial crisis, but he wasn't watching the TV. He was focused on the laptop that Piper had left open on a side table. George glanced up at Piper and gave her a casual wave before returning his attention to the small laptop screen. She took a seat on the sofa next to Teddy and leaned over to see what George was doing. He wasn't physically depressing the keys, but he was moving his translucent fingers over them, and he appeared to be typing. He'd pulled up an official website created by his publisher. Piper recognized the splash screen immediately. This new website was for a competition that was open to the public, a competition to determine which undiscovered writer was going to take over the House of Hallows series. The ghost turned to her with his eyebrows raised high under the brim of his cap. He pointed his finger at Piper, and then the screen. Piper, screen. Piper snorted. "Oh, George, I'm not one of those people who has big ideas about where the series is supposed to go. I could probably write a few chapters if someone figured out the basic plot things for me, but I've got no right entering this contest." He held up one finger and smiled. There was more ghostly typing, and then he was at a login page for cloud-based data storage. He logged in and clicked the command to change the password on the account. He turned to Piper and gestured for her to take over. She did, typing in a password she wouldn't forget. No parachute. And then she was logged in. "This is your account, with everything," she said breathlessly. She'd asked him about notes before, and he had pointed to the sky. She'd thought he meant heaven or that the notes were gone forever. But he must have been pointing to a cloud. His notes lived on, in the cloud of off-site data storage. "This is all your notes and outlines," she breathed excitedly. "Everything. Are you sure you want me to see this?" He nodded. Yes. And then he took over the controls without touching the keys or trackpad, opening the document labeled Final Chapter. Piper braced herself and began to read. His plans for House of Hallows were large and ambitious, yet elegantly simple. The ending was brilliant, the sort of ending nobody could predict with certainty, but which made so much logical sense that everyone would insist, after the fact, that they'd known the secret all along. And as Piper reviewed George's notes, she became certain of something. She could pick up where he left off. She could use these notes and bring his story to life. And why not? Somebody had to do it. After the plane excursion, Piper had worked with Nancy Dowd to bring the news story of the decade to the public. But she confessed, sadly, that she didn't want to stay on as Nancy's apprentice. As much as Piper loved the drama and intrigue of an investigation, she didn't enjoy prying into the private lives of real people. She preferred to stay horrified by real-life horror and entertained by fictional horror. And reading George's plans for the finale of the series was exactly the kind of fictional horror she loved. This was her passion. This was her true calling. She would finish what George started. It would be difficult and long, and there would be days she regretted her choice to jump in without a parachute, but it would be profoundly satisfying, and she would love her career the way Winnie did hers. And Winnie would love these new twists and turns in the series. Piper asked George, "So Ling really comes back from the dead? Was this your plan all along?" As usual, he didn't answer. When she finally tore her attention away from the laptop screen, George was gone from the den. She jumped up, startling Teddy into a sneezing fit, and ran off to search the house. She finally caught sight of George, standing next to the front door. He was dressed for a long journey, wearing a formal suit, a trench coat, and a fedora. She'd never seen him looking so refined, so ready for the next thing. "This is goodbye," she said. He took off the fedora and held it in one hand as he nodded. There was sadness in his eyes, but also hope. "George," she said, "I'm sorry, but I have to ask. Did you know that it was your sister who killed you?" He frowned and shook his head. Piper believed him. There was another ghost who had helped solve the mystery, George's mother. For the past few weeks, Piper had been visiting the website and message boards for people sharing their ghost stories. She'd learned that sometimes when a person was in that twilight state between death and life, a ghost could inhabit their body very briefly. It had been Mrs. Morrison who'd watched helplessly as her daughter committed murder. Mrs. Morrison had taken control of George's nearly lifeless hands, dabbed the blood at the back of his head, and pressed the message onto the phone. She was the one who'd led Piper to the phone, but her manifestation had been so terrifying, her spirit so consumed by rage and pain, that she'd nearly wiped away the memory. Ghosts could do that, said others on the internet message board. When charged up, they acted like powerful magnetic fields did near computer storage drives. Piper had never seen the female ghost again, so she hoped the woman was at peace now. George was reaching for the door handle. He wouldn't be able to turn it, and he could simply walk right through the door. But old human habits follow beyond death. There was just one more question. Piper asked, "Did you know that the girl you called Coco was a 40-something woman named Pandora?" His pale cheeks turned pink. Bashfully, he rolled his eyes and then reluctantly nodded. Piper shook her head and gently admonished him with a tisk-tisk sound. "You're a naughty boy, but it's better than the alternative." He grinned and tossed his hat up in the air, ducking forward to catch it on his head. "Do you really want me to enter that writing contest?" He gave her 2 thumbs up. Affirmative. "I'll do my best," she said. "I've already got a few chapters going in my head." He swiped his hand through the door handle. "Wait!" He paused and turned to look at her. "Can I have a hug before you go? Or, if that's not allowed, could I see you one more time in the Cowardly Lion suit?" In the blink of an eye, he was dressed in the lion suit once more. He walked toward her slowly, furry, costumed arms outstretched. Piper closed her eyes and hugged him. He wasn't exactly corporeal, but he wasn't exactly nothing. She felt the energy of her friend, and she felt something powerful inside herself awakening as well. She was still young, but she was no longer a child. Life wasn't going to pass her by while she distracted herself with trivialities. Not anymore. She'd waited long enough to find her calling, and now that she'd found it, she was going to hold on with both hands. In the months that followed, there would be a flurry of changes in Piper's life. Her parents would return from Taiwan and announce they were going to invest in their beloved hometown of Copeland through a new multi-phase construction project, which included everything from affordable units for families to a community water park for locals to cool down when water restrictions allowed it. Piper would get to know Otis through more dates, game nights, and adventures. Winnie would feel pushed out by the new boyfriend, but she'd eventually come around, even allowing him to tag along as the third wheel on their trips to the Loco Loft for disaster-themed desserts. In January, Winnie would begin dating Otis's best friend, and they would all tease each other over who was the most revoltingly adorable couple. Piper would get a referral for a different therapist from Dr. Vicky Walsh, and would only get occasional advice from the woman, always for free, and usually at her house over dinner. Teddy would continue to dig up the yard, and keep the local landscapers in business. Most dramatically, Piper would win the publisher's contest and be awarded the contract to write the next 3 House of Hallows novels. She would bring Ling, the warrior princess, back from the dead with a fiery vengeance, a flaming sword, and some new, better clothes. Once the internet learned of her book contract and connected Piper with the video of her talking about seeing George's ghost, excitement over the next installment would reach a fever pitch. Was this sweet-faced young woman a psychic? Was she taking notes from George Morrison himself? The samples the publisher released seemed to bear the distinctive fingerprints of the deceased author. When asked these questions during interviews over the coming years, Piper Chen would always decline to comment. "That's between me and George," she would say. They would inevitably ask, "Do you still see his ghost?" She would smile and think, "Only when the wind blows. Only when the sun sets each day, and only when the stars twinkle in the vast Arizona night sky." This has been Interview with a Ghost, Restless Spirits Cozy Ghost Mysteries, Book 1, written by Angela Pepper, narrated by Marie Hoffman. Copyright 2016 by Angela Pepper Publishing. Production copyright 2018 by Angela Pepper Publishing.